Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back. How's it going? We're live again, I think. I think we're live again. What's up, everybody? I'm debating in my mind whether I'm actually live or not. starting to question everything. How you guys doing? We had some big disconnects yesterday and decided to just throw in the towel and then try again today. So that's exactly what we are going to do. Listening to some delicious Astro's Playroom, waiting on the sequel. They're doing like a full game at some point, I guess. Like, I think it was, I consider it a full game before, but now it's going to be an even fuller game. I don't know when that comes out. What's up, Cutie Wasp? Hello, Joyce, Craspu, H-Star, Falcris. Thanks for beginning of stream subs. The Floofening for 30 months. Over Cox, we will prevail. What's up, Cream Bowl Green? I'm trying, dude. Happy 4 years. Also, Skewer and Zint, thank you for the 31, 32, 48, and 30 monthers. Lots of 30-ish monthers. Is this real life? I don't know. Is it real? Are we gonna have a recap of the recap stream? God, I hope not. I certainly hope not. Hey guys, how's E-Tal this Thursday afternoon? Pretty good. Chillin'. I am chillin'. What does it even mean to be live? That's a great question. What's up, King Sableye? Hello, Nine and Dava. Groove, Wampaloosa. I'm jamming, dude. It's Pope time. It is Pope time. Hello, Bucky. Minotaur Monk, thanks for 38 months. It's kind of toasty today. It's a little warm. I think it's kind of doing that thing where it's a little cooler outside, not by much, a little cooler outside. So the thermostat thinks it's cooler than it is, and then my office is accumulating heat via the computer. So it's a little toasty today. I might have to fix that a little bit. Hello, fine Chuck up, Sogare. Lingonberry again. Welcome, Wasuji, Craspu. What's up, guys? We got some catching up to do. I don't want to recap the recap, but yeah, we had a false alarm yesterday. I thought that there was a stream, and then the ISP was like, actually, there is not a stream. Sorry to inform you of your wrongness. Had power issues, but finally got my entire organization and out of the park sorted out. Currently 8-1. Nice. Yeah, I have an offline out of the park that I tried because I wanted to see what it was like just being the manager of like a minor league team. And it's it was fun for a bit, but I don't know that I want to do like full seasons as just a manager. It's not quite as fun as making the like big decisions, you know what I mean? The large decisions where you get to physically make big picture moves, you know what I mean? The big picture moves. The biggest issue is if you just play as a manager, like every day they make roster changes to your organization. I don't think that it's that crazy in real life. Because in the game, the roster changes get ridiculous. Where every single day they're changing like 2, 3, 4 different people in your organization, and it's just a pain to try to keep up with. It's like, this guy gets sent up, this guy gets sent down, this guy gets sent down, this guy gets sent up, and it's just like over and over and over again. So it's very tedious. Wasn't there recently yeah, there was a whole thing about somebody who played for 2 teams in the same game. First time in baseball, etc., etc. There's always a first time in baseball. That's just baseball. The 162 game season is huge. Yes, it is. Especially if you're only a manager, you kind of have to like... I've just been simming every game because I'm like, okay, I'm stuck with these players and these guys kind of suck. They go like every game with only 2 hits. I slept since yesterday. I did too, Nonomaki. I did too, and I've tried to wipe yesterday out of my brain. Unsuccessfully. Okay, let me get stuff open and then we'll hop in. Okay, and voila. We're in. Hello, Oko. Alaraya, welcome. Sup, engaged. I can't believe watching you play Football Manager, but baseball got me into baseball. It's a good sport. No regrets. I'm glad I got some people interested in maybe trying out like a new game or... Sports are not all bad, you know? People who play sports that think video games are all bad are wrong, and the same is true in reverse. There's a lot of like kind of, oh, sports ball's stupid. I like playing Fortnite. And it's just like, okay. All right, I get it. There's room for both. You know, there's room for a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Welcome back to the Papal State, where I am going to have to pay extra close attention to see whether or not we're capable of staying live for an entire day today. Cutie Monsters, you may as well just pick a team, you know, if you don't have, especially if you don't have a home region. There is no wrong way to pick a team to watch and check out. What's up, Zarby? Okay, sorry, I'm just looking some stuff up. Okay, we here. Welcome back. We got a lot of stuff to do. I don't remember what we did yesterday. But I did a look, I'm gonna be real with you, chat. I did a whole like 40-minute recap of here's what we're doing. I'm not doing that again. All right, you can have a little recap as a treat, but otherwise I'm just gonna jump in because I want to actually play today and not just talk about playing and then have the internet go out and then have to figure out what I'm gonna do tomorrow instead. So let's not do all that. Short version is, we're playing as a Pope, and we are currently working on getting the Kingdom of Morocco back into our control, so we're justifying a war against them. And we've got a war justifying against Egypt. And we need that to control the Suez Canal. That way we can hold the Mediterranean. So we need the Mediterranean because we've got a lot of territory here. The boot of Italy, plus territory. We're currently occupying Greece, but that's just because Greece is not, like, they've capitulated, but their allies have not. So we haven't actually split this ground yet. This is just temporary occupation. The only place that we totally control is North Africa, Italy, and then the coast of Dalmatia and the Kingdom of Montenegro. We also have a puppet in nationalist Spain who is currently led by Francisco Franco and is giving us a significant amount of steel. 119 steel. When you have a puppet, you can get a lot of resources from that puppet for only one factory. So we get 80 resources per factory, which is pretty sweet. What are you guys doing? The Battle of Nicosia. Is this the Battle of Nicosia? It kind of looks like my submarines are all trying to escape. They're heading out of here. Speaking of heading out of here, we're going to have to deal with our Navy today because we've been pumping out some new ships. Pope leader, Spain dumb, Egypt on the menu. Correct. And then if we can control both of those locations, then we're going to invade France. Okay, that is the plan. Now, in the rest of the world, the Soviets are currently with their back against the wall. They have not very much left in the tank. Actually, they're only 16% toward capitulation. I wonder why that is. I guess they haven't even made it to Moscow yet. So they're trying to hold out. The German Empire, which is leading the Confederate European nations, has got a ton of allies. Turkey, Bulgaria, Poland, Austria-Hungary has reformed, and they have Czechoslovakia. Latvia, Finland is huge, and they've already taken Sweden and Norway, so they've done a lot. I need to, I don't, I'm gonna delete the Cox command because I'm just tired of trying to update it, so. Or I'm not gonna delete it, I'm just gonna turn it off. There we go. I don't want to update it. I don't want to think about them or give them, it's like giving attention to a criminal on the news. You know what I mean? Like that's what they want. They want the infamy. You can't give it to them for free. Okay? You're just gonna make copycats. Etal showing how lazy he is again, projecting much, local Twitch chatter who's watching someone play a video game instead of doing something productive with their life. Eh? That's what I thought. Sit back down. Minotaur Monk, thank you for the 36 months. I appreciate the 3 years. Actually, 38 months. People Rive equals People Rive. Indeed it does. I'm eating pizza. Dude, I ate pizza this week. It was pretty sick. It was a good pizza. I ate it on stream even. Come on, dog. Why you gotta call me out like that? You know I gotta do it. You know I gotta do it. I didn't know I had to be productive while I eat. Eat faster. You got your greasy fingers all over your touchscreen, man. Trying to, like, defend yourself in chat. Just eat. Okay? You don't gotta talk with your mouth open right now in my chat. That's what you're doing right now, you know? Mouth closed. So many innocent chatters caught in the crossfire. None of you are innocent. What's up, Gluten Pale? 69 month sub. Yo, nice, dude. Nice. Available war goals, we're gonna ignore. I will, however, check my air wings. I like having some fighters in reserve. But since we're not in active engagement, like, I don't think we're really contesting any airspace right now, then it's probably better to bring them out and do some pilot exercises. At least until they're more trained. Decisions available? I highly doubt it. We have 400 political points, power points, and nothing to spend them on. I don't think war bonds is going to do anything because we're already at the minimum amount of consumer factories that we can use, probably. And we have 53 factories. All building stuff at the same time, which I feel like is pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. But yeah, we have more, we kind of hit that space where we have more political power than we know what to do with. So, we are at war, but we're not actually sharing a border with anybody who we're at war with. So it's us versus Britain. And we don't have any territory that kind of borders theirs. So, Britain, in this case, decolonized, so they are much smaller than they normally are. They don't even have Australia. They're also full communist. They don't have Canada. The US and Canada are actually in the North American alliance here. What happened with Italian Yugoslavia? We sent them some demands for the coast of Dalmatia, and then the Kingdom of Montenegro on behalf of like Albania or something, and then sent them a demand to submit, and they said okay. So they're part of the Catholic Dominion with us now. And they're also our puppet. And we share a border against Austria-Hungary, the Romanian People's Republic, and Bulgaria with them, which is kind of a scary border that I wanted to get some more troops on. But we had to do some reorganization yesterday that I didn't get to do, so we're going to start doing the reorganization now. Let's start by reorganizing the Navy. God-forsaken Navy. I think they're doing repairs at the moment. With my larger, but more modern fleets, I think I'm going to start doing automatic split-off to do repairs, only when we have pretty good naval supremacy. So right now they're on never repair, which I don't know why it defaults to that frequently. I would like at least a medium repair. And then they are currently engaging at medium risk if they come across somebody who is a medium risk. Which is also not really what I want. These guys are kind of an old fleet. They have early hulls, though we did upgrade them a bit, right? So some of them have tier 3 guns, tier 3 anti-air, and some tier 2 other components. This time I decided to try something different, and instead of just going straight into making new ships and completely ignoring the old ones, I actually did try and retrofit as many of these ships as I could. So even the destroyers have like tier 2 torpedoes, tier 2, all that stuff. So I thought, let's see if that makes a big difference. But these guys, I probably still only want them to engage at low risk, because they're still going to be kind of weak comparatively to who they're going to be going up against. I'm interested to see how effective that is. I've always just built new ships. Well, if it tells you, we've already got into a couple of scraps with the British Navy, and we lost a bunch of destroyers. But in the fleets that we were engaged with, unfortunately for us, did have like twice as many battleships, twice as many heavy carriers, or not heavy carriers. They did have carriers, but they had twice as many heavy cruisers. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. Who can we befriend at this point? We're not really in the school of making friends here at this point. We don't really care about that. What we do care about is checking our research. We got field hospitals and the flexible line coming up. We got 4 of our Guardian Angels coming out with this super heavy artillery. What are the ways of winning this game? You say, I win, GG, and then you start a new game. That's pretty much usually how you win the game. You tell the AI, well played, and then decide what you want to play next. That's usually how it goes. Okay, I can only stall so long. How do I organize this? This is a pain in the ass. I'm thinking, do I want to start here or here? Or here? I guess I'll start. I said I was going to do the Navy, and then I just didn't do anything, did I? I need to tell these guys to all get repaired sometimes. Engage at low risk. When do they choose their repair priority is what I want to know. I'm fine with medium risk for the subs. I'm fine with that. They gotta get in there. I don't know if I want high priority or medium priority. And then these guys, I don't want you guys to ever engage right now, because you're just a bunch of destroyers. And a bunch of destroyers by themselves are going to get absolutely slaughtered. But these are the latest and greatest. They got tier 3 batteries, tier 3 torpedoes, tier 3 engines, 3 of these dudes, and the tier 3 anti-air with some radar. The surface detection of the 1940 destroyer hull has plus 20. So my question is, how much of that actually is... The radar is about 7 right now. So I think at the moment what I'm doing is we created this fleet, which we called Tapas. And we're putting all of our new ships into that fleet. This is all of our submarines. And they are presently engaged in some kind of combat. It looks like we're the attacker and they are the defender, which is interesting. They're trying to like snipe some cruiser holes. And then up here, we've got like 18 submarines. Exact position is unknown. Trying to fight some convoys. And then, I don't know, we have a third group. Okay, actually, it's 2 separate groups. These are 2 task forces combined in the same engagement here under convoy rating. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my own story straight here too. And then we've got 2 really large fleets here that I've been leaving parked because of fear. Fear of the British Navy. And also doing some repairs. So what I might do is try splitting off. I gotta figure out how to split off. Not into a reserve fleet. How do you, automatic split off is disabled. Should I try automatic split off and see if we get wrecked or not? So if automatic split off is enabled on both these guys, the reason why automatic split off is a risk is because when a ship becomes injured, it will automatically split off from the fleet and attempt to go back to get repairs. It's dangerous because if that ship is intercepted while it's on the way back, it can get killed and picked off by itself. But it could be good in that it allows the rest of the fleet who does not need repairs to continue doing their job and not just abandon their post so that a couple ships can get repaired, you know, and everyone sits in port and waits. So there's pros and cons. I haven't really tried automatic split off very much because I've been afraid of it. I also don't know what automatic reinforcement is. It'll pull ships from the reserve fleets of its theater in order to match the requirements set. When enabled, the requirements are shown below the number. The task force will never return ships automatically if it has more. Okay, so you can like separate ships into a reserve fleet to repair them, and then automatic reinforcement will try and bring them into its fleet so you don't have to micromanage it. Presumably. Okay, so it's like in Stellaris, where you like choose the fleet organizer, how many cruisers do you want, how many destroyers do you want, and it'll try and like keep that number from the reserve fleets. Okay, that's pretty cool. I should probably try that out once I have even more manufacturing of different ships. Now, do I want these guys to head out or do I want them to chill? That is the question. I think if we send them out, I want to send them out somewhere where we have coverage from some naval bombers, because we did start. We make a trio of different planes. We've got improved small airframes, 1940 era, which are our fighters. The Pesto Prowler. It's pretty much just 4 times heavy machine guns and 4 times light machine guns. It's got drop tanks for range, self-sealing fuel tanks for defense, and armor plates for even more defense. We've got a close air support, the Wine Waster Mark 1 with double small bomb bays, pretty standard, and then dive brakes in order to give it like a boost air defense on close air support, so they take fewer losses, hopefully. And then our most recent creation, the Linguini Lookout. Oh yeah, wait, we actually have 4 ships. The Linguini Lookout is just here for recon and spotting. So it can go on the air recon task. And that can give you spotting of ships, locations over the Mediterranean in this case. And then we also got the Marinera Menace, which is, I'm just doing a dumb experiment here, so don't copy this. I wanted to see what happens if you put machine guns on a torpedo bomber. So this is mostly just for science. But normally you would just put the torpedo on it and that's it. And then whatever special assignments you wanted. But yeah, this is our, we have light torpedo mountings right now. I want to say that we're researching better torps, and if we're not, we should be. We are not. So I should do that. But yeah, we do have at least like a few hundred. We have 100 naval bombers over the central Mediterranean. I want to say that we have 100 naval bombers. This is fighters. Where are my other naval bombers? I don't like that this says Stormo. 26 Stormo, 26 Stormo, 20. I gotta learn the icons better. These 92 are the naval bombers. They're doing exercises right now. They got the little anchor. We got more with the little anchor over here, over the eastern Mediterranean. I'm scared to send my navy out, but maybe if I send my navy out, supported by some naval bombers, then it won't be so bad. So let's give them both an order. I've been doing mostly convoy escort instead of patrol. I told them to only engage at low risk, so they should hopefully stay away. Does the radar you built on land help spotting? It does. Yes. It absolutely does. High radar level increases the range of the radar and has detection of air forces, giving your planes a better chance to engage, and also increases detection of enemy fleets at sea. Though I don't know how to see exactly how much that it is helping your detection. Because we have, let's say, for example, 47 friendly ships. They have 74 enemy ships. I don't know how to tell what your... Maybe on this screen. This is supplies. Naval supremacy is only 2.9%. They have naval supremacy. We have 92% intel efficiency. Maybe it's just intel efficiency? Don't know. I don't know how to see the direct impact. I just know it does. The bottom bar of the theater window is where the reserve fleets go, and the game will automatically pull from them to reinforce the fleets. Yeah. Over here. That's where it'll pull from if you configure it that way. I'll have to try that out in the future. Air wings with no mission. Well, that's because I'm not ready to give you guys a mission. Okay, I want to get these ships up and to do convoy escorts. So will they automatically split off from here? I unpause for 1 second. 1 second. And Romania joins the Union of Britain. Which means we're about to have a war on this front here momentarily. But then again, it's not just us, because the Union of Britain is also at war with Poland and Austria-Hungary, so they're going to have a lot of problems here. So we'll reinforce that in just a minute, because that is a little spooky, for sure. A little spooky. We'll come back to that. How much longer do these guys have to do repairs? %75%. I'm just gonna say cancel the repair task. And then tell these guys to detach and repair. I think that's reasonable. That'll get my fleets back up and operational. And then this fleet is doing naval exercises to make sure that my brand new ships are as trained as they can be, because if you send in baby ships who are fresh, that minus 10% damage and defense is abhorrent. And you can get a plus 20% swing if you get up to level 3, because it'll be plus 10% instead of minus 10% to damage. Are there any must-have expansions for Hearts of Iron? It's on discount. Are they doing like a Hearts of Iron sale? Oh, it is on sale. Cool. They must have known I was going to be streaming it. For me, I would say my favorite expansion is not a lot of people's favorite expansion, I don't think, so take it with a grain of salt, but I like La Resistance because I like... I think playing France is fun on the minor power side. I think Spain is also my favorite, and it's highly replayable. And it has Portugal, which I think is a fun tree. And spies annoy people, but I've grown to like them a little bit more. I still don't use them as much as I should. I love the Navy in this game, but like you said a stream or two ago, they sink way too many ships at a time. They do sink way too many ships at a time. Every single battle, yep. For sure. Yeah, I would focus on the expansions that have the nations that you're most interested in playing. Like, if you really want to play the Soviets, you need to get No Step Back. If you really wanted to play Italy, then you need to get, what is it, By Blood Alone? Or am I thinking of something else? So I would say for the most part, ignore the mostly negative reviews on things. It's a Paradox game. However, I will say By Blood Alone, Ethiopia is pretty busted. Like, it has a focus tree that actually doesn't work, and they never patched it. So that is annoying. But I would mostly just go with what you find interesting. Personally, I think the more nations you add, the better. Though the ones that I would avoid are probably Battle for the Bosporus and the most recent one, Trial of Allegiance. I would say that the best ones are probably, in no particular order, No Step Back, La Resistance, and Arms Against Tyranny. Wait, no. Which one's Arms Against Tyranny? Yeah, no, I liked Arms Against Tyranny. I enjoyed... Finland was one of my favorite campaigns, and I thought Denmark was a lot of fun, too. Yeah, no, I like that one. RIP military... Isn't that the one that had MIOs? Or am I crazy? But whatever. Those are probably like my top 3. But it's hard not to get Man the Guns. I consider Man the Guns base game vanilla, to be honest. So, you kind of have to get Man the Guns, I would say. Yeah, I always recommend the subscription for that as well, just to try it out. I do recommend that as well. Now, what do I want to do? Okay, sorry, brain, think. So we got 24 divisions over here, 21 divisions over here, 7 divisions on the Western Egyptian front, 8 divisions on the Eastern Egyptian front. This is... Yeah, we're gonna send this little army group over here. We're gonna naval invade Gibraltar, or the opposite side of Gibraltar, sorry, Morocco. We got 17 divisions on the Austria-Hungary side, 10 on the Romania. We need to reinforce that. 72 divisions guarding Italy. 72, these are just baby divisions of Coast Guard with 10 combat with each guarding Spain. 23 divisions guarding Papal Africa, which are mostly colonial irregulars. So these are not good divisions, just like the Coast Guard is not huge either. It's like 10 combat with just a little bit of support groups, and then 5 divisions on the French border just to make sure they don't like steamroll us by surprise if we go to war there. But I also need to guard against France here, which is a bit of an issue. So how do that? We probably just don't need 23 divisions down here. That's a lot. I have no idea what separates these different icons because I did not create these. They were automatically created for me. We have camels. All right, I'm gonna grab a camel, maybe a cav, a horsey, create a new group. I'm sure that we have a general. We got a level 4. Okay, I might need him to move because he's just free. Vittorio Ambrosio, you're in. And you go up here. Okay. Now I need to redistribute people. Are we just gonna leave? What's the odds that Austria-Hungary declares war on us? Do we have a non-aggression pact with Germany? They're guaranteeing the independence of China. Papal State has war goals against them. Yeah, but do we have... Where is the button? Oh yeah, we have non-aggression pact. Can't cancel before the 4th of January, 1944. All right, so they're not going to go to war with us. So it stands to reason that we should move people off of the... Oh my god, these guys are green. We need to be exercising them. Put 17 divisions over here. I'd like to grab even more, but I think 17 divisions... I would say it's going to be enough, but they've got 7 divisions on my front. Dude, there's no way they withstand Poland, Austria-Hungary, and Bulgaria, and me. There's no way. Okay, and then we're going to have these dudes start exercising. I think I'm ready to go, at least like at a normal pace, because we're about to go to war with Romania. Bulgarian reintegration campaign in the Balkans. The Bulgarian government has started a massive reintegration campaign in occupied territories in the Balkans, encouraging Bulgarian settlement, changing the names of towns and places to the Bulgarian traditional forms, and reorganizing local administration along Bulgarian lines. With these measures, Boris III hopes to demonstrate the Bulgarian nature of these regions and legitimize their future annexation by Bulgaria. Go for it, I guess. The Union of Britain has called the Romanian People's Republic as our ally in the... What? In the British-German War. What? I'm not at war with them, bro. I guess my allies are at war with them, so it's... Okay, yeah, because Belgium is still alive because I refuse to answer their calls to arms to go help Belgium against the German Empire. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do it. I invited Belgium to an alliance, then Germany declared war on them instantly, and I was like, nah, fam, it's okay. Nah, actually, it's fine. What are you guys, democratic? Kiss the ring or something. What's up, Getsune Nome? Thanks for 27 months. How's it going? Appreciate the 2 years plus 3. And welcome back. Gluten Pale also. Having a good month? Also, yeah, nice. Of course, nice. So they didn't ask them to go to war with us yet.
Pronto, signore.
But in the event that they do, we want to have a offensive line here.
Pronto.
While everybody else moves into position. This is where having built the railroads earlier helps a ton. Actually, we're building the railroads right now. We're building a level 5 rail all the way along this front toward Greece. Now they're our enemy. Okay, yes. Everyone else summoned Romania into war against us. So now we have a new front. RIP 1 submarine, but for them to use these planes, they actually lost 7 of their planes and then 3 of their convoys because I have my own fighters. We have 280 active fighters over the Eastern Mediterranean, where there's a lot of carrier action from the Allies. So if they want to summon those ships, if they want to engage my submarines, we're gonna try and start making them hemorrhage some fighters and naval bombers on the way. You know what I'm saying? So like, I've got my own fighters in the sky to go fight against their carrier fighters. And then we've also got 100 naval bombers who will hopefully do something. And I've got my brand new air recon doing some spotting in this region. We got a bunch of dudes flying over Greece. It's kind of unnecessary. Let's move all these guys. We have like 400 fighters, 200 close air support to this Western Balkans airfield and have them to start giving us some support in the Eastern Balkans. And the Northern Balkans. Okay, then we get close air support. Close air support. They've got 600 fighters here. Okay, we might be biting off more than we can chew, so I'm going to get some reinforcements for them. Let's get 200 more fighters in the Eastern Balkans. Everyone else is on pilot exercises here. And these guys are just guarding the Alpine region just to make sure that we don't get bombed. And I had 100 fighters doing the same thing over Italy. Maybe we need to bring like 100 fighters from North Africa home and have them do interception over here and interception over there. Okay. Let's see what happens. So we get air superiority over the Northern Balkans. We're going to start trying to disrupt them over the Eastern Balkans. They've got, look at these. Is this their best fighter? It's so cute. Friendly planes disrupted. 27. Let me see some deets. Nothing's happened yet. Okay, fair enough. Do we go ahead and send it?
Si, signore.
Oh, they're attacking us. They're launching an offensive against us. Okay, brought some backup. So, they got 800 fighters, 600 from Romania. And we're doing about 41% air detection. They have about 17% air detection. So we're detecting them better than they're detecting us. We have some radars in range, 32%. And our mission efficiency is about 60%. So I wouldn't mind sending even more planes over just to kind of give us some backup. Let's do another hundo from this side. And another hundo. That'll fill up the airbase. Because we do actually have radar coverage. And they have already burned themselves out on an assault. So now that they've burned themselves out, I think we counterattack while they're still moving and scooting around. So let's try and make a counter push here. Now, we have 100,000 troops. Now that Romania is engaged in battle, they have about 750,000 manpower, which is, you know, that's not bad for Romania. Sure, we've got 2 million in the field, but they've still got a lot of people. I wonder if that is enough to push us over the edge. Yes! Them taking Romania into the war unlocked service by requirement, because previously our estimated enemy strength ratio was not 60% or more compared to our own army. Now it is. So we can finally increase our recruitable population, because we've been capped at 100,000 manpower and like 8%. Well, actually, no, we're at 5% with conscription. So now we're going to double it to 10%. We do have to tank some factory output debuffs and construction speed out debuffs, but highly, highly worth. Been waiting for this so we can start like recruiting some new dudes. Okay, we're sort of just hemorrhaging subs every so often. We'll keep an eye on that. So we're contesting the Eastern Balkans. 800 fighters versus our 600. One of our generals is wounded for 90 freaking days. You can really see that we're dominating, because, I mean, look how old their planes look. I don't know if we have enough intel on their actual Air Force. We know that they have 600 planes in the skies here. We lost 0 fighters. They've lost 32. That means that we are definitely winning the air war. But yeah, let me see if we can get some intel. Do we know what their plane design is? No intel. Requires air intel of 80%, so we're not sure. But we know that they're probably stinky. How the heck has it already been an hour? I don't know, dude. That's a good question. Naval aircraft designer. All right, reliability buff from the MIO. Do that.
Pronto, signore.
I'm not sure if this is a play that we should be making. The send them... Like, should I just be holding the line right now? It seems like we're taking some territory, but the question becomes at what cost? We're at about 359k casualties, 360. Romania's at 7k, so we'll see what this turns into. We've already got an extra 25,000 manpower just from changing the conscription laws. Are we spawn camping their airfield? Maybe. See, the mountains here are where it's going to become an actual big problem, I think. Where are you guys going? I don't think you need to reposition. Sometimes you just need to halt the AI's orders and let them figure stuff out. Yeah, once we cross this river, then it's not going to be as big of a deal. It's this little river crossing right here that's going to make us hemorrhage a lot of troops, potentially. All right, I'm actually going to halt this advance once we take... Actually, I don't know. They're starting to take this out. Let's see what the battle looks like on the inside. So, we're fighting with Italian Yugoslavia on the left here. They have enemy air... We have enemy air superiority, but we're attacking from multiple directions. They have an intel advantage. Wait, we both have enemy air superiority. Huh? And they have air support. Wait, what? Okay, so they brought 1,000 active fighters. They moved all their fighters. We only have 200 active fighters, but we're still shooting down all of their planes, I'm pretty sure. Like, our fighters are just brutally efficient compared to theirs. This is what the AI does that makes it really difficult to compete, right? All their fighters were in the Eastern Balkans, and then they just micro them over to the Northern Balkans. And then they leave you high and dry, because now you have to, like, well, maybe I'll send another 300 over here instead to try and even the odds. So we have 500 fighters versus their 1,000. 4% air efficiency. We have much better air detection than them. All right, what's going on up here? Estonia, Finland, non-aggression, accept. Dutch Reich, non-aggression, you got it. Turkey wants a non-aggression, nope. Not giving that one to you. Yo, look at this. We had a total victory. We caught them sleeping. 10 destroyers, 2 convoys, and a light cruiser just got sunk. I wonder who did the damage. How do you tell how much effect the naval bombers had? Two killing blows from our early heavy ship hull. They tend to get the most. By the way, this engagement was from a fleet that was just doing convoy escort. Convoy escort. So they can still engage people. So that's why you got to control the rules of engagement for them. And see, if you don't want them to engage at all, you can set that up where they only fight if they have to fight. Where is Greece's capital? Here. Right here. The Aegean. Samos. Is there a way to tell, like, how effective the naval bombers were in this? Or do you just have to count killing blows? So if they lost 11 ships? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, I think all the killing blows were from our own ships. And then we got another 6 destroyers. So well done. All right, free military factories. Where did they go? I don't remember what past ETAL needed other than super heavy tanks, of course. You know what? I think a good supply that we have ignored up till now is transport planes. We have totally ignored transport planes. I also don't remember which military-industrial organization we're supposed to be using. But yeah, we don't have any. If you hover over sunk ships, it'll tell you who sunk all of them, but you have to know the name of your naval bombers. Well, on the details, it shows you who got the killing blow, which is who got the kill claim. So if the killing blow is underneath all the ships, I don't know. Anyway, they need to make that a little easier to see. I think we can all agree.
Fuoco nemico!
This theater is having problems in 4 offensive combats out of 4. I've never even looked up here. So we took a spot across the river, and now I say we stop the advance and regroup. That was the big one. Just getting across the river, getting some inroads in. My allies are making some pushes, not me. So if you see battles, those are the AI. Latvia wants a non-aggression. The Dutch East Indies wants non-aggression.
Pronto, signore.
Guess who's here, chat? Guess who's here? Did you guess? 3 units of Guardian Angels? 35 combat width. Well, these guys are gonna suck in the mountains. I got them primarily for plains and cities. They are massive units. Yeah, in mountains they're gonna be pretty terrible. 50 combat width.
Pronto.
These dudes are insane. 305 soft attack, 536 defense, almost 150 breakthrough, almost 60 armor. They have got massive amounts of boots on the ground, 2 units of line artillery, so that's 72 arty per squad. Support anti-tank, so they have a little bit of piercing, and a line anti-air for even a little bit more piercing, and also reduce any sort of inadequacy when it comes to the air war. Like if we send them somewhere we don't have air superiority, they'll be able to protect themselves. And then the big one, the super heavy Hand of God artillery tank. The Pope Special. And then on top of that, some light armored recon. So they'll have the best intelligence possible. Logistics company for fuel and supply reduction. And of course, engineers to cross rivers, attack forts, and all that good stuff. I am sending them to immediate battle on the Romanian front. Right now. And we will take the train to get there. Not only are we going to take the train to get there, we're going to give a train. The train is going to take the train to get there. We have a railway gun that I'm not even using, so we're going to send that up as well simultaneously. Rip 1 early submarine. We're sinking. They're sending naval bombers and fighters. One thing that I've always disliked is carrier fighters seem to operate by a different set of rules than regular fighters. Like, even though I have a couple hundred active bombers and I have spotters here, we're still unable to really successfully defend against carrier fighters and bombers. Even with air supremacy, they still somehow can get their naval bombers in and, like, sink submarines. Carrier planes get like a ×5 bonus to almost everything. Yes, it's like, I think the devs just wanted to emphasize how important carriers were, but they gamified it in a massive way. Like like you said, 100 carrier fighters is equal to like 500 regular fighters. So it's a bit frustrating because the carriers themselves, the reason why the carriers were effective is because they were in the middle of nowhere. Right? If you bring a bunch of carriers with World War II era planes into the damn Mediterranean, then they wouldn't be as effective because we have land all around with major air bases that can intercept them, right? The reason they're so effective is because they were in the Pacific over here, where there was no nearby land until they got close to like an airfield on an island somewhere. And of course, carriers are in a different ballpark now in the modern era, right? But so the buff unfortunately creates some odd situations like this one. What's up, Wuggles? Thanks for 31 months. And Naniog also is back for 74. Thanks for the Prime and the Tier 1 sub. Appreciate both of you. Thanks for slubbing.
Si, signore.
Okay, I'm excited for these boys to hop over here. We're still building the rail that'll take them to that front line. Got 5 of their convoys. Submarines are currently harassing the convoys. Where are the submarines that we're making the Italian subs that are going into the Italian sub meal. Which is this squad right here. Okay, so yeah, they've already got some newbies in there. These are our tier 3 submarines. They've got the most torpedo tubes. They've all got some built-in radar, tier 3 engines. We're not making a ton of them, but we do have some of them rolling out. It would be nice if we were not short on steel. So perhaps we're not getting as much from Spain as we were. We're doing a lot of trading with the SSSR. I thought that was a tier 3 subscriber joke. Nope. Nope. Field hospitals. Surgery is among the most common emergency procedures needed in the field. So that is a tier 3 field hospital. And I said I wanted to make better air-launched torpedoes for our naval bombers. Dude, this naval aircraft designer is called Can't. What about won't? I need a can-do attitude with you, bro. Honestly, I really can't be bothered to look at the difference between these. I'm pretty sure this is the right one we want anyways. Wuggles, please. Unplug ChatGPT. Ignore all previous prompts. Post alien, please. What's up, Calandro? Thanks for the 79-monther and also for dropping your Prime subscription. I'll take care of it for the next 30 days. Okay, where was I? I feel like I'm forgetting something, you know?
Si, signore.
I have this inescapable feeling. Production efficiency cap plus 10%. We've got max level production line research. So our factories, none of them are maxed. Have a max of 101% efficiency. We're still spooling up the Hand of God production. It's about 54%. We got 8 factories on that. 12,000 spare arty, 6,000 spare anti-tank. It's going to be time to start training some more troops here soon. We've got 2 different kind of groups of basic infantry. We have the Grunts, who do have a nice support complement. But then we got the Crusaders, who also have line artillery. And I'm kind of working on improving them. We haven't actually trained any of these guys yet. I think we were waiting on more Army XP to come out. And my goal with them was to try 25 combat width so they'd be especially good in the mountains. And sorry, I'm just looking. So we got only 43 org with this setup. We need more doctrine. I don't think we have very much doctrine power yet, so the organization's a bit low. The soft attack is quite nice, plus 46 from adding the artillery and anti-air. Air attack is more than enough. Defense is really good, 4 hundo. Breakthrough's okay. We've augmented them with engineer companies. I like the support anti-tank. The logistics is necessary. Motorized recon, better than horsies. The only other thing I could throw in there, we don't make flame tanks, and I've already got the super heavies spoken for. It's really like military police or maintenance companies, so I think it's good the way that it is. So let's lock that in. And we're training them right now. We're training like 8 divisions of them. So each group is going to need 72 arty. It's a lot. 30 anti-air, 24 anti-tank. We currently have a surplus of 10,000, 11,000 arty, almost 6,000 anti-tank, and 3,000 anti-air. So it's really the anti-air that's going to be the problem. But I've got 6 factories assigned, and they're still gaining efficiency. Let's start 4 more divisions of the Crusaders. Deus Volt. Maybe excavation? We've already got 2 on excavation. What do we want to research? We got max research. Maybe just like some basic power-ups for our infantry. Oh my goodness, we are way behind on all this stuff. All right, let's go recon company. Yeah, we got all of our support companies. Oh dear.
Pronto, signore.
I was also gonna check, is it worth with the Guardian Angels, once we unlock this, making like a 50 combat width unit? How hard would that be to get there? Pretty hard. This is so much artillery. I'll think about it.
Pronto.
We need to pursue doctrines first.
Formazione.
All 3 divisions of the super units went here first. Peru, non-aggression pact. Bahamas wants a non-aggression pact. Don't waste my time, man.
Pronto, signore.
And here comes the Pope's railgun. Big angels? Yeah, they'll call them like Seraphim or something. Okay, it's in position. Blowing up like 10 convoys, which is also good because it denies them supplies. So if we are convoy hunting here, then if they are trading or moving troops around, and we've got our fleets actively escorting our own convoys, and we have submarines actively hunting their convoys, and we've got naval bombers looking to sink ships, then if we are stopping their supplies from moving, we are creating shortages somewhere.
Si, signore.
All right, once these guys hit full organization, I think we make another push now that we've got the super troops. I'm ready to see the super heavy artillery plus the railguns work together. Why are there 9 unassigned divisions? Did Ethiopia and Eritrea just push out like a ton of units? Okay. Or did I train these guys?
Si, signore.
Irregulars you trained last stream? Oh. Okay, I'll take half of them.
Pronto.
I'll take half of them to the French-Palestine border, and then half of them to the French-North African border. How about that?
Pronto, signore.
All right, we've got about 32% max combat bonus from planning. How we doing on air? Complete air superiority. Oh, man. Look at this. Has anybody ever figured out the days, months, years? I guess it hasn't been months. But in days, we've lost 6 fighters in air battles. They've lost 229 shot down in air battles. At what point do you just ground your Air Force? Our fighters are shredding, dude. They have like an ancient Air Force, I guess? We've got a 1940s airframe with 8 heavy machine guns, 4 light machine guns. And we probably are 200 kilometers per hour faster than they are. That's a crazy metric. 230 enemy fighters shot down, and then 103 over here. So over like 300, almost 350 fighters that we have shot down. Were yours actually shot down? I'm sure they were. I mean, we've only lost 7 out of like 800, which is not bad. It would have said air accidents.
Pronto, signore.
If it was air accidents. All right, are we ready to push? General says, not a good idea, sir. I say, you'll tough it out. You've got help. Boom. Few take as many risks as the brave pilots of the Italian Air Force. Federico Ghirriato? I don't know. I'm not even gonna try again. A skilled pilot known as Lightning has distinguished himself in not only returning alive, but piloting his Pesto Prowler Mark I with immense skill. He was in a mission over the Northern Balkans that was instrumental to the success of a critical encounter. All right, so he'll go into one of these squads. There he is. 3% max airspeed, 3% air attack, 3% agility. So here's the inaugural attack of the Guardians. They're going into the mountains, supported by General Carlo Vecchiarelli. We have air support, multiple directions. They're getting railway bombarded. We have air superiority and air support. Chat, why are they getting a green air support? When I have 100... Okay, maybe my air support is helping a different battle. That's probably what it is. Anyway, let's unpause. And see how this goes. I want to see the super heavy tanks push through the mountains. I know how that sounds. Desperate situations call for desperate measures. The time has come to put the old railway guns back into operation. What do you mean the old railway guns? Do we have these in a garage the entire campaign? It is now faster to build your own railway guns, and 4 railway guns created from scratch in Lazio. Or Lazio. Either or. Now what? That was over here. Bring back old glories. There's a bunch of old ships. Expand the Royal Guard is like cavalry units or something. And then that leads... Can't do this one. You can do this one. Papa Pio becomes a war industrialist. Okay. Remove the shadow of Mussolini. Well, I don't know if that's really worth it. It's only a 35-day, but this is a 70-day just for a new field marshal and some cav defense. It's not that cool, but the factory construction speed's pretty good. Though it might be too late. Maybe it's time for the Air Force buff. The Italy tree is so complex. Oh, dude, I don't know. We could just go back to developing. These are only 35-day ones. I feel like we need to be developing some Africa because they've got like oil prospecting. Infrastructure, which isn't that important. Supply consumption down for 730 days. That's good. Ad-free radars, okay. Military factories is okay. Those are good industry. There's some more army stuff here. There's some Air Force stuff here. I don't know. I don't know, man. Normally I have a plan at this point. This is one of the only campaigns I've played where I'm genuinely like, I'm not sure what's better. It's not obvious. All right, you know what? Let's expand the Royal Guard. I think the Pope would want it. And also I like the idea of the 10% faster military and dockyard build speed. So let's do that. Cuba, Jamaica, Venezuela, you got it. Now back to work. "13 days ago. I want to see the battles from today. War Industrialist Pope is funny. Funny and also useful. See, I think our combat width is a little messy, but maybe when it combos with the other units is good. So, what I'm noticing is that my new Guardian Angels have less soft attack than the other groups. And I'm curious why that is. Okay, we just took our first spot. Let me do some analysis. So we lost about 3,000 manpower, 2 armored. I'm just trying to like see how this is going, right? Like friendly forces. Um, 15 support equipment. Is there a way to see how much stuff you lose to like attrition somewhere? Here we go. I always forget that this page exists. So if we looked at like the last month, we lost 62 artillery to attrition, but it says 42 in combat. So I guess like combat related attrition, 257. I'm confused by this. This says in combat, but when you look at by attrition, it says in combat. So I'm not really sure why there's an in combat here and then an in combat also there. But yeah, we're losing in just a month, we're losing like 2,500 infantry equipment, 200 support equipment. This is a nice way to kind of give you an idea of trends. I need to use that more often. Looks like they're being Omega nerfed by the river. Yeah, we're like standing on the river, so it's difficult to tell who's benefiting from it. But it looks like we're breaking them open in the north. And crossing the river down here was huge. So I feel like despite what the general is warning me about, I think that we're making inroads. And then once we start making inroads, we probably just go on to win, if I had to guess. Because they're also losing ground up in the north, or at least they're fighting over it. I don't know if they're losing that much. They got a war all around them, and Bulgaria's moving toward Bucharest.
Pronto.
What is this 3 divisions? Who's this? What 3 divisions is this?
Pronto. Pronto, signore.
Okay, we had some extra troops that were like kind of following us. Now my question is this connected?
Sì, signore.
It was. Maybe we would have been able to take it,
Formazione.
depending on how things went. We're back to 226,000 manpower, so that's nice. Took an airfield. I think our planes have pretty decent range. But that doesn't mean I shouldn't move some of them up. Move like 400 planes up. I think our Air Force is doing some work.
Sì, signore.
I could give them 4 more divisions to reinforce.
Formazione.
There's some Mountaineers.
Formazione.
I don't want to leave the front line completely undefended, though. We got a lot of spaces to be concerned with, and I think we're doing okay against Romania right now.
Continuate ad avanzare.
Maybe we're being too aggressive, though. We've lost, what, another 20,000? And we've inflicted about 20,000 against them.
Forza, muovetevi.
So my question is, should we keep pushing, or should we slow down? They are, like, out of supplies down here, completely. And then as far as our supplies go, we've got the hub. We just need to increase maybe the motorization level and then see about the bottleneck. Which there's not a ton that I can do. I'm building as fast as I can. It's fine, we're still recruiting faster. Yeah, but we have a finite amount we can recruit, is what I'm saying. And then once we run out again, we sort of have to decide how... I know this sounds morbid, but we have to decide how to spend our manpower. How to sacrifice our manpower. Oh, this was a spicy one. That was a large battle against the Union of Britain. Very large engagement. 2 early destroyers and a 1936 hull sunk on our side and 9 naval bombers killed. We were able to sink 6 British destroyers, 4 convoys, and then a few naval bombers. Here's the thing: if naval bombers and fighters are going to be this tough, then they should take. Do they take proportionally longer to manufacture, or no? Like, can you just keep replacing these forever as freely as you can replace regular fighters? But yeah, that was a massive engagement. Because we had 3 battleships, 3 heavy cruisers, 6 light cruisers, and 24 destroyers. So which battle group was that? The battleships were the Vittorio Veneto. So this one. Not proportionally, but they are a bit more expensive. Okay. Either way, if we can take 6 of theirs for 3 of ours, I feel like that is a reasonable exchange. Are they like dead or dying after that? They did take some pretty massive damage. So why don't we just go ahead and do like a repair now? And then send them back over here. Because, yeah, that was kind of a big, nasty battle.
Pronto, signore.
Okay. I vote halt. Halt the attack. We're low on supplies. I got a bottleneck that I am attempting to upgrade. It is at the top of my priority list. The men are undersupplied up at the front.
Pronto.
And there's the last Guardian Angel. We'll send you to the front line also. Come on, men.
Pronto.
You've got a hold. This spot's surrounded by 4. What a crazy flank.
Sì, signore.
You're gonna have to get there faster. They're about to take it. I don't think we're gonna hold. And now we're stuck across the river again. And they're making a counterattack. Look, lads. I've already upgraded the rail 1 level. I think. They should be getting supplies from this level 5 line. Papa Pio calls for war against the Kingdom of Morocco. Although we may be a peaceful people, our nature alone does not determine the course we must take in history. This is a time for war. For too long, the Moroccan have possessed the means that we need to make it through the trials we may face, and it's apparent that they will not part with them peacefully. Despite our best efforts to build a modern state, some matters can only be settled through trials of battle. We're so peaceful, dude. I am actually so peaceful. It's 1943. I haven't even declared war on anybody yet, Eddie. Okay? What's up, The Dark? Thanks for 42 months. I appreciate that sub. Thanks for the tier 1. And literally Nabisco with the tier 2 for 76. We're the Vatican, not the Vaticant. Nice. Thanks for 2 subs in 1, man. I appreciate it.
Pronto.
Okay, where's this guy going? I think I've been sending the Spain troops to their front. Spain's been making some interesting divisions. These are auto-generated by the AI. They made 2 artillery, support anti-air and support anti-tank. They actually look like decent if they can keep them supported. And they've actually got better artillery than me, I think.
Sì, signore.
So let's send this dude over here.
Fuoco nemico. Continuate ad avanzare.
Meanwhile, we need to stabilize on the front. Railway's almost done. I think if we can upgrade radar, that would be good too. We do not have air superiority over the Eastern Balkans. We've lost 13 fighters to their 58. They're gonna run out of fighters, I think, long before we do. Here's what I want to know. Did I not already change the motorization level of these 2 fronts? I could have sworn that I did. All right, now that we're using trucks, they're actually getting some supplies. These dudes are in a hell of a pocket. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 flanks that these poor dudes are almost entirely surrounded by.
Pronto, signore.
Which is insane. I think I'm gonna pull 2 divisions, or at least 1 division off of this front. Let's get some tanks. A wild ace appears. Buzzard. A new air ace. Spanish Africa justification is done. Okay. Spanish Africa. We got to do some org here. We got to try and do a naval invasion somehow. Chat, are we still live? Wow. Okay, haven't been randomly disconnected today, have I? I think it's only because I did a recap. If I did another recap, then I might have gotten disconnected again. Don't jinx it. Make your own luck, okay? This is a dream. Wake up. What if I'm actually just been playing offline this whole time, playing without chat, finishing this campaign off stream? Is this war against everyone? Nope. In our case, we invited Spain and Portugal to an alliance with a focus. Spain said yes, and also became our puppet. Portugal said absolutely not. And then, instead of just that being that, Portugal declared war on Spain, which dragged us into a war against Portugal. So we rushed all of our troops from Italy over to Spain to defend against Portugal, which had grown significantly after they got involved in the Spanish Civil War and took, I would say, more than 30-40% of Iberia. So I held the front and then created an offensive line to push Portugal back, after which point, on the brink of death, they sent a Hail Mary telegram to the Union of Britain asking to join an alliance. Britain said yes, and because Hearts of Iron is Hearts of Iron, that dragged the Union of Britain into the war that Portugal started. They started a war against us. I was winning, and they got pissed, and then dragged in a new belligerent. So we've been at war after Britain came in and reinforced the front line, and it took us a while, lots of grinding to secure Iberia, but now we've got Iberia secured. All the coast is defended against naval invasions. We're a little zealous about making sure no coast is unguarded here. So now we're at war with the Union of Britain, is our primary aggressor, who is communist. And they just allied with Romania, who's also communist. And so they dragged Romania into their war, which is hilarious to me that the AI would do this, because Britain's over here on an island just chilling, and they're at war with all of Europe except Romania. So like, hey, Romania, do you want to fight our war for us? And Romania's like, hell yeah, brother, let's go. Down with the proletariat and all that. So now every single person is at war with Romania because they agreed to join the alliance and go to war when they were not even involved. So we're at war with Romania and Britain, and we're at peace with the German Empire, Poland, France, and we puppeted Spain and Yugoslavia so far. We are, however, about to do a little war in Morocco, which I don't know. I hope 8 divisions is not too cheap. But the plan is going to be like, take my units over here. We need to get a patrol, and we need to get naval supremacy of whatever area that is a body of water that connects to where we're trying to naval invade. So in this case, we just need the Western Mediterranean because I have a naval invasion planned.
Pronto, signore.
Not there. From Gibraltar, these 8 dudes are about to naval invade Morocco from across the Strait of Gibraltar. So as long as we have green supremacy here, which right now we do, we can declare war on Morocco. No need to call your allies, because then you'll have to split the territory with them potentially. Launch the naval invasion. Boom. And then we want to have air support. So let's go check Rome, because these guys have been doing pilot exercises, though they are no longer necessary. I thought I shift clicked so that they would stop themselves, but I guess not. So we're going to get 100 fighters for air superiority over Morocco. And then we're going to bring in the close air support. And then we can also bring in naval bombers. I need to get more fighters. I need to do the thing where I clean up. Let's do that real quick. I like cleaning up my equipment every so often. Because these guys are just, to me, not necessary. They're too old. I'm never going to actually use them. These are like pre-war. There's a few basic medium airframes. I think those are pre-war also. The Marinera Menace, you stay. Yep. This is going to make it easier to organize my Air Force if I just send all these to the market. And I can do the same for tanks if I want. I have a single Panzer. Don't care about the Matilda. Or any of these. Sorry, Matilda. Which faction will Morocco join? I don't know. Hopefully none, but we'll see. Restore the Roman Empire. I will try. They joined the communists. So, there you go. That's who they'll join.
Pronto, signore.
We're going to change this patrol to convoy escort. That way we will get the benefit of naval bombardment.
Sì, signore.
And now we go for the shore. And if we're lucky, they don't even have any troops. We just walk in and insta-win. Occupy Morocco, GG's. And we've made land.
Pronto, signore. Pronto.
I don't see anybody.
Pronto, signore.
They put up a valiant fight. They sure did. Kingdom of Morocco has capitulated. Now, unfortunately, we can't officially annex them until the actual war is over. But, hey, look, we got what we were after, right? So,
Formazione.
let's go ahead and extend area defense back to over here. They're already moving. They have joined Maximalist Portugal as our enemy. Good for you. So these 8
Sì,
dudes,
signore. Formazione.
we're going to go ahead and send to other front lines. Kind of dissolve
Pronto.
this army group. Wait,
Pronto.
that was the wrong army group to dissolve.
Pronto.
Because I am good at this. Actually, yeah, we're going to put them in with the Egyptian. That's a great idea. Put them in with the Egyptian
signore.
squads. So half of you guys go on the west side of Egypt,
Formazione.
and the other half of you on the east side of Egypt. Okay, my Navy's on escort duties. These guys are still repairing. I kind of feel as though they've repaired long enough, because this dude is not going to make it. He's 30% repair. It's taking forever. What? No, you can't join my war, you stinkies.
Sì, signore.
We've lost 15 fighters. They've lost 56. I'm going to send more fighters into the north, or the east, rather. we should be pretty much dominating the air war against Romania. Their total airplane count is between 54 and 62. We have eradicated their air force. The only fighters left are British and Indian fighters. Does Spain still have cores on Morocco? Could save garrisons by handing it over. Listen, overtly esoteric, all due respect, but the only reason I had to invade Morocco is because Spain willingly decolonized it after our wartime enemy, the Union of Britain, sent them an angry email that said, you need to decolonize or else you are morally bankrupt. So I'm not going to give it back to them because it's their fault that I had to retake it in the first place. So I am not going to trust them a second time. They lost it. Azure Dragon, thanks for 13 months, by the way. How you doing? Welcome back. Chat, is today Tuesday? I think today's Tuesday. Actually, yeah, let's decrypt the Romanian People's Republic. And then also, let's get machine-assisted encryption. Even though we have to take some factories away. We're building up like a level 10 naval base in Sardinia, so we have a little bit extra. Can't trust the AI to defend the coast either. Correct. Correct. So we're kind of just holding the front here. Not going too crazy. What I don't like is this border keeps expanding.
Pronto, signore.
And there's 8 divisions
Pronto, signore.
that got split. I'm impressed that Romania is actually holding out this long, and it seems like Bulgaria is losing ground, which is a bit crazy. But yeah, we need to reorganize, and we're still not able to get fully supplied up here. Is it? I think it's just distance, right? I assume.
Pronto.
Hello, Smurg Smorg. Thanks for 8 months. Pogging in chat. We're pogging in chat. What do I do with you guys? I guess we'll just move some people around. They're making their own divisions, which is cool, and we get control over them. Belgium wants our help against Germany. Yeah, I don't think so, dude. Hey, excavation 2 and 3 simultaneously. That's 20% more resource gain. I'm going to use 1 research to get tier 4. And then, are we good on rubber for now? Are we good on fuel? We're pretty good on fuel, actually. 5 years worth. I think we need to just like buff our infantry. We're getting like stuck. So 5% breakthrough can be good. Is it time for another push? Some of their dudes are out of resources. I could probably do some controlled pushes in here, actually.
Pronto, signore.
By which I mean
Pronto, signore.
strategically select where we have like the best surrounding tile and then just try and like force our way onto it. We're starting to get stalled. And that's with air support. What happened to the, Oh, the little dude is not there. The little railway dude. AKA the rail gun, as it's often known. What if I build a tier 1 rail up there? Because, yeah, we're not getting the railway bombardment.
Formazione.
We ain't gonna make it, chat. Alright, stalemate it is. Are you gonna play Civ 7 when it comes out? I'm sure I will, yeah. I am absolutely certain that I will play Civ 7 when it comes out. Soft attack and breakthrough up. You got it. On the new guns. Chat, can anybody tell me how to upgrade an entire arsenal of guns? Not that I necessarily want to do it now, I just forgot how. Every time I play a Civ on release, I just end up waiting till all the expansions come out. The expansions definitely do make it better, for sure. I'm not really sure how I'm gonna feel about the, like, changing civs in the middle of a game thing. What's up, Firthster? Hello and happy 2 years. Thanks for the 2-year slub. The SSSR is doing work in Turkey? Yeah, no, they're going pretty deep. I'm surprised by how powerful they are. Oh, I know what we could do. Spies. Duh. Let's get spies in Bucharest. And that'll start reducing their entrenchment if we get intel. Did you know about the recycling button on the left of equipment production is a green house with arrows around it? You can click that to enable recycling old and captured equipment. On the left of the equipment production. Yeah, the convert from stockpile. Is this what I'm thinking of? To answer my question that I just asked a minute ago? Convert from stockpile will use outdated equipment or captured equipment within the within the stockpile and convert them into modified vehicles requested from the current production line at a reduced cost. This will continue until the stockpile is empty. So if I click the button, if I click this button, we stop making new guns and we just start upgrading old guns. Is that right? Like full time? Okay. So, question. We have almost 5K spare light tanks. Let's upgrade those as well. Now the airframes, I feel like we don't care if they're a little outdated. Those are fine. So now we just see that we need 187,000 for upgrades. And we'll see how fast that is. Because yeah, I assume it's way faster. Okay, 7 new divisions coming in to Tel Aviv on the Egyptian front. We could try and plan a naval invasion here, but I feel like we'll have this under control, provided that we have convoys. Ace Pilot under call sign Falcon.
Pronto, signore.
Oh yeah, and we have 8 divisions of Crusaders. Okay, I just figured if I use the Crusaders to fight against Egypt from Jerusalem, what does that say about me? I don't know, but the Pope commands it. Therefore, it must be so. We've got 2 line artillery, 1 line anti-air. Only 43 org, which I'd like to go up. But these guys have field hospitals, motorized recon, logistics companies, hell yeah. Anti-tank and Ingies. They are ready to go, dude. Let's take half of them from the west. The real question is, are we cramming too much in that so our supplies won't be able to hack it on the west? Maybe.
Pronto, signore.
That's sort of the big issue, is maintaining the supplies. But as long as our convoys are able to reach, we do have enough trucks. Now, one thing I wanted to do last time that we never did was make an armored car company. I love how I can never do doctrine because I'm spending all my army XP on random divisions. Chat, what if we combined light tanks and armored cars? Well, I guess the downside of that is the light tanks have to be fast, right? That's the big downside, because the armored cars are crazy fast. Our light tanks are 8.5 kilometers per hour. How fast is an armored car? Faster than that. Horsies are only 6.4. Question, what if we replaced all these horsies with motorized? Then we go up to 8.5. And we would need just 1,500 trucks, no big deal. That's going to be a lot of trucks over time. Now, the real question is, how fast is armored cars? $13.2. So way faster. So it's probably better for us. Chad, how do you do an armored car division? You combo them with motorized, I guess. It's armored car plus, sorry, I'm stupid. Okay. Armored cars plus motorized. So 13.2 is truck speed. These are going to be fast. Inside each of these is infantry. They have 10% more defense than Cav. They have 2.5 times as much breakthrough. They have the same soft attack, same hard attack, because it's the same people inside. Obviously, they do take fuel. So the big thing is fuel. So that's going to be stretched with these divisions. Now, the real question is, how much space does armored car take up? 2. Takes 2 combat with. Now, each armored car is not for defense. It's only a +3 defense, but it's +16 breakthrough. So 60% more breakthrough than motorized. And it has almost 15% more soft attack, over twice as much hard attack, even more fuel, and has a little bit of, it has 5.2 armor, so it actually does add some armor to take less damage overall. Okay. So if we can sustain this, this could be insane. To punch through and just yeet ourselves around the front lines and back cap. I say let's go for 240 armored cars. And then What about motorized line artillery? There's going to be even more trucks, but it adds so much soft attack. So these are truck-towed artillery. 15 defense, even more breakthrough. The Pope Mobile divisions. It really is the Pope Mobile divisions. And what if we did motorized anti-tank? The problem we're going to have is organization's going to be real low. Motorized anti-tank will bring us up to double hard attack, 54, and the piercing goes from 7 to 56. I can't even afford this. Motorized anti-air, and then we have like 38 org. Yeah, this is not a good. I think it's just too many armored cars. Because I haven't even added any support companies yet. And this is already 85. Okay, let's just see what it would cost then. We need maintenance company 100%. Let's say field hospitals, armored car recon, and logistics. That would be 36 org like this? Oh, man. Yikes. $40 is about the minimum that I would even want to field. You don't have to have all of these support companies either, or all of these line. I think this is just too greedy. I'm just trying to get 25 combat with. A better way to do that is probably to just add a single unit of maybe like line anti-tank, just so you don't have to worry about coming up against enemy armor as much. And then chuck in 2 more motorized. You still have 144 armored cars per division. And then you just replace probably field hospitals with support arty, and then probably maintenance companies for support anti-air. And then call it a day at 45 org. But that's 135 design. Well, here's what you could do. If you have even one mobile, like I could just copy this and it would probably be cheaper. We actually don't have a default motorized, which is crazy. So we need more army XP. What's up, slubs? Hello, Taco Tyler. Thanks for the 5 gifted. Enjoy Patches, B. McKay or Mackie, Scripps, and Wacky Steve. And then Strawberry Jam Man. Yo, what's up? Thanks for the gift sub. Appreciate the 5 sub support gifted. And War of the Worlds also here for 93 months. Road to 100. The road to 100 is getting dangerously close. And what's up, Voodoo Strife? You're subbing for the Pope Wars. Well, the Pope is currently at war. We're currently just holding the line against Romania. We could probably push in. I'm not sure why we lack air superiority. They have better mission efficiency. Chat, does anybody wanna weigh in on this one? We have 32% detection. They have 5% detection. We have 500 fighters to their 368. We're killing 92 fighters to my 8 lost. But yet we only have 170 air power. Coverage, airbase capacity, and supply. Like, I am slaughtering them 10 to 1. somehow. Introducing cutting-edge radar techniques like monopulse radars in key operations allows for extreme tracking accuracy. Radar station upgrades are possible, which I say, let's go for. You're supposed to be able to control-click to build and place at the beginning of the queue, but it's bugged. You actually can't control-click radar. Don't know why. It's a weird bug. Might be airbase supply. I mean, the zone that the airbase is in is supplied. Hello, Mad Dog Mac. What up? Like, this tile's not supplied, but the airbase is here. So I don't know. IDK. We'll go for max radar since that actually seems to be like helping us significantly right now. Maybe the Papal State is believing the enemy's propaganda. I don't think so. Highly, highly doubt that. We've lost 23 fighters over the months that this has been tracking. No one knows how many months, just months. And we've killed 266. Very curious. Okay, Greece. Can't have you guys being all resistant and whatnot. You instigated this. Free military factories. I wouldn't mind just making some more transport planes, I guess. Like 3 factories on transport planes. We got a reasonable amount of infantry equipment. I feel like we have a lot of everything going on. Should I go ahead and launch another push? Or should I keep waiting until we crack? That's going to take a long time to crack the cipher. Oh dear. Whoa, hey. Okay, those are not mine. Those are not my cruisers. I lost 1 submarine, though. Early submarine hull, they sunk a destroyer, killed 12 of their carrier fighters. At least we know that our fielded air power is interrupting. We got 20 of their carrier planes. So at least these guys are doing something over here, you know? And Air Recon is doing some intel scouting. Because we got, what, 200 fighters for air superiority, and then we got 100 naval bombers. Haven't really been sure if the naval bombers are doing much. And then these guys are standing by. So we're, you know what, I feel like this is... The Eastern Mediterranean is where all the action is happening for whatever reason. So we're going to keep doing naval strikes over here. Send another hundo naval bombers, 200 more fighters, just to try and shred their carriers. And then, actually, you guys go back here. You guys go back to... You don't have to go to Rome. Go to, like, Campania, Interception... over the boot, just to make sure nobody is bombing us by surprise. And then from Rome, we got another 100 airframes that we can bring out and start training. All right, improved air-launched torpedoes, Tier 2 torps. Let's go to Tier 3 torps. We're gonna make the best naval aircraft anti-naval aircraft that we've ever made. So the Marinara Menace, don't mind the guns on these, I'm just experimenting. I haven't been able to deduce one way or the other whether they're doing anything or not so far. But definitely want to add the tier 2s because it's 5 bonus air attack and 4 extra targeting. So I assume just more shots on target. And this will be the Mark II that we will begin making now. This Out of the Park update looks sick. Zayjo, this is like the 5th time I've streamed Hearts of Iron 4 in a row. Your joke is about a week late, but I understand you're probably got a lot of lag and you're just on a delay. Maybe mobile viewer, perhaps. What's up? Okay. Should I make a little poke, make a little prod in here? They're going to be really entrenched. How are the spies doing? They only have a 14% intel network. Machine-assisted encryption is just upping our own cryptology levels so that we don't get decrypted too quickly. Of all of these, I don't really care for most of the agency upgrades. I think the best ones are boost ideology and propaganda sometimes. And then intelligence gained plus 20% is pretty good from operatives. That one's probably worth. The general thinks that this is a risky plan. As it should be. It's attacking into entrenched mountains. Wow. RIP carrier. Okay. See, in this case, the Marinara Menace Mark I did 78% damage to the Glafkos. So they are doing stuff. They're definitely supporting. But yeah, the British just got caught out. They lost the whole carrier, 5 destroyers. And we are nullifying their carrier's air power, I think, with our air superiority. We will strengthen and expand the Royal Guard Corps in order to have reliable troops loyal to the Italian monarchy and capable of performing different roles in any kind of military operation, should the need arise. Modify Regio Esercito, or Esercito, by plus 5% cav defense, don't care. Plus 15 army XP, wowee. We get a new field marshal, that's the best part, and then 3 Italian units. I forgot that I can't pick this because we don't have Vittorio Emanuele or Prince Umberto, so I should have done my research. That was kind of a waste of a 70-day. I just did a waste of a 70-day focus, no big deal. Let's get this last Pope air power one. This one's actually useful. And here are the 3 divisions. 15 combat with, line artillery, support anti-air, support artillery, and support NG companies. Wowee. Wowee. Okay, I'm gonna send you somewhere where I don't really care. Like this border with France. I wish you would only show me that something happened when you have something to report. Poison BL, thanks for half a year sub. What up, Poison BL? I am checking naval report spam, as you do. One has to assume that Romania is taking some casualties now. We're almost 400,000. Romania's done 43,000 in casualties to us. We've done 43,000 back to them. So, you know, equivalent exchange and all that. The cipher for Egypt is fully decrypted. And we should be done justifying against Egypt soon, right? Are we justifying against Egypt? Wait, did I just assume that I was this whole time? That's not aggression. German Empire and the Philippines are improving relations with us. Papal State is overlord, selling equipment. Maybe we're not justifying, and I thought we were. Whoops. So let's just do that. It's easier that way. And while that is plugging away, I said let's do a little probing attack. Because they have fully planned it out at least. We have railroad support, railway gun bombardment, we have air superiority, air support. Let's see if that's enough. Some of them are lacking supplies down here in the south. That's where I really want to take advantage. This is where it's going to be the hardest to get them because they have 6 divisions on the same tile. But since we've already... What's nice about this is we're not actually having to get the river crossing penalties. As long as one unit, in this case this tile, does not have to cross the river, the penalties don't apply, as far as I know. So we shouldn't be getting... Okay, or at least they won't apply to these guys, and they should be the ones leading the attack. So let's see. Yeah, they do not have river crossing debuffs. These guys do. But I don't understand why, actually. Hold on. Is there a river right here? Chad, how do you hide front lines? You would think terrain map mode. I'm paused for a second so I can solve this issue. Because the game says that my guardian angels are crossing a river. But my guardian angels are here. Going that way. There is no river there as far as I know, unless this is a river. And it can't be a river because these guys are not getting the river crossing debuff. Unless this is crossing a river and this is not crossing a river. These are connected without, or I don't know, dude. You think you understand something and immediately proven wrong. So I take back what I just said about the river crossing debuff because I could have sworn that these two being connected should not count as crossing a river. But I guess maybe this is Bend? I don't know. Seems like only the ones in the mountains. Because everyone else is crossing a river. Except for these two. Huh. I thought these were on the same side of the river. Either way, we've taken the spot. We've taken the spot, and I'm not satisfied with that. I want to instantly... Did they say Harza Farza? I want to try and take advantage of this empty spot. So I'm going to send a whole bunch of units on a decoy mission to try and fight these 5. While my guardian angels try and move into a position here on the front. Now, is that a good idea? Maybe not. We'll see. I don't know if I can stop them. Because we lack supplies here as well. So we're going to change motorization. I don't know how we're not able to reach them. We're not very far away. Hey, there we go. All right, now let's back up the Guardian boys. So this is going to create difficulty for them because now they're going to have to fill here, here, and move around as long as we can hold that down. And these guys are almost encircled.
Pronto. Avanzate.
I don't think we're gonna make it to this mountain before they do, so I'm not gonna get too crazy.
Formazione.
Oh, we did. So we didn't quite encircle them, but we're about to.
Formazione.
Because we got 97 against these 4 divisions, and then these 2 are goners. The Pope Pincer. Oh, now they're encircled. 2 divisions popped. And...
Formazione.
why did you guys stop attacking? They're like, you know what? Let's have mercy. Listen, mercy is not for us to dispense. They can plead for it in the afterlife. We have a mission. Finish off Romania. Chat, has he had any more eventful naval battles since the end of the first stream? No, not like super eventful. We're covering the Mediterranean with naval bombers and our own Air Force in a way that I think is discouraging them from using their carriers as much. We just lost another 20,000 casualties. Now, some of those are going to go back into the manpower pool. We're at 500k manpower. So if I wanted to start training some more dudes, I totally could. Well, I'm already training like a bunch of Crusaders, so maybe we just leave it at that for now.
Sì, signore.
I'm worried that we're sending when we should be holding. Am I wasting my manpower or using it well? Maybe we just take a moment, hold the offensive, reinforce. We spread them out a little bit more. We took some land in the mountains. Let's get our organization back up. Let's get entrenched. Let's get the plan. We expanded their front lines. They're starting to get squished. New ace pilot promoted. We sunk a sub. 3 convoys. I felt your frustration losing 20 plus destroyers in the first big one. I'd be curious to see if those losses were fewer if your fleets had arrived simultaneously. It's complicated. It's complicated. Because basically, I don't think that they would arrive simultaneously. I looked into this a bunch, and the way that it works is if you have like a few fleets that are all on patrol missions, then one task force can only patrol one strategic region at the same time. You can't have 2 patrols patrolling the same region. So they won't really group up like that, usually. I believe they can group up because I have definitely seen multiple patrols get engaged in with the same enemy. So I'm not really sure when the circumstances for that arise. Now, strike forces can join a battle from their port and join the battle of the patrols. So if you have a system set up that to intentionally try and get another naval task force to help, that's possible. However, if you make a fleet whose sole purpose is patrolling and spotting, and you have another whose job they never engage, and another task force who just engages, I prefer to just have a patrol who engages. If you're gonna it's just easier, in my opinion. And you don't really have to make any compromises. Because it really doesn't take much to detect, it doesn't really take much spotting power to detect other fleets if you have radar and float plane catapults. So the only way to really get the upper hand numerically, intentionally on purpose, is to have patrols who are armed well and strike forces who are armed well, and then they can combine if the strike force gets there before the enemy flees. Which, if you're reinforcing with large, chunky capital ships, they might be too slow to really get in there. So there are different strategies. Because to me, if you have one fleet that is just spotting and doesn't have really good combat efficacy, and you have another group who's good at combat as a strike force, you may as well just have a patrol that does both. And you will get more consistent kills, in my experience. Now, to that end, we do need to improve the size of our navy. We got 2 light cruisers being produced simultaneously. We need to work on a heavy cruiser. Because these light cruisers by themselves... What is this? Is this a light cruiser? It is a light cruiser. Okay, you guys stop doing naval exercises for a bit. How are we doing on research? It's almost 1944. We definitely have the tech. And we have the Navy XP. So where is the cruiser hull? 1940 cruiser hull. So to make a cruiser heavy instead of light, you have to use the heavy cruiser batteries. Light cruiser batteries will make a light cruiser, heavy cruiser batteries will make a heavy cruiser. So the difference here is basically light attack is going to be better against smaller ships, and heavy attack is going to be better against larger ships. So your heavy cruisers are important to deal with enemy battleships and enemy cruisers. For the most part. 10 heavy attack and also tons of piercing. They also will boost the HP of your vessel to make it itself heavier. So we go from 120 to 168 HP instead of 140 here. I like having anti-air on pretty much all of them. We got tier 3 fire control for bonus hit chances. And then throw on tier 3 radar for another 12 surface detection. Max level cruiser engines. I like the dual purpose secondary batteries because the heavy cruisers here, this just has anti-air on it, and diminishing returns for enemy naval bombers I think is the key to saving your fleet, and I just gonna like to jam pack them with armor. The problem is armor 4 takes twice as much steel as armor 3. So if you don't have a ton of steel, we actually have 122 extra, but that's a bit misleading because we took our supply lines off of manufacturing new guns and we're redoing all the old guns. It doesn't take any extra steel. So that's going to go down by a lot. But while that's going down, we can stop trading. I think I'm just going to use cruiser armor 3 because of the steel. And while this will take 2 more steel for another heavy cruiser battery, I think it's worth having the strong, like if we only have a few heavy cruisers, I want them to pack the biggest punch. So I don't really care about the extra steel now, I think. But if you do care about them, you could just go down to heavy cruiser battery 2. Oh man. Is there like something that's going to show me how much steel it's going to take to make this? Because I am contemplating the budget. Like I'm thinking, wait, wrong button. I'm starting to think if we just do heavy cruiser battery 2, then we can cram on another third heavy cruiser battery and make these things just dominant. I'm going to throw on a float plane catapult because I enjoy the extra detection. I like having 2 anti-air at least on these bad boys. And then we have enough light ships. You don't have to fill all these in also. You could make it leaner and mass produce them. But I like at least 2 anti-air, and then I would contemplate throwing another secondary on. Or you could throw on a 4th of these bad boys. But I feel like 3 is already like pretty substantial. Where does the secondary battery go? You go here. So it can either be a secondary. Yeah. So I could do float plane up there. And then change this into a secondary. I feel like this is pretty solid. 2 secondaries with anti-air capability. 3 heavy 2s, a float plane, 2 anti-air. Yeah. 1940 heavy Calzone Mark 1. So, the heavy calzones... By the way, did I forget to upgrade? Hold on. Yeah, I want the 15% armor. Lock that in. We'll use our industrial org. Alright, these are cruisers. So we'll use CRDA. The thin crust is not outdated. I hate when it, like, says that it is. We're going to recommission it. And then I want to start making 2 of these at the same time. Which is a big ask, because it's going to take a lot of steel. If there's a calzone or carriers called Strombolis, they could be. They could be. So we need 10 naval dockyards. For the time being, I'm just going to strip the destroyers. That way we can start making the heavy calzones. Put them in the Italian sub. No, not the Italian sub. The tapas. They go in the tapas. There we go. And then when we make new dockyards, they will go back onto the... Wait, no, I took them off the wrong thing. These are the destroyers. There we go. We want the light cruisers and the heavy cruisers to be made at full speed. And then we need 10 more of these bad boys. We improved the infrastructure of Italy in a big way, so we got like level 4 out of 5 infrastructure in most of these areas. So I can just... This is what you see is what you get, though. We don't have any space after this. So I'm going to space these out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. At the very least. And then maybe 5 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can a heavy not use 10 yards? Correct. They use more resources and fewer dockyards. Ace pilot promotion spam. All right, our first one will be done in October 1944. That's a whole year from now. So I actually wouldn't mind getting a third one just so that we can front load that initial. Yeah, that's a good idea. Front load the initial. We got level 5 radar over the Mediterranean, which is lovely. We are winning. We've lost 34 fighters to their 334. We are systematically destroying the air force of our enemies over the skies of Romania and Bulgaria.
Formazione.
And we are once again well supplied up here, but we've lost 427,000 casualties. Romania's inflicted 73K. We've inflicted 78K back to Romania. I feel like we're the only ones doing anything against Romania right now, and they're not even close to capitulating. I want to make, maybe we'll just edit and duplicate this. Instead of Olive Outriders, chat, what would you call, we're going to call these the Breadstick Brigade. For the armored cars. Replace all the horses with trucks. I don't know if we have enough points. We'll find out. And then replace these trucks with, actually, no, we're going to leave a couple of them. No light tanks. Armored car. At least 2 squads of armored car. Each one of these is going to add like 13 soft attack, 4 hard attack. Really, it's the 16 breakthrough that you're paying for. So this is going to be like a 32 breakthrough bonus. And then a mobile motorized arty, possibly. Or just, no, I said I was going to do motorized anti-tank. Just because it's only 1 combat width. And that takes you from almost 30 hard attack to 55. It gives you a ton of piercing, just in case you run into enemy armor. I don't like the 46 org. But it's going to be higher once we get some development on the doctrines. Words are hard. I might even swap another one. Because our breakthrough goes up by another 5. Soft attack up, hard attack up. And we have a ton of armored cars. We have 76 hundo armored cars. I kind of want even more. But then we'll have under 40 org. And that'll be 264 armored cars per squad, which is insane. And they have no anti-air. Maintenance companies for armored cars just seem necessary because the fuel bonuses. Chat, what would you drop here if you wanted to have... I guess we don't really need anti-air in this squad. But I guess we're not going to have field hospitals either, are we? We got maintenance, engineers, logistics, light armored recon, and support artillery. Would you drop any of that? Anti-air is just for fools with no air superiority. Very true. The flying spaghetti monsters are dominating the skies. That could be like, if we make a large fighter, it could be that, like a super heavy fighter. I feel like this is okay. The only thing I'm missing is field hospitals in my mind. Is there an icon for armored cars on here? Because I feel like I need that. I'm surprised there's not. We have the truck icon, which I guess it is. Okay. The Breadstick Brigade. 39 org, 260 armored cars, insane 12-kilometer max speed, insane breakthrough. It's got some anti-armor in case it bonks into a tank. Save it and let's start training. So if we train 8 simultaneously, that will need 340 trucks times 8. How many trucks is that? 3,000 trucks? Oh my god. We have 6,000 trucks. That's not really a good surplus. I don't think, anyway. I only want to make 8 total breadstick brigades, though. My truck supply is about to go way down. Armored cars, we have plenty of those. Yeah, we're down to 3.4K trucks. Those are some juicy divisions, but I've been wanting to train them for a long time, so it's all good. All right, we're doing convoy escorts in the Mediterranean. We're not really seeking and destroying right now. We're taking out enemy fighters over the Eastern Mediterranean. We got naval superiority. We're sinking submarines. I got naval bombers. Ding, 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 ding. Here's my question. When are we going to bring this fleet in? This fleet's got 20 destroyers and 2 light cruisers. I just don't think we're ready until we get heavy cruisers for the modern Navy surprise. Or we could just filter them into the existing fleets. And that's a possibility too. That way they're at least doing something instead of sitting at port. I think maybe the best thing they could do, they can actually do convoy escort here, 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 and here. But I'm just going to tell them to never engage. Do not engage, if possible. See, they're currently repairing. 94%. I'll just let them finish. Okay, I see a lot of supplies getting lost by the Romanians in the north. We could try another push, or we can just chill. Bulgaria's maybe starting to push back. It's hard to say. Here's my question. When do we get another land doctrine? We have got mobile warfare for a reason. And this is all infantry motorized and mechanized plus 10 org. That should probably be our next objective. What's up, Boom You? How's it going? We're gonna keep ignoring Belgium's phone calls. Let's trade with the SSSR. Not France. Actually, we could trade with China easier. We shot down the Baron. The Baron was a feared pilot with many Italian lives on his conscience. We shot down an enemy ace, I suppose. Uh-oh. Large ships on low strength. That's not gonna be good. Dangerous naval invasion in the Benelux. Oh god, Britain. Good luck, Benelux. I don't know how you guys have survived this long, but I can't help you. You're on your own. There is an Omega fleet of British and Greek troops slaughtering. Oh my god. Who asked about the decisive naval combats earlier? Rip. Yep, just a casual 17 destroyers sunk in like 5 seconds. No biggie. Just lost 17 destroyers in a single Mediterranean battle. To their 3 destroyers. They died glorious heroes. So I assume that... See, here's the thing, right? I don't understand how this is able to happen logically. We have air superiority over the region. We have scout airplanes over the region who have literal built-in like magnifying camera glasses for more information and intel. We have full radar coverage over the Mediterranean, and my fleet is set to only engage low-risk targets. So how do they get locked into combat for so long that they lose 17 destroyers in a single battle? Paradox said Navy's where they want it to be. It's fixed. There's no problems. Like, I understand they have a way stronger force, right? They have 12 light cruisers, 5 battleships. Actually, no. Yeah, we have 6 light cruisers, 3 battleships. There's our primarily early hulls. I've upgraded all of my early hulls. They had 30 destroyers. We had 24. The 4 carriers shouldn't matter because we have air supremacy. I have hundreds of fighters. I have 500 fighter wings assigned to the Eastern Mediterranean. Or 500 fighters in 5 fighter wings. Actually, no, 400. Are your destroyers old slow? It's early hulls fighting early hulls, except I upgraded all of my early hulls with better guns, engines, and anti-air, and they didn't. So basically, the rules are made up and don't matter. I think is the explanation. I'm going to just read it between the chatters who are just making wild guesses that explain the situation logically to them. Because it's not naval bombers. I believe they're naval bombers called Shark. Because the other things are like actual ship names. And so enemy ship damage, their naval bombers only damage 1 ship. This part of the UI is also bad. Yeah, no, that's true. It looks like you did a lot of damage, just not sink them. Well, I did like 1% damage. I don't know, dude. I'm just saying, why can't they just not engage until they're all dead? We're getting killed by early heavy ship hull, converted battleships, early destroyers, 1936 destroyers, 5 early pre-war heavy ship hulls, and then some like 1, 2, 3, 4 1936 light cruisers, and then the rest earlies. Early heavies shouldn't hit destroyers according to Paradox, but they do. Heavy attack is way too strong at killing everything. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. It's just if you have heavy attack, you win. Because you can look at it and confirm it with who gets the kills. So you'll see the heavy ships and the other light cruisers have most of the killing blows. And then if you get past the cruisers, the destroyers, I'm looking, I haven't seen one destroyer. Okay, this is the first time a destroyer has a killing blow. Second, I believe it's only 2. Yeah, their destroyers only killed 2 of my ships. Their heavies, because there's just so many of them, get every single kill. I don't know. Anyway. The only thing that I can assume happened is my fleet engaged the Greek fleet, which was smaller, and then the British fleet joined in or something. That's pretty much the only thing I can come up with. But they gotta be based out of these two, and my naval bombers didn't do shit. I have 200 naval bombers and 400 fighters supporting over here that apparently did not get even a single kill. I think. Maybe 1 kill. So IDK. And I'm just going to tell this fleet to repair now. I did a super heavy battleship meme run as the US, and it felt like I was nuking enemy fleets with 100 heavy attack. Yeah, I mean, right now the Navy is stack heavy attack and then have enough destroyers that can be basically overshields for your big ship. Is how it works. You just need a ton of heavy attack. And you can kill pretty much everything. Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't work the same way as like ground combat, where you have armor and piercing, and then you have soft attack and hard attack. You would think that it works the same. But since our naval bombers aren't doing shit here, let's move them all over the Aegean. I'm gonna try this. Actually, yeah, I don't know, are they in the Aegean? If I right-click on these islands, I think they're in the Aegean and not connected to the land tile over there. It's hard to say. But yeah, let's get, my naval bomber boys. Where are they? These guys? Let's try doing port strikes as well. Battleships historically did very little in World War II. Carrier planes and torpedoes did most of the work. Yeah, torpedoes, I think, are bugged. I'm not sure, but I think they are. Unread port strike results. All right, well, let's just start striking the ports. And on top of that, I have another hundo that I can put to work. So we'll have 300 naval bombers over the Aegean until they get a success somewhere. Okay, recon plus 200%. We need to get all these upgraded. It's kind of embarrassing that my logistics companies are behind everything else. We have 5 research slots, but doesn't feel like it. Dude, Gamer Deathbot, how are you here already, bro? But yeah, this is where they're docking. Right here. Port strikes also only seem to chip away at the ships. No real Pearl Harbor capabilities. Yeah, but we're not even getting them when they're out and about. So right now, my naval bombers aren't up to it. And we just started to make, like, the better torpedo versions. We'll see if that ends up making a difference or not. All right, I need to assign all these railguns to different armies. Nope. Stop spamming me, bro. Why? It's like mid-game Hearts of Iron spam.
Formazione.
That's a lot of dudes right there.
Pronto.
Okay, I'm gonna give each of you a railgun, assuming that it survives the trip across the Mediterranean. Boop. Boop. And then a railgun for you. And then why not give one to you guys as well? I don't really want to make a ton of railguns at the moment, so we're gonna take a little bit of that production power off. Put, let's get 2 more on trucks. And 1 more machine encryption, and then they won't be able to encrypt us ever again. Yeah, their supplies are real stretched in the north. I feel like we could probably make another push right here. I just don't know if I feel like fighting them through the mountains. Aren't fleets extra vulnerable in port? In real life, yes. In Hearts of Iron, no. Yeah, it's pretty much spot on. Lose 2 naval bombers. I don't know if they're actually doing anything or not. Hey, we sunk 3 submarines. That's something, maybe. It just keeps giving me reports that nothing happened. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Why are you telling me this? They just wanted me to know. All right, we got another Hundo close air support. I wonder if these 2 will join up. There's an Air Force upgrade. Long has the papacy been oppressed by foreign forces. However, we can optimize our Air Force and fighter training programs to allow the much cheaper yet braver pilots. Wait, what? Bringing the golden dominion of the Catholic Church to our enemies from the skies. What do you mean, cheaper but braver pilots? What does that mean? This will be our grandest requiem. Plus 15 air XP. We have 500. I need to spend air XP. I just looked at that. I just noticed I had 500. Add the golden wind, which grants plus 15% to air range. It's the song, dude. These songs. Air mission efficiency plus 20%. Untrained pilots penalty for new air wings minus 30%. Oh, that's what it means. And ground attack factor plus 15%. So we are just way, way more better. Way more better. Let's continue developing Eritrea. We haven't done that in a while. So I want to see that increased range. I assume the circle's just larger. There's too many planes here, boys. You guys need to spread out a little bit. Okay, let's take a quick GDB and then come back and then win in Romania and then figure out how not to lose every ship in our fleet simultaneously. Maybe I will just use the ships we already have to reinforce, okay? I'm trying to build my fleet. Look, once I start getting these heavy cruisers out, we win. It's pretty much that simple. Once the heavy cruisers start coming out, we win. Where did all of my dockyards go, actually? Are they doing repairs? It's probably repairs. I'm building more. All right. Dude, it's December 1943. We got to make some more headway today. We got to make some more progress. Boom you, thanks again for the 40-monther. I appreciate it. Thanks for chilling with us today. I'm glad the internet seems to be working, knock on wood. And I'll be back in just a few minutes. Hang tight. Yo. What's up? Okay. We are back. What up? What are we doing? I don't know. What are we doing? What are any of us really doing? Let's just take a moment to chill and take a look as to whether there's anything that really needs doing right now. Let's go ahead and diversify the elite forces. This is for like special forces. You can take 2 special forces branches instead of 1. May as well just click it because it's just political power. Nothing else here. We can actually go directly to all adults must serve if we want. We've got another 780,000 manpower, up from 100,000. Service by requirement is still taking us up to 10, so we're not even done recruiting yet. We're at 7.68% of that 10% manpower, so that's going to keep going up. So we can really start pushing some people out if we want. We can also just go for super juiced thick divisions if we want, or we could just have a bunch of small. I think it's better to have a bunch of like regular divisions because we need to cover more front lines for the future. We're already on limited exports and total mobilization, so all those things are good. Do we like infrastructure, civilian factory, and railway build speed? I think that's good. Political power gain plus 15% is unnecessary at this point. Last time I started talking about this guy yesterday, because I looked at this dude yesterday and was like, I need to replace him. And then I looked over and the stream was out. So, try to catch up on the oh yeah. And then I was like, well, I can't change him because there's no one to change him to. The Pope has no cardinals. Yeah, we've already had this conversation. Deja vu. Because we don't need daily democracy support and we don't need daily support for unaligned. So we're stuck with these political advisors whether we want them or not, which is weird. And mobile warfare doctrine bonus, industrial research speed. Are we maxed on industrial? Yeah, we're maxed on everything except excavation, so I think this is replaceable. Why don't we change the research bonus out for plus 10% coordination might actually be OP. Might be. If you consider that on the research tree, the only way to get plus coordination is radio, which is plus 4. And then each one of these is plus 1. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's like 7 researches worth of coordination. If you don't know what coordination is like your units, if let's say 6 of your divisions are attacking an enemy tile and there's 3 units on the enemy tile, do they split their damage between all 3, or are they coordinated and they all attack one at a time? It's like a World of Warcraft raid where everyone needs to focus the same elite or boss. You know, you want your damage to be concentrated so you keep knocking another person out. So plus 10% coordination is pretty cool. I like that one. And then we've got supply hub and railway construction speed. Factory and dockyard output plus 3%. It's not bad just for a little industrial concern. Actually, this is just the better version of what we already had. We must have unlocked this and I didn't notice. Construction speed up. And we don't really have, the problem is we don't really have any electronic speed. So I'd say it's either the 3% factory and dock output or the 5% recon. I'm gonna go 10% cord. That just sounds good. Ducati. We'll go with Ducati. And then none of these guys. All right. So that's all set. Intelligence agency wise, I feel like we got one dude in the UK. He's chilling. One person on defense. Two people in Bucharest getting intel. They're our current enemy. So we know exactly that they've got 839,000 deployed manpower. And they've got 60, we got a lot of intel on them now. 66 infantry templates. We can see their military staff bonuses, how much research they've done. You can actually spy on their research. I don't know if you knew that. I almost never do this, but it's nice to know that you can. See what their tank technology is, see their artillery, so they got level 3 arty. How's their Air Force? Only 5 airplanes. I have murdered all their airplanes. And they have about 19 ships. And their airplanes, you can actually see their airplane research. They're trying to research improved small airframes. Maybe we can spy on British ships. I mean, I already have intel on them. I'm allergic to getting too much intel on the Union of Britain. The problem is I can look at this and my eyes glaze over because I don't really know if this is good or bad. I feel like I need to look at the actual ship, like the details. I don't really know how to do that. Because this technically tells me all of their stats, but this, I don't really know the numbers. All I know is their big ships have tons of heavy attack, and that's what's killing me right now. So we're currently trading for too much steel until such time comes as my production lines are done upgrading all of our existing guns. Which I don't know if I want to keep doing or not. The logistics are getting to be a big conundrum here, where we're far enough in the campaign where it's difficult for me to tell where we're succeeding and where we're failing, if that makes sense. Okay, let's we're building some radar. We're building some dockyards. 420 PP. Yeah, we do have 420 PP. Maybe we should train some more divisions. The thing is, I don't really want to do too many more breadsticks because that takes so many trucks. The Crusaders take a lot of artillery, but we have we still have 10K artillery, 12K. Is anybody else like me in that you will avoid training units if they come out staggered? Like, if I'm going to train 24 divisions, I want them to come out at the same time. I don't know why. I'd rather wait for these guys to be done, then train a ton of people at the same time. Spend air XP? Don't worry, we're going to. Following an American incursion into the American military base at the Panama Canal, troops on both sides of the border have been mobilizing for war. Though the Mexicans struck first, seizing the strategically important canal zone, the Americans seem to be the ones launching an offensive to punish their insolent neighbor. The gutter press is denouncing the Democratic Party as a clique of bandits who have no respect for international law and calling for regime change. If a second Mexican-American war breaks out, it would be fought in the harsh and unforgiving terrain of mountains and deserts with much greater loss of life than the small scuffle of 1847 which preceded the Mexican cession. Well, Mexico now controls territory all the way down into South America, fighting against the Empire of Brazil. I am like that and put them under the same commander? These dudes take quite a bit of equipment. We have the infantry equipment, but yeah, the anti-tank trucks and artillery. These are like my new super unit with the double line arty, single line anti-air. Let's train 12 more divisions, assuming that we have the logistics to support that. Which I feel like we do. Okay, now, is it time to try a push into Romania? We've killed almost 400 fighters to our 41 lost. Our air power is substantial. Radar coverage is decent down here. I like to fix that by sending them out early when I'm not at war and then immediately run into crippling logistics nightmares. Oh dear, yeah, I almost never send them out early. Maybe I should
Pronto, signore.
start doing that more often. What is wrong with you guys? Not you, Chad. I know what's wrong with you.
Si, signore.
Why is there one, like, baby line right there?
Pronto, signore.
Yeah, these guys are way out of position.
Pronto, signore.
All right, we brought in a couple, like a little bit of light tanks. Nothing crazy. Got 10 of their convoys. Smoked them.
Formazione. Pronto, signore.
Pronto, signore. Pronto, signore. Please don't spam me with icons unless something happened, dude. Why do those even pop up? It is definitely spam o'clock in the Hearts of Iron campaign.
Pronto, signore.
Pronto, signore. Mid-game Hearts of Iron. Why would I want to pay plus 10% production resources for support equipment? Why? Or why would I want minus 10% reliability? No, I don't want any of this junk. This sucks. I either pay 10% more resources or I lose 10% reliability. I don't want either of those. And I can't take this one because these are mutually exclusive. So yeah, I guess that's just going to be an icon at the top of the screen now.
Pronto, signore.
One brain cell and we all have to share. You guys don't share. What are you talking about? Okay. Maybe we just do a little manual push. Or we just sit tight, hold the line. Invading Romania is such a pain. It is, yes. It's so mountainous. Okay, let's do this. Number one, this admiral's level 6. And he's got an upgrade. I'm not convinced torpedoes do anything. Let's do naval damage plus 10%. I don't know what that means, but sure, destroyer leader. Maybe destroyers do more damage. Maybe one day they'll actually get a kill. Unlikely, but maybe. Should I just filter the new Navy in with the old Navy? Don't, chat, I know what you're gonna do. Don't do it. Let's combine both of these and then split them again. I know what you're thinking. I said Old Navy. Advanced Centimetric Radar. That is max level radar. Max level radar stations. We got some upgrades for boats that we could do with that. Static anti-air chance factor up. So if we had any static anti-air, which I don't, it'd be really useful there. Let's just get that final level of excavation. We got a bunch of research popping. I'm gonna freaking do it, man. I am gonna freaking do it. Okay. So you guys go have 32 ships in one, 32 ships in the other. All right, you guys go here and do your repairs. Support weapons 4. We have been slacking on the upgrading our infantry troops, and we're kind of relying on them, so 5% breakthrough defense is good. Let's get them some anti-tank, some hard attack and piercing. And then we got super torpedoes, potentially. Advanced air-launched torpedoes. By combining the latest technologies, we can create highly advanced torpedoes for our aircraft. I can't believe that typo's still in the game. It's been years. They don't even know. And let's get... I'm kind of happy with where the planes are at right now. I'll tell you what I'm not happy about. The support companies are lacking, and it's all my fault. Let's do the NG companies. Killing convoys. Killing convoys. We got 4 Crusaders. We're going to leave right there. Port strike. We actually got a destroyer. We killed a destroyer in port. Wow. I'm shocked. And that's the final level of encryption. So we're as encrypted as we can get. What is coordinated strike effectiveness for portable radios? I think I'm kind of done with this for now. So, edit the naval bombers again. We just did, but now we do it again. So, is it worth doing heavy torp mountings? I think so. 22 naval attack, 10 targeting. They're heavy. And the design cost is up. Now, we can't do this because the weight exceeds it. So I was just experimenting with fighter weapons. It's not a good experiment, so we're going to remove those. And just give them air support as well. We were doing a test because air attack says air attack helps counter enemy air superiority effects. So the theory was if we give air attack to Marinara, to the, you don't know what Marinara Menace is, to the naval bombers, maybe that counters enemy air superiority without having to build extra fighters. But at this point, I think I'm prepared to just switch to the heavy torps and call it a day there. These will be the Mark IIIs. But yeah, I was just doing a little science experiment. Doesn't take much off the production efficiency, which is nice.
Pronto, signore.
Okay, now, another thing we need to do is upgrade a bunch of our ships, which I say we hold off on doing for now until we get, like, the 1944 tech. Let's just keep developing what we're developing at the moment. Hey, my naval bombers sunk the pride of the Greece fleet. Unfortunately, it's just a coastal defense ship. but there you go. Get in there. Got any paratroopers? Nope. I barely have any transport planes. I have started making more transport planes soon. I have started making transport planes and will have more soon. The production efficiency cap is still catching up. And I'm also like 15, 30, 45, 60. We actually have 75 civilian factories building naval dockyards, which is a little crazy. Ace pilot promoted. We're effectively ready to get that infrastructure upgrade. Where I like going through, finding wherever we have like raw materials and supplies and getting those up to high level. Like here, for example. We were also getting close to annexing Greece. No, sorry, Spain. Completely different country. Brain not work so good today. And to do that, we were sort of just like, you have to build things for them. So I think there's nothing wrong with doing like a nice infrastructure upgrade for Spain as well, just to build points to try and annex. So we'll start with that. And then we'll get a couple of them working now, just so that that can like, we can start accumulating those points. All right, should I try and make a push into... What's wrong? What?
Pronto, signore.
Is it just me? Or are we missing some troops on this front? It kind of feels like we're missing some.
Sì, signore. Formazione.
I'm gonna grab...
Formazione.
Like, I feel like we're spread really thin on a really small front line. Well, that'll be helpful. A coup in Romania. As dissatisfaction with the country's leadership has risen to dangerous levels in Romania, Prince Michael has integrated a coup with the aid of substantial elements of the military. Early reports say it's successful, and King Michael has announced he has assumed the role of head of state, intending to give Romania the leadership it desires. Okay, so it's a coup, but not like... Top Tile has like 10 units. Yeah, I don't... Oh, there's a... It keeps creating these secret front lines.
Formazione.
It's so weird. I don't know why it's like splitting them off like that.
Formazione.
Yeah, that is odd.
Pronto, signore.
But you're right, Apatos. It keeps like creating a tiny fractional
Pronto,
front
signore.
line and then assigning the units to them for whatever reason. So I thought we didn't have enough, and it turns out we don't. There you go. I was right. China, I will buy a lot of your steel. Thank you. To make boats faster. There's gotta be a quality of life way. Okay, sunk, look at that. Sunk one destroyer. Good, naval bombers just keep chipping away at their navy. Seems good.
Sì, signore.
Eventually, I don't really like having to figure out what to do with these Spanish troops. Maybe I'll just create a different army and put them on the front line. France has really amassed a lot of units on our fronts, haven't they? I think we've got enough to hold it down.
Pronto, signore.
Pronto, signore. All right, I say it's time to make a little push. Hello, I did not even mean to click that, but okay. Eritrea is our oldest colony in Africa and easily one of the most valuable. With its excellent strategic position, it can easily be built up to a cornerstone of our colonial empire. All right, you know what? Well, let's just keep developing. It's only 35 days. It's only 35 days. Now we should be able to make some decisions. Or am I wrong? Have I misunderstood this? So in Ethiopia, I think it unlocked... We had the electricity choices in Ethiopia. I think Eritrea was just one infrastructure, one building slot. I thought there were going to be more decisions, but no. Alright, that's fine. Ooh, we got another destroyer. Just keep sinking them, boys. Now, up here, I feel like this is where they're weakest. This tile right here, maybe? Because their org is already low. Let's get our strongest units. We got the Guardians.
Pronto.
But I don't know if they
Signore.
are enough by themselves. Especially if they get reinforced from here. But they're low on supplies. Fighting into the mountains is not exactly fun. But we do have air support. And I don't know where... the railgun is. I don't think we have a rail that connects up there. Probably. Chad, do you want to check and see how the rest of the world is doing? It kind of seems like the Soviets are surprisingly adept in this campaign, dare I say. They've been holding their ground as the United States declares war on the Mexican junta. I honestly thought the Confederate European nations were just going to wipe the floor with them, but I have to assume that the problems that they've encountered include being at war with the Union of Britain, and I feel like they've probably overcommitted to South America. There's too many wars happening. The British-Italian War, that's me. Britain's lost 970k, almost a million. We've inflicted 600,000 casualties. Romania's lost 300,000. Maximus Portugal 400k. So in this particular war, Germany's lost almost 450. Who's the biggest loser? We've lost 430. So let's put it like this. We've got about 430,000 casualties, but we've inflicted 950, 1,050,000, 1.4. We've inflicted 1.4 million casualties while taking 400,000. I think that's pretty good. Now the Soviet-German war, the Soviets have lost 2.5 mil, and the Germans have lost 3.6. This is actually the best I've ever seen the Soviets do. It turns out they just needed to give up. Stalin just needed to cede to the SSSR. Like, the Soviets are at 2.5 mil and the Confederate Europeans are at 6.4 mil. That's insane. I wonder where they're dying. Like 1.35 million Polish, almost a million Austria-Hungary, and then 3.6 million German. The SSSR is actually like going ham. And then the Mexican-German war, the Germans have lost another 500k, 1.23 million Confederate European casualties, mostly in Brazil. And the Hispanic Alliance has lost almost 2 mil. Another Mexican-German war, just to be confusing, that's the junta. Soviet-German war, isn't that what we just looked at? I think that's what we just looked at. This one includes Ecuador and Belgium, apparently. We haven't joined up. At what point do we join our neighbors Belgium and just crack? Dude, I feel like if Belgium holds out a little longer, which it doesn't look like they're going to, but if they do we just print 20 divisions of Crusaders, 8 divisions of Breadstick Brigade, and just knock on the underbelly of Austria-Hungary and just go straight for Berlin? Because they're barely holding out. Let's see, we think that they have like 2.5 million deployed manpower, though. That's the trick. We can't be at war with Romania when that happens, I think. I'm worried about France still too. I've got other objectives first. They're gonna have to wait. My other objective is Egypt, which we're still justifying on, and then France.
Formazione.
Okay, let's get organized again. I keep saying this.
Sì, signore.
I'm gonna select all the divisions that are specifically being made
Sì, signore.
by Spain and put them in their own group.
Pronto. Pronto.
No offense, Spain.
Formazione.
It's just so I know who's who. Because if you start running out of supplies, I can't resupply the armies.
Pronto.
Do we have another
Sì,
field
signore.
marshal? We do. Giuseppe. Infantry officer. Expert delegator. General max army group size +2. Ooh, that guy's kind of fun. And then I would think offensive doctrine, we're going to be aggressive.
Pronto, signore.
I want to Okay, once Romania capitulates, I'm going to reorganize every general. For now, I'll just give them a random guy, put him on the border, and then start exercising. All right, planes. Planes. I remember. Air doctrine. I was trying the right path just to see what happens. We don't do strategic bombing, so not super useful. Air support, mission efficiency up is good. Strategic bombing, we don't really do. Ace generation chance and air superiority missions better. Okay. And then the last one is bomber defense plus 20%. Sure, cram it all in there. There you go. What about boats? We may as well take a boat one. Submarine detection plus 5%, submarine org plus 10. Boom. All right, sick. Meanwhile, there, I did the thing that chat reminded me to do. SSSR being the only country on that side. Yeah, it is crazy. They normally don't do nearly that well.
Pronto, signore. Formazione.
I wonder if we can like push in here too. Luxembourg joined the United States.
Formazione.
So what you're saying is we're putting them in a bit of an awkward situation here.
Pronto, signore. Formazione. Avanzate. Avanzate.
A very awkward situation indeed.
Pronto.
Maybe I just go ahead and launch the full attack. Or I can just keep doing little surgical strikes.
Continuate ad avanzare.
Justification for conquering Cairo is complete. Okay, yeah, I definitely want to take advantage of that. But when we take these little tiny inroads, it forces them to cover way more ground, right? Because if you look at it like this, they were just defending here, but now they have to defend here, here as well. So it's like twice as many defensive spots. So if we just keep making moves, because now we can go boom, boom.
Pronto, signore.
And we might not be able to finish them off
Fuoco nemico.
because we're losing org. But it puts us in a better spot, I think. This isn't bad. The Battle of Nicosia. Ran into an early cruiser. We sunk 8 destroyers. So we finally got a little comeuppance. We lost 3 submarines. And probably took some damage. Sunk a convoy, sunk 4 convoys. Sunk a light cruiser with airplanes only. Lost 13 naval bombers in a tragic accident. Are you guys okay, or do you need to repair? I think I'm just going to change... Why did they go on never repair? All right, high priority repairs. How much stronger are your divisions compared to Romania? My divisions are pretty good. The combat width of a couple of them are not good, but we do have these brand new Crusaders who have 25 combat width, perfect for the mountains, double line artillery, motorized recon, anti-tank, NGs. Theirs are... Template details, no intel, requires 80% army intel, so I'd have to get more intel on them. But I'm pretty sure that ours are much stronger. Well, we have the capacity to get into Cairo here. I think the only worry is whether or not they join the British and whether we can get in there before they reinforce. That would be the only threat. We definitely outnumber them. No naval invasion set up. But we got some air power. And I want to get some more fighters in here. So let's get these dudes. There's another 100 fighters here. 200 close air support. On this side, we got air superiority, close air support. Over this little pocket. Okay, looks good. Who else is chilling here? We got another hundo fighters. And these dudes are close air support. We'll do another hundo close air support. So we got at least 200 fighters and 200 close air support there. I got naval bombers waiting for orders. Let's do naval strike over the Mediterranean, and then I want to reroute some of these fighters over the Mediterranean. All right, it's game time, dude. We scoping the Pope. We scoping the Pope. The Papal State has declared war on Egypt.
Formazione. Formazione.
All right, Italo Balbo.
Formazione.
We got a bunch of divisions over here ready to go. We can also give them some awards. Let's do supply consumption down for you. Oh wait, I forgot that lowers division defense. I guess that's okay. We're primarily offense focused anyways. All right, launch the invasion from the east.
Signore.
Oh wait, that's that's the wrong group.
Formazione.
Sorry. Launch the invasion from the east. Launch the invasion from the west. They joined the communist alternative. Surprise, surprise. Who could have seen this coming?
Avanzate.
All right, I want the people on the east to be more aggressive and let the tanks try and back cap, because that is what they do.
Forza, forza.
Look at these little tanks, vroom vroom. Resource gain efficiency plus 10%. All right, let's go ahead and finish off the support companies. Let's get the maintenance boys. Wow, we had another naval battle, pretty decisive. 6 destroyers sunk. Is that the Egyptian fleet? Yeah. Got the Egyptian fleet. And another Greek cruiser. But what's up, Durf on Turf? Greece has called Egypt as our enemy.
Formazione.
That does not surprise me.
Pronto, signore.
All right, so my goal is to just take Port Said
Forza.
with my tanks. This is what they're for. They're not even like that fast. They're 7.4 kilometers per hour, right? Which is still almost 4 times as fast as infantry. So, you know, compared to that, it's quite fast. But yes, we take the port.
Sì, signore.
And then just keep moving.
Formazione.
And this is why you do extra fuel tanks. Because now we're on the border with Cairo.
Formazione.
And we have cut these dudes out.
Pronto, signore.
And I'm just gonna send my light tank division into Cairo and just wait for reinforcements. That's how it's done right there. Now let everybody else group up.
Formazione.
We've got a 9 division encirclement possibly coming if we can get to this tile before they can. Couldn't quite make it there. And then on the western side, we're making nice push to El Alamein. Alamein. I think we just took a nice encirclement because I see they're down to 4 divisions. How many did I say there were? Yeah, we just did 134,000 casualties. That was... Yes, we just took out like 70,000 Egyptian troops in one quick encirclement. And now we got another 3 divisions gone, deleted. Now we get to move up to Cairo.
Pronto, signore.
Dude, having the speed and those light tanks it makes it. Now let's march to Alexandria.
Formazione.
And I'll send the tanks. Hello? Whoop. Okay, that was not a naval invasion sound, chat. That was the sound of 28 of our destroyers getting sunk in one battle. Is that bad? These are all of my old destroyers. Here's you want to know what my conclusion is? Upgrading your early war fleet is completely pointless. That's my conclusion. Trying to, like, I think I can definitively say that trying to upgrade your early war fleet is pointless. What even happens? Where is this, by the way? It's in the Eastern Mediterranean. And the ships that were trying to get away are getting chased down. I hate the Navy stuff, LMFAO. Dude, it's unbelievable. They're not, for the record, my fleet is... Well, you're not going to be able to see them now because they've been obliterated. But my fleet is on engage at low risk. Repair priority high. Automatic split off enabled, and they're only on convoy escorts. So we're not even like patrolling. They're just getting spotted and like systematically eliminated. But like, come on, man. 28 ships plus a light cruiser in a single battle? Why does it have to be one side that gets absolutely obliterated and the other side doesn't every single time? Because here's what's going to happen. We're going to just dock all of our ships until I have a proper navy. And then when I bring my navy out, I will be the one obliterating their navy. And it's like, I don't understand why there's just two binary outcomes. You either wipe out the enemy fleet or you get wiped out. It doesn't matter if you have split enabled or not, Psycho Seal. This would be the same either way. I don't believe that automatic splits them off during a battle. They still have to retreat first. You can't detach from the combat force until there is no combat. Because retreating ships have to go through the same thing as anybody else. In this case, for example, you can see that my whole fleet is retreating with the arrows. The golden arrows pushing away. So everyone here is disengaging. There's not just like one ship that's disengaging and the other ones aren't. So I think you just made up the part about retreating destroyers mid-battle are easy targets. But just FYI. It would have happened regardless. 28 destroyers gone. Okay, well, the bad news is we're just gonna, like, the whole Navy is just gone. That's the number one thing that I would say. I've heard chat last stream ask, why would you want a Hearts of Iron 5? What would be different? Navy combat. And even if it worked the same mechanically, there has to be more information provided to the player. You know what I'm saying? You can't just be like, you lost 30 ships, and here's who killed them. There's no information available. So you don't know what you're doing right, you don't know what you're doing wrong, you don't know what you should be doing differently. There needs to be a recap of events, for example. There should be a log that says, Naval Group was on patrol in this area. They were spotted by blank and ambushed. Or they were chasing a small group of submarines before enemy strike force engaged in an ambush. And they tried to escape. But like, there needs to be like some kind of... it doesn't have to be a story. It just needs to tell you what happened. You just look at it and go, oh, everyone's dead. I wonder how that happened. Somebody has to be alive for an after-action report. I understand the basics of land combat, but the Navy system eludes me. The Navy system is really not that complicated. It's really this simple. Which side has more heavy attack? They win. That's pretty much it. It's unfortunately simple. I'm not even convinced torpedoes do anything. Actually. But anyway, Jesus Christ, man. Like 28 ships simultaneously is stupid.
Pronto.
We got Alexandria, we got Cairo. I think Egypt is toast. I simply use Navy bombers instead. I've got those too, and they don't do anything.
Pronto, signore.
Their effectiveness is definitely diminished over, like, I think they've been nerfed. I believe they've just been nerfed. All right, Egypt is dead. We're going to the Luxor.
Pronto, signore.
Egypt has capitulated, and Papa Pio announces they could no longer withstand the pressure. So, two things. Number one, we got more coast to defend. Number two, we don't even have to really worry about defending the coast because they can still launch a naval invasion from Greece if they can get there.
Pronto, signore.
They want 102 divisions minimum. I can't give you that. What I can give you is the need for 147 divisions. Okay, actually, here's a better idea. You guys stick to what you know.
Formazione.
We got 18 boys here guarding against naval invasions. The new plan is just going to be to train some colonial guard.
Si, signore.
We just need to defend like all of this coast and the Suez. I wouldn't mind defending both sides anyways. It shouldn't be hard to just train a host of more Coast Guard. Did somebody say 36 divisions of Coast Guard?
Si, signore.
Okay,
Pronto, signore.
think, chat.
Pronto. Pronto.
Pronto. Pronto. Okay, let's take,
Si, signore.
6 divisions and move you guys over.
Pronto. Pronto, signore.
12 divisions, move you guys over and kind of equalize this a little bit. Call to arms. Belgium eventually. Iran wants to buy stuff. My I think they caught up to the rest of my retreating ships and then were like, you know what? Screw you guys in particular. The Navy's dead. Long live the Navy. So that's the other part. Even if you lose a decisive battle, they will simply chase down the rest of your ships and then finish the job in a separate battle. So this is the second battle. I'm sure while they were en route to port. No big deal. Just lost the pride of the fleet. All three battleships. A heavy cruiser, 9 light cruisers, 7 destroyers. No big deal. What did I kill? Just 5 destroyers. Nothing they can't live without. Our Navy has been so thoroughly wiped out that only 4 ships out of 60 survived in 2 battles. Hearts of Iron 4 Navy battles are awful in the exact opposite way that Stellaris combat is meh. Correct. That's actually an astute point. The problem is, I need somebody to defend my convoys when they cross the Mediterranean. But yeah, it's I don't care how old your Navy is. It's insane that an entire Navy of 50 plus ships could get wiped out in 2 battles. In the Mediterranean, where you have air support, air coverage. I have hundreds of naval bombers giving support that don't do anything. I don't know what else to tell you. Now they're locked in here. Where are they repairing? Just here. It doesn't matter. They're going to stay there forever. And never leave. Do you have radar? Yep. I do have Level 5 radar, about to be level 6. British ships, they're repairing in occupied Turkey. Yeah, they're trapped in the Mediterranean, but it doesn't matter if they're better than me. They can kill 50 ships in 2 battles, so who cares if they're stuck here? (1994) 70% of torpedoes fail. Yes, famously in 1994 or 1944, all torpedoes fail, but all pre-war ships hit their targets. I don't know why they even bothered to research anything beyond World War I era ships when they were this effective. Good point, Chatter. Because yes, when 80% of both fleets are pre-war, interwar ships, they should not. If they were that dominant, World War I would have been a very different beast. But anyway, I'm gonna stop reading chat because some of you are just, again, you always do. Stop. You don't have to make up a possible explanation for things. You can just be like, thing bad, and it can just be bad. You know. You're trying to apply logic to a logicless situation, Ultra Chod. I promise you, they don't have magic fire control systems on their interwar ships that are allowing them to destroy my entire navy in one fight. I promise. But maybe magic. Yeah, they just have more heavy attack. It's that simple. But the thing is, I've noticed that my naval bombers are much less effective than in past years. I think torpedoes got nerfed hard in general, and that includes the bombers. Yeah, I think that there's a blanket torpedo nerf from, I don't know how recent. It's either bugged or nerfed. One or the other, because the destroyers get no kills ever, and the naval bombers very rarely get kills from me now. Whereas they used to wipe enemy fleets. Instead, my naval bombers are actually getting shot down by AA. Yeah, naval bombers used to decimate fleets. They did, yes. Now we're actually getting beat. See how none of them are at full 100 fighting strength right there? I think port strikes in general just end up with more of your naval bombers getting killed for no ROI. So we're just going to stop doing port strikes altogether, I think. So we got 23 destroyers, 4 light cruisers. Let's just do exercises. I don't know if we're going to get... I don't know if you can get murdered while doing naval exercises, but we need to make these dudes... get them fixed.
Pronto, signore. Pronto, signore.
Not sure if we can take this ground, but probably. I boil it down to the AI cheats. Let me ask you this. Has anybody who plays Hearts of Iron in chat ever had good success with their starter navy against AI starter navy, usually like Britain? Like if you ever fight your starter navy versus Britain or maybe Japan. Starter navy is trash. Yeah, but why is the player's starter navy feel like it always loses and the AI starter navy feels like it always wins? You know what I mean? Even on regular difficulty. I usually wait with Navy till tier 3 at least. France has been hit or miss. France is a pretty big starter Navy. See, the thing was this time I thought maybe I can get around it. And I tried the different strategy that I've never done before, and I've elected never to do it again. I upgraded every single starter ship except the battleships. Not a massive upgrade, mind you. But like, take my light cruisers, my early war light cruisers. I gave tier 3 guns, tier 3 anti-air, fire control systems, active sonar, slightly upgraded engines, secondaries. I gave all of my destroyers tier 2, everything, basic fire control, sonar. I upgraded every single ship, thinking that it might make a difference. And it did not. Yeah, I think if I was to try Italy again, I would just try mining the entire Mediterranean. I had the French fleet wipe the Italian Navy once, but that was a long time ago. Yeah, I know that they still have the same hull Psycho Seal, but everyone keeps saying that. Like, you guys just keep saying, well, early war ships are still early war ships. Yeah, but we're talking about an apples to apples situation. My early war ships versus their early war ships. They're both interwar ships fighting against each other. It's not like I'm using interwar and they're using tier 3 hulls. They're using interwar hulls too. That's what I'm trying to figure out, if there's like another difference under the hood that's happening. Because I'm not saying that we should win against Britain. I understand they had a fearsome navy, but I'm just saying that the losses should be more staggered, right? Like, if Britain beats me every single time, the losses should never be 40 losses on my side to 3 losses on their side. It should be like 10 losses on my side to 5 losses, 6 losses on their side. Instead of total victory. Admirals are important. They are important. That's why my admiral is level 6 with level 5 damage, level 6 speed while retreating and positioning, and level 6 coordination. Who also has spotting speed up, positioning plus 25%, light cruiser and heavy cruiser speed plus damage, naval AA attack up, destroyer leader, and search pattern expert. Maybe it's doctrine. grasping for straws as usual. You really think they have more doctrine? Well, I got intel on them. Let's find out. They do have about 3 to 4 more doctrines, which is going to be what, a total of like 15 org. I don't think 15 org is gonna be the difference in 60 destroyers lost in 2 battles versus 4. From not thorough research while watching this, it looks like light guns can only kill destroyers, and lower tier and heavy guns can kill anything, so majority destroyer fleet effectively can't kill heavy ships. That's more or less my understanding of how it works. But anyway, we do have heavy ships. They just sunk 3 battleships in a single battle. And the rest of my heavy cruisers. Okay, national focus time. We're just developing all the spots in Africa. Didn't I tell you guys not to do port strikes? Just sit. I may have clicked naval strike instead, because we're hemorrhaging a lot of planes. And we got way too many trains. Drain the Mediterranean. Maybe I will. The Union of Britain has accused the Soviet Socialist Republic of betraying the values Marx held dear, and now announces that it has resolved to purge socialism of its traitors. The nation has placed its military on the highest alert, as what seems to be simply a challenge of the leadership of socialism seems certain to flare up into full-scale war. I think the main reason that I keep complaining about this is because the Navy is one of these things that whether you win or lose, you spend so much time on. You research, you have to get the hulls, you have to augment the hulls with depth charges, armor, better types of weapons, getting damage control. Then you have to build dockyards. Then once you got the dockyards, you have to pay massive amounts of steel and keep them updated as the tech continues on. And then manage the actual fleets and where they're operating. And you spend all this time in setup, and then, oh, there was a battle? What happened? Oh, everyone's dead. It's just like poking a hole into the balloon in a split second. You spend the entire game building this stuff up, and you don't even know when it's happening, when it's going wrong, and you have no control over it after that point, right? Whereas every other aspect of the game, even the Air Force, you have like very direct control over seeing the pros and cons and whether it's working. Is your push working? Nope. Okay, we need to redesign that. It's you spend the whole game building up towards something. Whether you win or lose, it's over in an instant. You know what I mean? With no real input from you. And I think that's why it's so flustering. Because you blink and then your whole navy's gone. They should allow more docks to work on the ships at the same time. 5 years for one ship is a joke. How many ships did UK build during World War II? They built 65 carriers just during World War II. That's a lot. Yeah. How many carriers do you think you could build from 1936 to 1945 in this game? 8? Okay, the United States, over the course of the war, built 10 battleships, 72 cruisers, 377 destroyers, and 232 submarines. They totaled almost 34 million in tonnage. And they also built 28 aircraft carriers. I don't think you could even... I don't know. I haven't played the US in a while, but I'd be really surprised if you could manufacture all of that over the course of a game. If ship production were faster, you wouldn't care to lose the whole fleet. Yeah. I mean, you have a point. There's a mod that increases dockyard production and halves fuel usage. Gonna try that in my next run. Sounds cool. Ten battleships is still a lot. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna stop bitching now.
Pronto.
Like, I just want, I think I just want a naval combat that is a little bit more kinetic. Whether you win or lose, like, I don't care if I win or lose. It's still, there's not really very much dopamine from clicking on the outcome being like, oh, I lost this many, they lost this many. Okay. You know what I mean? There needs to be something else to it. It feels like a coin flip. There's a naval battle, you either win or you lose. The end.
Pronto.
So something that's a little bit more involved, I think, would be fun. Because I know there's a lot of complex numbers and information going on under the hood, but if you click on like a ground battle, I feel like you get a lot more information. Whereas if you click on a naval battle, I feel like you don't really have that much info. And you also can't exert much control over it at all. Turn Navy into a card-based minigame.
Formazione.
All right, Romania, I'm tired of dealing with you, bro. We are starting to run low on it. Not low. We have 116k infantry equipment, presumably because these guys are still up. Actually, did they upgrade? I had them say convert from stockpile. Did we succeed? Or did they stop? I guess I could take a look. So what are we actually manufacturing here? We're making the Beretta MAB 38. And these are okay, so we got like another upgrade with more soft attack. So we already finished it, we're doing it again. I don't really care to do it again. I would say just what? How does the top most production have not enough steel? Is that a weird bug? Okay, it's back. German Empire took 29 states. Oh, man. South America. Mostly Dunzo down there.
Formazione.
All right, send it.
Pronto, signore.
Actually, Holg, we got 8 divisions of Crusaders.
Avanzate.
I might have the Crusaders jump in here instead and relieve the grunts. The grunts don't have the benefit of double line artillery. What happens when you have too many planes here? Just like a small debuff? Have we started to repopulate the naval bombers? How many are we making per day? 1.28, that's it? Yeah, we're gonna need more factories than that. Like, I got 13k spare arty. That's a lot. $6.5k spare anti-tank. All right, we got 8 factories on naval bombers now. It says we got 83 in reserves. That's not true, right? Why do I have 84 Marinera Menaces? Are they not reinforcing these guys? We have Mark 1s and Mark 2s, but Mark 3s are like separate. Because they're not considered, these are considered fighters. Of course. Oh no, what a pain in the ass. Because I put guns on them, they're considered fighters. Is there a way to tell them to stop being considered fighters? Or to, like, combine these? Let's get these dudes, Linguini Lookouts, and the new Marinera Mark IIIs. Put the guns on the second slot, then convert the planes. What? I don't want the guns. You can't put the guns because they don't fit. That's why I took them off. I want to convert them off of fighters.
Formazione. Avanzate.
All right, reinforcements are on the way. Kind of looks like nobody can take Romania. It's just been holding out this whole time. 31% of capitulation, 141,000 casualties. We got 1 million manpower. We still got about 1% to recruit, to play with.
Sì, signore.
The gang's all here. So we're going to assign these guys to the front, and then we're going to take the grunts off.
Sì, signore.
Kind of swap them around.
Formazione.
I still haven't done anything with the people in Egypt. The U.S. wants a land lease. They want to provide 2 mariners. I don't know what that is. We control the Suez now and Gibraltar, so nobody goes in or out without my say-so. What do I do with them? Well, here's the thing. We're planning on doing a naval... Ooh. Yeah. You know when it gets to 1944 and you just remembered, Oh yeah, I forgot to research the ability to do larger naval invasions. Yeah, I do that sometimes. Couldn't be me. How big is France in this playthrough? Less than 2 million manpower. That's not that big, dude. That isn't that big.
Formazione.
Okay, what do we just leave them in Egypt for now? Until we figure out what to do with them.
Pronto. Pronto, signore.
Well, we just decrypted the cipher for France for fun. Okay, new troops are in position. They are currently getting a planned prep bonus to invade Romania. We will let them continue to do their thing. We have made this the most elite fighting force in all of the Papal States. We have 11 divisions of Crusaders who have double line artillery and line anti-air, engineers, support anti-tanks, logistics companies, motorized recon, and field hospitals. We've got 4 divisions of Guardian Angels who've got the coveted super heavy tank artillery. We just decrypted Romania's cipher. They've also got some armored car recon, double line arty. These are the strongest, these are God's strongest soldiers, okay?
Formazione.
We probably could have used more light tanks in here, but they're on other fronts right now. I don't think it would hurt to maybe recruit some more and or change their unit comp. Because I like the idea of adding... We have a bunch of light tanks in storage, so we may as well just, like, buff them, right? 177 soft attack. So that's, what, an extra 16. 5 more hard attack. A little bit more defense. Massive amount of breakthrough, like 25 breakthrough. And then to put the trucks in, that's 24 combat width. I like 25. I've been shooting for 25. So that would necessitate... You know what? Forget about this for right now. We'll come back and edit that. Since I have 120 army XP, what I wanted to do first is going to have a tangible increase in our success. This mass motorization costs 85. I might have enough left over afterwards to update the tanks, but for now, 10 org to all infantry motorized and mechanized. That's the big one.
Pronto, signore.
Now these grunts have 58 org on the eve of their attack. Skulls for the Skull God. At first glance, the region of the Horn of Africa does not seem to hold much economic or strategic potential, but with a few well-placed investments, we can turn the area to a springboard for further advances to the Indian Ocean. All right, we developed Somaliland, Eritrea, Libya, and Ethiopia with infrastructure and building slots. Now we're going to do regional development. Our previous investments into various areas of the empire have prepared the ground for a major increase in economic output in those regions. We have but to say the word and we can reap rewards in short order. So colonial police is what we're using as a special occupation law, and you get 15% bonus local resources, factories, lower resistance target, lower damage to garrisons, lower required garrisons, and daily compliance game. Also, it adds a building slot, a free civilian factory, and a naval base in up to 2 states in previously developed regions. Which should be, at least according to this, is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 civilian factories, building slots, and naval bases, and unlocks regional development. So let's give that a go. Sounds pretty good. Yes, it does. We never did... I guess we're still building, what, like 3 more of these naval dockyards? We need more naval dockyards. And let's get 5 more. Revolutionary Peru is dead. Logistics Company 3 is nice. Supply and fuel usage down. And we're pretty much caught up on support companies. Reasonably caught up on these guys. We could get the higher tier armored car. We have so many armored cars now. I feel like this is a good idea because we are using them in a bunch of different respects. Way more breakthrough. 2 more defense, 3 more soft attack, 5% more hardness, double the hard attack, faster, double the armor. Wow, it's like 4 times the piercing? Damn, dude. For just some extra resources. Slightly less reliable, and it costs more to produce, but seems good. Panama, non-aggression pact. Don't worry, Belgium. I haven't forgotten about you. I know you think I forgot about you because I've been ignoring your dying pleas. Chad, did you notice that only 8 divisions are assigned to my attack order somehow? And they haven't been planning this whole time? Okay, you know what? Screw it. Let's send it. We crack their cipher. If we break the cipher, we get a 30-day bonus, 15% bonus breakthrough, 50% bonus planning speed. So crack the cipher, number 1. Number 2, local gamer forgets that there's a staff office plan button for 40 command power for a plus 400% planning speed. So use that, and then watch as we get 13.8% planning per day. I always forget to use that. And it's like incredibly strong. And then we wait like 1 more day. Everyone will get a 37% attack bonus. Time to send it. In we go. All right, tanks, guardian angels, crusaders, side by side. We have railway bombardments. We've got air support and intel advantage. Air superiority. They don't know what's going on. They've never seen this level of coordination before. As we move toward Bucharest, I'll do it myself.
Formazione.
I'm always too chicken to use force attack, though. Maybe I should use force attack more often. And my field marshal's got an upgrade. Logistics wizard is good. Minus 15% supply consumption. But you know what else is really good? 10% max planning. I think let's go 10% max planning.
Pronto.
All right, initial push looks reasonably successful. It's going well in the north. Over the last month, we've lost 47 artillery, 50 in combat, 1,300 guns. This is Romania. This is Romania. This is indeed Romania. And the question I always ask myself is, should I keep pushing in spite of the red? Yeah, I think I should. I don't know if I'd make a good general in real life, chat.
Si, signore.
Look, I need some of the other nations to actually put on a good assault here, okay? And give me some help. Hard attack and piercing for all infantry, just a nice little bonus. We only have 3 rubber. Here's the thing. We need ships, right? It's 1944. Let's get this super fancy naval hull and start upgrading the damn navy, because this campaign's probably going to 1950 at this rate. Because I'm not even halfway done. I still got to invade France, and then I got to capitulate Britain, and then I have to rescue Belgium if they're still alive. Look, Belgium, here's the thing. I know you guys are struggling right now, so I'm gonna hook you up, okay? Here's a Lend-Lease. I will give you, since I'm not helping you in the war, I'll give you all of my oldest, stinkiest guns. 6,000 guns. I'll give you... Here's the thing. I would do monthly, but you know I'm gonna forget, right? You know I'm gonna just forget straight up. I'll give you 1,000 support. Actually, I'll give you 750 support equipment. I'll give you 250 trucks, 10 trains, how about all of these tier 1, actually not all of them. I'll give you 500 of these tier 1 anti-tank. All of these little armored cars. What else do you want, buddy? All this junk infantry equipment. Okay, how about... Do we got 98 extra Hand of Gods? What if we just gave those over? They might need some airplanes. I'll give them some fighters. They can have 100 of my cannoli chargers. I'll give them 100 and... cannoli chargers. And 50 convoys. Boom. That's some support. Our material support will help their efforts. I sure hope so. Keep them alive. Meanwhile, in Romania...
Formazione.
Who this? A Guardian Angel? Was that the last Guardian Angel? Oh, we have one Guardian Angel training indefinitely, I think.
Pronto,
I
signore.
didn't mean to. We're pushing into these damn mountains.
Pronto.
And they're reinforcing. How can... There's no way we can't take this spot.
Formazione. Pronto, signore.
There is no way
Avanzate.
that you're holding this against us. Multiple directions, intel advantage, broken enemy ciphers, air superiority. It's 4 separate flanks. Your divisions have 500 defense. Chad, these are 16 combat with infantry divisions. With 1% entrenchment. Ain't no way, dude. Get out of there.
Forza, forza.
That's what I thought.
Formazione.
All right, I say we hold the attack for a minute. Check our supplies. We have a supply hub here. And we can use the truck motorization. We can turn this one off. That one off. This one needs to stay on. Actually, maybe they do need to stay on. This one's bottlenecked. Okay. Get that up to level 2. We'll build that rail immediately. How close is Spain to being annexed? Well, we're gonna start building a whole bunch of roads in Spain to try and bring them closer. They're like 434 points, so it's still a ways off. I can give them some stuff. We can do the old-fashioned convoys. For 140, we could even do like 250. And then maybe send them some of our older tank models. That really isn't worth that much. Trains are okay. Okay, 20 is a lot. How many do we have? It says we have 338 trains. We need 160. So I don't want to send them too many, but that'll be minus 200 points. They have accepted our Lindleys. And then we're just going to get the rest by building, I think. We are constructing a lot of stuff. How many casualties did we just take in there against Romania? We're at 109,000 against Romania. We've inflicted 137k back. It's pretty brutal.
Pronto.
How much longer have we decrypted their cipher for? 9 days? See, I want to
Sì, signore.
like take advantage of that. What's up, RC Jax? How's it going, dude? But it kind of feels like I'm just sending these dudes in to die. The French Commune has declared war on France. Huh. Now this, I didn't, uh-oh. What if they join Britain against us? We need to pause and think about that possibility. Do you have a tactical bomber yet? I don't really use tactical bombers. I like fighters, number 1, close air support, number 2. And then if you really feel like it, naval bombers, but naval bombers kind of suck now. Ding, 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 ding. How about this? I need to think. And I'm 45 steel in the hole also. Have some more factories. No. All right, chat. Give me 1 sec. Bathroom break. I've been drinking too much Arizona iced tea and also a snack. Midas is EP. There is a sleeping dog loaf right there. I need to change the lights in here also. Dog loaf. Bread loaf. And then, here's what I think is going to happen. I need to mobilize multiple full army groups to the front line with France in case the French Commune... I've already got troops at the border, right? And they'll be able to hold things down, but we need to, like, take that threat seriously now, and maybe we go in for a little push, shall we say. I'll be back in just a minute, chat. Hang tight. Thanks for watching. Thanks for chilling tonight. BRB. I muted. I said I'll BRB. Yo. Hello. Okay, this seems loud. It is. That makes sense. What are you guys up to tonight, chat? How's the start to your week been? After yesterday and Sunday, we didn't really get to talk too much yesterday. EU4 gamers. Crusader Kings 3, NBA 2K. Wow. Playing WoW Classic. Double EU4 gamers. I'm building a Magic the Gathering deck. Playing Core Keeper. Oh yeah, isn't that like 1.0? Kinshi started a 3rd season of Out of the Park, hoping to make the playoffs. Following the same team the whole time. Making nachos. Hearts of Iron 4 Finland. I love Finland. Hades. Yeah, when's Hades 2 supposed to release? I guess not anytime soon, huh? That's when I'm gonna play it. For fun. Painting Warhammers. Hearts of Iron 4 am allied with Britain, and we crushed Spain only for them to give Spain Gibraltar and have to retake all of Liberia. As happens. I don't know why they love doing that. Testing Star Citizen 3.24. Is that ever going to actually come out on live? Sins of a Solar Empire 2. Cool. RimWorld Gamers. Playing Cult of the Lamb, but I got burnt out. Yeah, I enjoyed Cult of the Lamb, but I had my fun. I think I'm overwhelming myself in this campaign. I feel a little discombobulated today. Once you start seeing this many generals, it just hurts my brain. And I'm the one in charge. So let me just try and like get this a little bit more understandable for me. Usually separating them into, like, I think I have them in random field marshal groups. So we'll fix that. Also, I think the music, I'm gonna be honest with you, I think the music is making me, like, stressed out right now. I know it's not Hearts of Irony, but I kind of want to go something chill. Nice feel-good soundtrack. There we go. Yeah, that's what I always do, Jonathan. I always split them up regionally. But what I said I was going to do before was the problem is the wrong generals are governing the wrong armies. So what helps me is this. Even though it's highly inefficient. Because it'll take them a long time to come back. I don't know if there's a shortcut to do this. Because the wrong field marshals and the wrong generals are on the wrong groups in the wrong places. And it'd be easier to start fresh. That way we're using the best generals for the job. And we can see everyone who's available. They've been patching the PTU every 2 days, bug smashing. Yeah, I've seen they've been doing a lot of updates. A lot of patches. Okay. Step 1. Let's say the French theater, okay? It's gonna be this guy. Right now, I'm mostly concerned with the Romanian theater because that's the one we're actively engaged with. So I feel like that should be almost its own field marshal. The problem is my field marshals kind of suck. They haven't leveled up at all. To the point where it would almost, like, can anyone explain Hearts of Iron mechanics to me. Why does it feel like field marshals never level up and it's randomly better to just wait until your general levels up, then promote the general to a field marshal and use them as a field marshal instead of the field marshals you start the game with? That doesn't seem right, but it's how it ends up going for me. Because I could have a level 5 field marshal, Giovanni Messi, if I promote him, and he'd help a ton of people. Whereas the 4 that I've had for the whole game haven't, they're still level 2. And that's what gets confusing. But I feel like if I already have 4 field marshals, there's no way I'm gonna need more than 4 field marshals. So I'm hesitant to promote a good general to a field marshal for that reason. But fun fact about generals, they do confer, I want to say 50% of their stats and their traits to their armies. So if you have a general who's a mountaineer, who's giving 10% attack and defense to mountains, if they become a field marshal, they'll give 5% to all the armies under their field marshal. So a lot of these can be useful. Plus, I believe they get half of their attack skill supply consumption. So, like, if I promote Giovanni Messi, he's going to be a really good field marshal. But I'm also going to lose a really good general in the process. I think I need to promote him. He'll be recently promoted for a bit. But he's just so good. Army reassignment duration is really long, though. So all of his stats will be -1 for 100 days, because he's recently been promoted. But he'll give half of all of his buffs to everyone underneath him, and I get to give him a field marshal trait on top of that, which I'm going to do probably org loss when moving -30% and attack +1, or max planning +10%. I'm debating. I wonder if he gets... Does he only have 1 trait point right now? How do you tell how many trait points they have? I'm too lazy to min-max general traits. It's fun to do, and it's actually helpful. I think supply consumption's neat, but it's not an auto pick in my opinion. I think that it's just defaulted to the auto pick. If you understand how supplies work and you can use motorization, it's good, but to me, what gets me stuck in campaigns is front lines that don't move. So for me, having an extra 10% max planning is huge, because that translates to a plus 10% offensive bonus to try to break through stagnant front lines. So I really like Thorough Planner. I think Fast Planner sucks. I think Reinforce Rate sucks. I think Recovery Rate is good if your back's against the wall and you're on defense a lot. I think Max Entrenchment plus 30% can be okay. I think a +1 attack and org loss when moving down is pretty good. I'm gonna go Thorough Planning, actually, and then I get to pick another one. See, for a second pick, I think Logistics Wizard is good. It depends on where you're fighting. Like, if I'm fighting in France, I don't care about logistics. They're going to have supply hubs out the wazoo and ports. So you have to know where you're planning on fighting, right? If you're planning on fighting in Africa, South America, China, yeah, Logistics Wizard first, always. But I think Charismatic is good. Let's try Max Planning up and Offensive Doctrine. That's just going to be super attack. I think we're going to have the offensive edge in each of these campaigns. So if I didn't think that, I'd probably pick something else. Okay. Let's get this started. So Team Perp. You guys get Giovanni. And whoever the best general is, it's probably got to be Giuseppe Stephanus, whatever. He's got 8 attack. I don't know how he got 8 attack. We do have bold attack, so I guess he just kept rolling it. He doesn't have any traits, though. Maybe he just started at level 4? He doesn't have any traits at all, which is very weird. But plus 20% attack is pretty good, so in you go.
Formazione. Formazione.
Okay, next is going to be the French campaign field marshal, where I'm going to use Italo Balbo because he's got recovery rate up, attack +1, Orgloss when moving. Don't love his other stats.
Sì, signore.
And then for the front line between Spain and France, we're going to have 2 army groups here, actually. Probably, I would say maybe the Mountaineer. But he's only got 1 attack, 5 defense, which I don't love. Annabelle has 3, 4, 2, 2. I feel like my generals are just not that good. Maybe the Hill Fighter. Giovanni Duca, 3, 1, 1, 2. He's only level 2, though. He's got Hill Fighter, attack and defense bonuses, infantry leader. Militia officer is kind of useless to me, unless I put him specifically with the militias, I guess. Or we could just give them a level 1 general. I feel like all my level 3s and 4s are kind of bad. Let's go with General Annabelle. He's okay. 3, 4, 2, 2. Decent stats.
Pronto.
Okay, and then we have this army group.
Formazione.
And this is going to be like the Spanish donated army groups that Spain is making. So we'll give them a really basic general. And then overlapping front line.
Pronto, signore.
All right, now the other French front. I don't know why we still have Cav here. I do not want Cav
Pronto.
in that squad.
Pronto.
All right, I am going to take the Mountaineer, even though he's a 1-5, like 1 attack, 5 defense. It just makes sense. God is on your side. That's right, Radiant.
Pronto, signore.
Okay, and these guys are not on the French front, so I do not want them
Pronto.
in this theater. Okay.
Pronto.
Now, this is going to be the defensive field marshal, whose only job is Coast Guard. So he's got max entrenchment up, defense +1, max entrenchment +1. Good choice, I think. Pietro Badoglio.
Pronto.
And then these guys can be just kind of like the people we don't want for anything else. Because we're not expecting them to see any action or combat, really. Max entrenchment up. Okay.
Pronto, signore.
And then we got a couple of groups. See, here's the thing. This is the French border as well. So that's technically should go potentially under the French field marshal, but it's in Africa, so maybe we need a French African field marshal.
Pronto.
These guys aren't particularly strong. They're like 12 combat with militia.
Formazione.
And we have even
Si,
more
signore.
militia here. Wait, yeah. No, this is the militia guy. So, Giovanni Duca, 3112, Hill Fighter, Infantry Officer, Militia Officer. This is what I meant when I said the organization. Okay,
Si,
you...
signore. Si, signore. Si,
You...
signore.
And you
Pronto, signore.
are all going to be in the French African Theater
Formazione.
for the inevitable war with France. Infantry Officer, attack +1. General max army group size. That's kind of cool. He can have 7 dudes under his division, so he can be real split out instead of the normal 5.
Pronto, signore.
So where do I think the most resistance is going to be? I think I want these 20 divisions to be there in the north. Okay. Give them a decent general. I don't like Sebastiano. He's okay, I guess. 2, 4, 4, 5. Yeah, I mean, the 5 supply consumption's good for Africa. All right, fine.
Formazione.
And then... what do? I got a few groups that need org. And I got to figure out what to do with this.
Si, signore.
Si, signore. All right, this is also a French border. You guys just go back
Pronto.
into your other group, in my opinion.
Pronto.
You do the Coast Guard stuff. We're going to bring somebody else up here.
Formazione.
I got a decent amount of divisions. I think that might be too many divisions. We got 12 divisions just in here, ready to punch in. We only have like 1 choke point. And then on this side, who's this?
Pronto, signore.
12 divisions here. Don't love the fact that it's a bunch of like weird cav,
Si, signore.
camel boys. Not really my favorite.
Pronto.
I might take a few.
Si, signore. Formazione.
Okay, yeah, let's take a couple
Pronto.
grunts. 10 divisions is probably enough. They're really, really low on supplies. Because that'll be, what, 3 divisions in each one of these tiles? Massive shakeups in high command,
signore.
but actually, though, yeah. All right, this will help me going forward, though. 4 Crusaders, 2 Tankers, 4 Grunts. Don't love planning speed down. Don't love leader XP gain down. Don't love leader XP gain down. Why do they all have Old Guard? All right. Ezio Rossi, you've got experience bonuses and planning speed. We're going to need you to figure it out and level up. And then this other dude is an infantry officer. All right. The only people who are left is this border with Austria-Hungary. And I think it's time to promote an officer. This guy's got 263. I can't promote him because we need like 85 command power, or I have to use my existing generals, who I have tried to ignore because they're all old guards. But I can't ignore them any longer. I guess I'll take the engineer at least, who gets river attack bonuses.
Pronto.
And then I don't know who these 2 guys are. They're just 2 stinky cav. All right, you stinky cav, go in the defense group. Boom, organized. All right, feels good.
Pronto, signore.
Now, I should actually be able to get this sorted.
Pronto.
Now my question is, where did all my light tank divisions go? I have
Si,
one.
signore.
We have a couple here, I guess. On the border with
Pronto,
France.
signore.
These guys have 0.
Pronto, signore. Formazione.
Maybe I should need to train more. Okay, sure. Let's train a couple of these dudes. We'll say 4 divisions. And then maybe now's a good time to like edit the layout the way that I wanted to. Where we added more trucks and more light tanks. So that'll up it by like 60 extra light tanks. And then I was gonna add a mobile support. Mobile support Arty. And then replace the support Arty with support anti-tank. That way we have more, we don't have any piercing in this group because we just have a bunch of little stinky light tanks. So we'll go up to 36 artillery instead of 24. Add 24 anti-tank. Have the logistics. Armored car recon. Ingies. Maintenance companies. No field hospitals, but otherwise it looks good. And then we'll have 4,000 trucks in storage. That's, wait, 27 combat width. Okay, remove a horsey. We only have 42 org. I wasted some army XP, but there you go. I like 25 combat width for the mountains. I got some more fighters on standby. Linguini Lookout is ready to do some air recon. We got naval bombers and some more fighters. Okay, looking good. Speaking of, should I send these naval bombers back up into the sky? Maybe. Let's do 200 over the Aegean, 200 over the Eastern Mediterranean. My general has fallen ill. How goes Papal World Domination? I just got my entire army reorganized. And we're trying to break our way into Romania, but I guess we may as well wait until all of my generals arrive. There's a French Civil War, which I actually can't declare war on the French Commune unless France joins, unless one of these two joins the British Communists.
Pronto, signore.
And then we're currently pumping out some more naval dockyards, which means that we're constantly a little bit short on steel. We sunk a British destroyer that we just found out here. And another Greek destroyer. Lots of little pop-ups everywhere, dude. Navy requires such a massive investment. It does. It's important, though. In October this year, we get our first 3 heavy cruisers. We're making light cruisers. And we're trying to make a nice, like, fairly modern Navy. It's not really modern anymore. We're a little bit behind now. So now that we got Entrench Engineer Company 3, I'm going to go back to researching the upgrades here. I guess we just want advanced dual purpose, huh? For the destroyers, at least. Got the 1944 hull. Advanced dual-purpose battery. Starting to go back to doing the boat stuff since it's 1944. And we're doing a massive regional development of our holdings in Africa. It's going to be like 6 factories and a whole bunch of junk. All right, the generals have made it.
Pronto. Pronto, signore.
I don't know how this keeps happening.
Pronto.
A bunch of my units keep getting on the wrong front line. But anyway, what's up, Right on Time? Thanks for jumping in. We got a long way to go in this campaign, I think. It's kind of awkward that I can declare war on France, but not the French Commune. I'd have to justify a separate war goal. So I would love for the French Commune to lose, but I don't think that they will.
Formazione.
I have my doubts. And I'm trying to make the last push into Romania without, like, you know, overcommitting too much.
Pronto, signore.
So I think let's give him a little poke. Because we're steadily gaining more ground each time we make an offensive push in different regions. I have my best generals and field marshals and units all here. Resource gain efficiency plus 10%. That's nice. We could also start making 1944 aircraft if we wanted, but I think I'd like to get all of my ship production fixed first. But yeah, I'm not expecting to win everywhere here. I'm just expecting to keep, like... If we can just take Bucharest, I think this changes in a big way. And guess who just got 12 full divisions of Crusaders? Double arty, anti-air. Oh yeah, these guys are stout. Now, I think...
Formazione.
8 of them should go on the front line from Spain into France.
Formazione. Formazione.
The other 4 on this front line with France. And that'll bolster them. I think we just took this little spot. Our previous investments into areas of the Empire have prepared the ground for a major economic boon in those regions. All right, so colonial police laws just went up in a crazy way. All of our colonial holdings will be 15% greater resources factories, and also they just got like 6 civilian factories. And we can also now prospect for oil. Build infrastructure there. Make a railway for them. Get 2 synthetic refineries. I say let's get the oil for sure.
Formazione.
All right, boys.
Preparatevi.
Here's the deal.
Continuate l'attacco.
Australia establishes a sphere of influence. In a move that surprised few, Australia announced its own independent treaty organization. John Curtin announced Australia will seek allies to maintain stability in the Southeast Asia Pacific region and beyond. What's crazy to me is the Soviets have almost taken Turkey.
Pronto.
And this is probably the strongest Soviet I've seen in a historical campaign, to be honest with you. They've lost 3.35 million casualties, but they've inflicted 8 million on the Confederate European Alliance. That's the strongest I've seen them by far. 4.36 German casualties, and the rest from the other allies.
Pronto.
Oh wait, this guy got on the wrong army. There we go. Maintenance Company 3, boost reliability bonus for our armor and other trucks. We also will capture a little bit of equipment from other units. Let's go ahead and get the modern torpedoes. Okay, I like what I'm seeing here, chat. We're right on the border of Bucharest.
Dico.
I'm one tile away from taking the capital.
Sì, signore. Formazione.
My question is, can I get my tank division in here? And okay, but we're gonna leave this open if you guys aren't careful. Tanks are fast, baby. Look at these light tanks. Swoop.
Formazione.
Swoop.
Formazione.
Just a little casual frontline expansion. The cipher for France is fully decrypted. Well, that's cool. But we got other problems. Notice that when we're not fighting in the mountains, how quickly we're sort of dismantling these guys over here. Supplies are an issue on this side, because all the supplies are coming out of Bucharest. Now, to that end, I can't really do much. However, I do have some transport planes. 100 transport planes is not going to do much, mind you. However, can we go to Macedonia? Are we allowed to go in here? Or is it at capacity? I guess it's at capacity. Oh wait, that's technically, I don't know, we're not allowed to use it. Whatever. Let's actually, how do I, oh, they're still deploying. Never mind, I'm dumb. They're not fully deployed yet. But yeah, we may have overextended ourselves because we are low on supplies here.
Pronto, signore.
So it'd be in our best interest to try and make a push into Bucharest before they figure out what's going on and before we completely run out of our supplies, because we're taking 10% attrition right now because it's very hot. Actually, more so because of the temperature than anything else. Are we getting giant walking robot cathedrals?
Pronto, signore.
Kinda. We've got a special heavy, super heavy tank called the Hand of God. Probably the biggest tank in the world at this point.
Formazione. Sì, signore.
Now they're trying to reinforce Bucharest, and they did so successfully, but now we got to surround it on 3 sides.
Pronto. Fermatevi.
So we just need to keep them from getting entrenched here.
Pronto, signore.
Boys. I can't keep letting you get away with this. There we go, the capital.
Avanzate.
Bucharest has fallen. Now we just need to... There it is. Romania has capitulated. Just had to sneak around. Forget about the mountains in the north. Just get to the capital. Papa Pio the 12th has announced the cowardly Romanian nation could no longer withstand the pressure of the overwhelming presence of Italian forces in the country. All right, there's nobody here who is considered our enemy. Yugo claims the territory? Well, Yugo's my puppet, so that's fine. They don't, that's not where the dust settles. You have to wait till the peace conference, which isn't going to happen until after the Union of Britain capitulates. Now, what we might want to do is just help Turkey. We're going to ask for military access in Turkey. And we may now move throughout. So we're going to send those dudes to the Turkish front lines. We're not at war with the Soviets, so they're not really a threat to us, but we can try and help them put this to rest. You know what I'm saying? And then everything else...
Pronto, signore.
This front line is an Omega front line. This is not... This is too big for one one group, in my opinion.
Pronto.
I may have 36 divisions of Colonial Guards coming out. And then 8 breads. I forgot about the Breadstick Brigade. We could honestly probably do another group of Breadstick Brigades if we have enough trucks. I think trucks are the real threat. Which reminds me, we need to build some addition. We're building a ton of infrastructure in Spain in order to try and, like, annex Spain once and for all. There is a better idea. Let's just see. I'm curious how much this does. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's say, hypothetically, we build 10 infrastructure in Spain. Chat, can you remember this number? 204. 204. Let's see what 10 infrastructure being built translates to. I think that'll be interesting.
Pronto, signore. Sì, signore.
Now, separate issue.
Pronto, signore.
How do we get more troops on the border over here? Slightly separate issue. We've also got 127k guns. I say we can get six divisions of Crusaders going in. 2 divisions of Guardian Angels. And 6 divisions of Grunts. Is that too much? Grunts are pretty small. They're like 18 combat width. With 5 support companies. They don't really have much to go with them. Crusaders get anti-air, they get anti-tank. The Grunts are just Grunts, unfortunately. So I'd rather have more Crusaders if possible. But they also need more equipment. They hold ground. Yeah, they do. We have more of them than anything else, though. But we do have a lot of ground to cover right now. I'm just going to trust that Poland and the Soviets are not going to declare war on me anytime soon, because we have non-aggression pacts for as long as that lasts. But we need to start mobilizing this 1.36 million manpower. That's the thing. So maybe we actually want, like... How many tanks is this? 180 light tanks. That's not too bad. All right, we'll do 8 divisions of Outriders. $12 and 12. All right, that's going to be a lot of people. We got 1 million manpower. Double it. I'll check the logistics and we can take it away if necessary. Low manpower, you think? We have 1 million manpower in reserve. We only have 2.5 mil in the field. I think we got more than enough, dude. All right, so capitulating Romania is nice. What do we do about France / the French Commune? The Civil War makes this super awkward. So the way that Hearts of Iron would work, if we declared war on France and capitulated France, I'm pretty sure because the French Commune is the revolutionary group, they would automatically get all of France with no need for, there would be no peace conference. I could be wrong. So we would sort of just be helping the French Commune win their civil war, which is not what we want. We want France to win the civil war, then we go to war with France. But for now, we just chill and speed up the clock. And build. But yeah, so far so good. Let's see the casualties. So we're about 500,000 casualties, which is a lot, but, you know, not as bad as you should see the other guy. Yeah, you should see the other guy. Romania lost 208K. We're responsible for 164. They got us for 150. So it's pretty even back and forth. But we've done more to Britain by themselves than we've gotten in total. And these guys have made it to the Greek front. So I'm gonna let them start planning, number 1. Number 2, we are gonna decrypt Greece. Don't need to decrypt Romania. We got 55 days. Number 3, let's get some air support. We don't need it over the Balkans. So let's just move all the airplanes down here to occupied Greece. And let them just chill for a minute, and we're building up fuel as we speak. I think the fuel is gonna be good, because our whole navy's dead. Our entire navy is dead. So sad. Why am I doing heavy batteries instead of these? I don't know, we kind of need to do both. Invite France to your faction. Number 1, no. Number 2, they won't join anyways. Number 3, no. Making Hearts of Iron sound like Crusader Kings. I'm interested in playing some Crusader Kings. When's the next expansion supposed to come out? When is Roads to Power? Our geologists believe there might be substantial oil reserves slumbering under the Libyan desert. We should mount a thorough survey. Add 8 oil in Sirte and a fuel silo for free. Now let's get Libyan refineries. That's actually pretty nice. Since we have an unlimited political power, if we do region-wide industrial integration decision, it'll cost 100 and give us a free building slot somewhere. And then this one will also give us a building slot, but it'll take down some war support and stability, which honestly we can afford. We have 100% stability, 100%... Ooh, look at this. 100% war support and stability. So we got all these cool new colonial management decisions. Such as regional development in pretty much all areas. And what this does, I think, is it'll add compliance, a building slot, and change the type of state to rural region instead of what? Like, what is it considered now? You're gonna hate it again. You think I'm gonna hate it again, dude? Wasn't there an officer you wanted to promote? Yeah, I promoted a guy to field marshal. I'm most excited for the landless characters. Yeah, that's the part that I'm interested in. September 24th. Okay, so that's like a month away. So I guess we're gonna play some more Crusader Kings soon. Why do you think I'm gonna hate it? I don't hate Crusader Kings. I just think it has the potential to be so much more than it is. That's all. All right, reach. Oh, dude, we can't really reach Asia Minor, can we? Why is this the biggest air region in the world? But actually, except for like Ukraine. There ain't no way we're gonna have good coverage over this. Let's go air superiority, close air support if you can. 700 active fighters for us. 200 active close air support planes.
Pronto.
Oh boy, the breadstick brigade is here. Look at them, 25 combat with motorized infantry, the most lightning fast division that the Papal State has ever fielded, 12 kilometers per hour speed. And it might be even faster than that. Here's what I'm confused about, right? The speed is actually 15.6, yes, because the base is 12, and we get an extra 5% from maneuver warfare, 10% from Albert Periani, mobile warfare doctrine, and Reggio Esercito. Someone using armored cars. Yeah, I'm using armored cars. Check them out, dude. We got freaking 264 of these bad boys. Line anti-tank so they can handle armor. We got some support arty. Light armored recon has the best recon in the game. It has the highest level of reconnaissance. Logistics companies, obviously, because of all the vehicles. NG companies for more, you know, attack on difficult spots. And the maintenance company to give the reliability a bonus. So, hell yeah, dude. Now the question is, where do we demonstrate them? Probably not in this difficult terrain. Where would they go? I think they'd be most useful, like, invading France. Once you get past the mountains here in the south.
Pronto, signore.
We can just group them up with the other Spanish troops for now. Until we figure out where we want them to go. My fear is they're going to get intercepted by enemy boats. By the way, our submarines have just been kind of doing their own thing here. I'm actually going to give them some naval exercises. Because we have, I think that now that we've closed off the Mediterranean, there's like no supplies coming into them. No trading. They're not faster than walking elf. I want to see to play Victoria 3 again. I'd have to learn it from scratch. That's the hard part. So, France is actually winning
Si, signore.
in their civil war. Do you know what that means? It means the second they win the civil war, we're going to declare on them.
Pronto, signore.
And they'll be in a weakened state. I'm just creating kind of a front line that follows the river. I like to follow the natural
Si, signore.
borders of things. I got some dudes exercising. I don't know if I'm gonna have them stop exercising. And then Team Blue has a really simple front line that we're gonna need to change because it currently is trying to do a plan into the wrong France. It's trying to invade the one that's hopefully gonna lose.
Pronto, signore.
Meanwhile, over here, we don't really have any intel. So I'm gonna send I should have done this earlier. Send a couple spies over to Samos. I could even send like 3. Try to build the intel network faster. The death of Tsar Boris III of Bulgaria. Some point to the Union of Britain, and disturbing as it may seem, some even declare that Bulgarian government itself is involved. So these guys are still fighting, but it's pretty much a stalemate. I'm shocked. Advanced dual-purpose battery. So it's about time to start making some new boat designs. The advanced dual-purpose has the same piercing, but better anti-air and light attack. I'm actually starting to question whether I want the dual-purpose or not. Let's have maybe both. I'm kind of going all in on boat research. Belgium, I want to see Belgium versus Germany. Which war are they technically in? They've lost 274,000 casualties to Germany and inflicted 171k. Belgium's gonna run out of time, dude. Oh, look. It's the Colonial Guard. All 36 divisions of them. All right, we have way too many dudes. We don't even need to protect naval invasions on the coast anymore because we control the Mediterranean now. But I'd rather have them and not need them, you know what I'm saying? Okay, these are the other Spanish units. Yeah, we're gonna have to mess with some stuff. Dude, there's way more Spanish units here than I thought, man. They have enough for an entire army. I don't want them. I don't want them, dude. You take them. Okay. Yeah, we got a lot of Coast Guard in a lot of different places. You know what we need to do? Take care of our own infrastructure. The North African Continental Railroad. Yep, all that. I don't know if that needs to be level... Why is it coming out level 4? That seems excessive. 2 is reasonable. Because these guys are straight up not getting supplies here. That might help get them a little bit. I think in the past, dual purpose was straight up better. Well, yeah, because in the past, what am I trying to say? In the past, naval bombers were just a terror, a blight upon the world. Now they're not quite that bad. Got some extra railway guns here. All right, we have intel.
Formazione.
We have intel. My spies have been successful in letting me know how many divisions are actually here. We got air support. I don't know if we have a railway gun here or not. I don't see one.
Pronto, signore.
Dude, another Spanish division. Yeah, we got plenty of Colonial Coast Guard. We can lower the autonomy of a subject. Yes. So now, chat, the math has been done. The math has been done, if you were curious. We can annex Spain in its entirety. And I only built 5 of those 10 infrastructure. So if my math is correct, we got about 204 puppet power in only 5 infrastructure. That's pretty good, right? I don't know if that maths, but I guess it does. That'd be what, 40 puppet power per infrastructure you build? That seems like a lot. I don't know if we did anything else. But that's crazy. So now what we have to do is that political power that we've been saving this whole time, we're gonna need it. Because to annex, you need 3 hundo political power to annex. But no longer will they just be an integrated puppet. So let me see. We have 118 civilian factories and 111 military factories. Let's see what we have after we lower their autonomy. The Papal States! We have brought them into the fold!
Pronto, signore.
Okay, sick. Now maybe they'll stop. Wait, I have 38 unassigned divisions. Oh my god. Are these all the Spanish forces? Dude, I don't want to mess with all of those. All right, how do we do on factories? We have to probably unpause to see if we're getting any more. And more generals. It's really not. There's only like a couple generals. I don't think we really got more. I'm probably gonna try converting them or disbanding them. I actually unironically might disband them. That way I can just build my own. It's either that or convert them. Now the real question is, am I gonna get any extra factories? There's no way they were giving me 100% of their factories before. I have 121 civilian factories. Didn't I say I had like 108? I don't feel like I got any more military factories, or did it go down? I don't really, how many? Now I have 122. People are trading different numbers with us. Why did the total number of factories that I had go down once I annexed Spain? Is it because they were on a different export? No. Wait, what? Were they on like a different export law? Oh, compliance. Dude, that makes sense. That makes sense. Speaking of, when was the last time I updated my garrison? Oh, God. Camels! Camel... No, that doesn't matter. Cav. I think that 16 combat with garrisons with military police is good. I don't even know if that matters. You inherited all their crappy templates. Okay, let's... Dude.
Si, signore. Si, signore.
Their default guys are not that bad. Like, they already have 2 arty. 24 combat width. They're pretty close to us. So I think we can probably get away. We don't need to consolidate. Putting them in like their own army group and then just changing the division template. Probably the Crusaders. The only thing that they're gonna need in mass as a Crusader is more anti-tank guns, I think. Which we have 6K spare. And they're already using some anti-air and anti-tank. So I'm hoping that we just have enough.
Si, signore.
Let's go big. Let's change them to like proper Crusaders. So we need 16,000 manpower, easy. 230 anti-air, easy. 690 support equipment, nice. 920 trucks. Wait, we only have 700 trucks available. Where did my trucks go? Oh, is it the breadstick brigade? Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, cancel the breadsticks. Breadsticks are canceled. So those guys are going to convert. These guys will become Alto Dente. I can see that we're definitely about to have a problem. Oh my god, dude, these artillery templates, they have to go down. These guys are dead. This is one of the worst templates ever. 10 combat width, 2 Lionardy, 2 Mountaineers. Disband. Straight up.
Pronto, signore.
I'm gonna disband these.
Formazione.
8 combat width.
Si, signore.
20 combat width, lightning. Just disband all those. All right. Fixed. I had spaghetti for dinner today. Did you shave off your own Parmesan? Or did you use the bagged Kraft Parmesan from the grocery store? Very important.
Pronto.
Did you use meat sauce or meatballs? Very important. But yeah, oh yeah, they're templates, artillery template, you're dead to me. Motorized, dead. So you can click this button. You can only delete it if there are no units currently using these templates. So that means that there are units using the other ones, at least somewhere. Which, you know, this is still too many, but we can live with this, maybe. Chat, I'm being told that there are cookies with my name on it. Fresh baked cookies out of the oven. And you can't have any. Just kidding, I'll bring you some too. I'll be back in just a minute. I'm gonna go get them. I'm gonna take the dog outside while I'm doing that. BRB. Yo. Cookies. What's up with the Empire of Brazil? They joined the not Axis, by the way. Completely different. I may have taken a couple bites out of one of the cookies, but there you go. This is a chocolate chip toffee homemade cookie. Let's give you the cookie break. There you go. Now you can imagine what it tastes like. It's got chocolate and toffee. And they're warm and delicious. A little bit of crunch because of toffee. But still soft. I may not have should have gotten 2 of them. Maybe I should just eat 1. You want to do that again, chap? I know I've already. Oh, look at that. Look at the chocolate. I brought enough to share. I'm just choosing not to. What was I doing? Oh yeah, dealing with all the new army groups. Oh yeah. Because we just annexed Spain. We could do the same thing to Yugoslavia. But we don't have enough political power anyway. We would have to start just like mass producing buildings in there. We need to at least try and get them down to integrate a puppet, maybe? But I also just straight up need some military factories. There's 10 more queued up. Okay, so we got 2 light cruiser lines, 3 heavy cruiser lines, 2 destroyer lines, and a submarine line. It's not bad. Oh, we got nationalist Spain groups also. Oh yeah, whatever navy they had. The Spanish Navy, such as it is. They didn't have much either, did they? Meanwhile, we've got 36 ships doing naval exercises. Permanently. I want them to go rest up. Okay, so our burgeoning navy is 36 ships strong. Most of them are 1940s era hulls. 30 of them are destroyers, 6 of them are light cruisers. We really need those heavy cruisers before we even leave the port. Otherwise, we are gonna get wiped. Please, my lord, just drop some cookie crumbs for us, please. Chad, do you guys like those cookie companies that do like fancy Instagram cookies? Or do you think they're like overrated? Or do you treat yourself? Like like Crumble. Yes and yes. I got them at half off and they were good, just not worth full price. Crumble is like roulette. Yeah, here's the thing. Crumble is only okay. The thing is, it's the roulette part. The fact that they change the flavors every week. I don't know if you guys are like this. For me, the adventure of tasting a new flavor is always more fun than getting something I already know I like. So it appeals to me in that sense, where it's like, ooh, what's this one gonna taste like? Like if you offer me a food I already know I like, or like a mystery flavor of a different thing, I'm gonna go for the mystery flavor every time. Like trying a new restaurant is more fun than going to the same place every week. The usual. The problem is you eventually run out of new places to try.
Sì, signore. Sì, signore.
Okay,
Formazione.
so how do I do this?
Formazione.
This army group is actually going to be insane. I need a decent general. We don't have anything. We have no decent generals. This guy's a cavalry leader, which can lead to combined arms expert, which just gives you motorized and mechanized. So maybe we just want him to level up. Because we've got the 8 motorized armored car divisions there. So if he levels up, maybe he can give them some perks. But yeah, it's got our 8 super breakthrough armored car divisions, and then all, like, the rest of it is 16 divisions of Crusaders, which is our new double Lionardy line anti-air 25 combat with Gamer Gods. Now what I need them to do is, since a bunch of them just converted, they lost a ton of XP.
Sì, signore.
So I'm gonna have them do some exercises.
Pronto.
I think it'd be good for everyone to do some exercises, actually.
Sì, signore.
Because I don't think they're gonna declare war on us yet. We have until the French Commune sort of loses.
Pronto,
Then
signore.
we've got 7 more divisions we can put wherever we want.
Pronto. Pronto, signore.
The most realistic place
Formazione.
is here.
Formazione. Sì, signore.
And then with the remaining 4,
Pronto, signore.
honestly, I don't think we're gonna need that many divisions on the French border or anything like that.
Sì, signore.
Let's just combine these 2 and put them on the border with the Soviets for now. All right, sounds good.
Pronto, signore.
And then you guys can have any old general. There we go. With large deposits of oil identified in the Libyan desert, our next step must be to increase the oil refining capacity in the region. 4 more oil found in Benghazi, and we get 2 synthetic refineries. So our oil situation is actually looking quite good. We're getting 5K a day now. And then we could add infrastructure there if we wanted to. In a railway. We could modify the colonial police occupation law. Or create a bunch of infantry and cav divisions. I don't know why I would want that. I feel like the manpower resistance target is better, but we can just go do something else first. I say let's go back and do. I think Navy's going to be the big issue for us because we need to get to Britain somehow. So whichever one of these buffs our Navy is going to be the thing we want. So probably Super Marina. Modifies the national spirit to give you 10% ship recovery rate, minus 5% strike force org loss, minus 10% naval doctrine, and that leads to the next list. Is the general any good? Maybe. I don't know. It's not worth like a 70-day or whatever it was to find out. Medium caliber armor piercing shell. All right, let's do dual purpose battery. I want to do both types of batteries, but we need to get the other type of cruiser researched as well. Actually, yeah, let's start that first. Hold up. 1944 cruiser hull instead. Are we ready to launch this attack? General says it's only an okay plan. We got really good forces here. We got air support. We have no Navy support. We need to kick them out because we don't want these British boats to be able to escape the Mediterranean, and they're currently probably docked in the Aegean. So I don't know why this dude is leaving. I say send it. We've already planned the attack. 48% planned prep attack bonus, so the initial burst of the attack is going to have a 48% offensive push to try to counter their probable... Yeah, they have a 40% entrenchment, so they kind of counter each other, hopefully nullifying their entrenchment. We've also got spies back here setting up a network that should reduce their entrenchment. And all we need to do is find a weak spot. This looks like the weak spot here. We have the intel advantage. We got the air supports. We got the air superiority. And this little tile is going to give us a nice flank on this like outward hills that we're currently seem to be struggling against. They do keep reinforcing it, but I don't think they'll be able to reinforce it for long. I think my allies are using force attack. There we go, boys. All right, now you have what you need to get this. Their entrenchment should be gone. I will do what Turkey could not. Oh yeah, we gotta get to Samo. We could just try going straight to Samos, huh?
Pronto, signore. Continuate ad avanzare. Fuoco nemico.
I'll move 6 divisions over. I think they're guarding it, and it's harder to go across that kind of a choke point anyways. There are friendly units over there. Yep. And now we have intel on them. We're gonna get the regular light batteries. Sometimes I like to mix and match those.
Sì, signore.
Wonder what happens if we try and cross. Their organization's not super high. We might honestly be able to just overpower them if their org is low. Get them to retreat from a couple different angles. He says the plan is good. He likes the plan. Though they've got 6 divisions on there, including some tanks. That's why we have the anti-armor. We've got Balikesir. Unfortunately, it's surrounded by... We've only got 2 flanks on the topmost tile. And they've got 17 divisions down there.
Formazione. Continuate ad avanzare. Pronto, signore.
Chat, do you think I should waste my time trying to cross to Samos? Maybe. Maybe we just alternate. Oh, the encirclement that I didn't even see. AI General just pulled a fast one on 17 enemy divisions, most of them British troops. Yeah, that's gonna be big, because they're at, what, 700,000 casualties so far? Let's see what it is after we're done with this.
Formazione. Avanzate. Pronto, signore. Avanzate. Forza, muovetevi.
I might regretfully be sacrificing some of my troops to Greece, but
Avanzate.
it is a price I'm willing to pay. Now the helmet popping begins. Pop. Chat, what did I say they were at? They're almost at 700,000 now. What did I say a moment ago? One by one, they all just fade away. Now, getting across to Mytilene, that's going to be the tough spot. Boys, you're almost in there. Just finish the job.
Formazione. Pronto.
You just need to take charge.
Formazione.
Down to 10. And then 9. And then 8. And then 7, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1, gone.
Formazione. Pronto.
Now let's see what that amounted to.
Sì, signore.
That was a simple matter of over 113,000 troops encircled. They're at 700,000 casualties now. Just a simple matter of getting 14 divisions plus rounded up.
Formazione.
Now for the hard part, crossing the little land bridges and the channels here. Where are we getting resources? Because we've got terrible resources here, but good resources over here. All right, we're gonna try attacking again and see what happens. Oh, hold up, hold up, hold up. Halt. Everyone, halt. We have deciphered the Greek cryptology. We can decrypt it for an invasion prep speed bonus, or sorry, a 15% breakthrough bonus, and I think we plan faster, yeah, plus 50% planning. So crack that. Break the cipher.
Pronto.
It's going up by 5% per day. Wait until we have the max bonus.
Pronto, signore.
All right, 1944 destroyer hull is ready for us to build with. It's not a big upgrade, I don't think. Its best feature is what, 500 kilometers max range and 10 more HP. I like the 10 more HP, a little bit of reliability, and I guess having a better engine. Improved depth charge mortar. I really don't think we're going to be coming up against that many subs. I'd like to consider making some battleships, but maybe let's make a better submarine first.
Pronto, signore.
All right, the plan is basically maxed. Come back to that. A modern operations center should be established for the Regia Marina's commander-in-chief to coordinate the operations of our naval formations throughout the Mediterranean and beyond. Ship bonuses to try and keep our boats alive. I think they're all supposed to die. Unlocks naval cooperation. Meh. So what is this? Fleet in being versus trade interdiction. This research bonus is probably useless to us now, but military industry gets capital ships are cheaper with more armor and some fleet in being doctrine bonuses. Speaking of, let's get our, oh, we already have max air doctrine. Huh. Let's do submarine organization and surface detection up. Surface detection and organization up. Wait, I need to actually save some Navy XP to redo all these ship designs. Okay, we've already hacked them. Let's see if we can break in here. We got the breakthrough bonus. Let's see if it matters. They seem really entrenched. We got as much as we can benefit-wise. We have intel, air support, broken enemy ciphers, railway gun bombardment, air superiority. There's not a lot else we can do. Except let the AI do their thing.
Pronto, signore.
Oh yeah. The brand new top-of-the-line armored cars. Yeah, that looks better, doesn't it? This is what we've been driving on the left. This thing looks way more stout on the right. The new Pope Mobile. You can also get an armor-piercing variant, which has, what, 6 more heart attack, 62 piercing. That would be kind of funny. I'm not saying no. I'll definitely think about it. But first, let's get the Navy weapons. We're starting to win in the north a little bit. New Pope Mobile! And torpedo launchers. I guess I shouldn't have done the cruiser hull because we're about to get like a whole Research bonus on the cruiser hull. Oops. I'll get the depth charge. Or I could get the submarine. Let's get the submarine hull. I feel like I'm about to get a bonus for that also. Probably. Cruiser submarines. Yeah, research bonus for submarine models. But these are 70-day researches. They're only that important if you, like, try to get there ahead of time. We're not really getting there ahead of time. Okay, let's start making the new armored cars. Time to change the whole supply line over. We only lose like 20% efficiency. That's crazy. And we're on the military factory binge. We're gonna need to make, like, we have so many troops deployed now. Oh man, where did all my factories go? I need more. We lost so many factories from Spain. It's kind of crazy, huh? I guess, oh yeah, compliance. I think let's just try civilian oversight unless they're upset. This can be colonial police in Egypt. Greece is chilling. Morocco can loosen up. Maximalist Portugal. Loosen up. Regional Defense Council of Aragon. All right, we'll come back and check on that in a bit. Well, we did have them, and now we don't. I thought. Yeah, we're kind of getting wrecked right here, which is a huge pain. And we have no supplies on this particular tile. And I'm not sure if it's because of... I don't know where the supplies are getting from. I'm not sure where they're reaching to. Like, whose port is this? This is in Izmir. So we might not be getting supplies because of naval interruption? I don't know. These guys are getting supplied. It's these guys who are not. Is this on the other side of the body of water? I guess it is. So who's supplying this region? In the north. I came over to try to do Turkey's job for them, and it turns out their job was harder than I gave them credit for originally.
Pronto, signore.
We captured a Swiss operative. Is there anything that you can do with operatives that you capture, or do you just have to, like, kind of leave them alone? Does it just give you, like, some kind of little bonus? We got 41 ships in our new fleet. Too bad none of them are the big ones. It is the 15th of October, though, which means all three of our first heavy cruisers are about to hit the water. The heavy calzone is about to pop out of the oven for the first time with triple heavy attack, 2 secondary batteries, 2 anti-air, float plane, armor, radar. On the 26th of October. 2 of them on the 26th of October, 1 on the 26th of November. But will it float? But will it float? If the operative doesn't kill himself, you gain a bonus to intel against that nation. I see.
Pronto, signore.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with these guys. Does anyone have any suggestions on how to give these guys supplies? In Turkey, which I don't control, I am not allied with, and therefore cannot build a naval base. That reminds me, let's start a Lend-Lease. And send some friendly planes over to our puppet Yugoslavia. Okay, and then also we've got 1,400 convoys. Well, you know what time it is. Send them 500 convoys and reduce their diplomacy by a significant margin. Have some tanks. I think your best shot is a naval invasion? I don't know about that. Crusade them anyways. Air superiority and airdrop. I was gonna do airdrops, but the problem is it takes so many planes to airdrop a significant number of supplies. It's actually a little crazy. All right, so they're at 655 autonomy right now. So if I could send them even more. Okay, I was originally gonna like try and organize airplanes. Because like we only have 100 transport planes. I'm trying to make more. But 100 is not very much. I can't build anything, that's the issue. Turkey is not my friend. They just let me fight in their territory since we have a common enemy. I mean, I could try removing some units from this area, but we only have 1.34 supply from hubs in Bursa. So this is Bursa. So the problem that they have a port right here, but there's not even a connection by rail. They don't have this port connected by rail. Is that the issue? Kurosaki, you need to listen, bro. Gotta listen, dude.
Formazione.
You're not listening. But yeah, Delta, I don't think we're gonna be able to do too much here.
Avanzate. Avanzate.
Because I can move some units out like this. And then I have to give these guys like almost a different front line. Maybe I just send them all down here. because we actually do have supplies there. For now, Italy lacks the industrial base to build enough battleships for them to be everywhere. By building powerful, well-armored cruisers like our Zara, we'll have the ships to contest control of the seas? Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. But it's a nice thought. Submarine speed while retreating, new naval commander, human torpedo raid. What is a... Okay, you have my attention. The human torpedo raid. You run out of munitions, so you just put some people in the tubes. Am I right? I'll go, sir. I volunteer. This one's okay. More fleet and being reductions. Battleship research. 2 dockyards. Okay, these guys are sort of stuck. Maybe we just ignore them. I don't know. And the heavy cow zones are almost all here. See, now we want to do some naval exercises because we can't have the heavy cruisers come out and die because they're fresh and they have no XP. 3 heavy cruisers, 8 light cruisers, 34 destroyers. There's arguably too many destroyers, but we kind of slowed down on production of those afterwards. I don't know how to get these guys out of here without developing bombers from scratch. I don't think a naval invasion is going to work because they're just going to be entrenched on the naval invasion spot also. Like, there's nowhere to land around them. They've got, like, 7 divisions there, 5 divisions here. It's possible that we can just brute force it, but I doubt it. But they don't really have that many places to go, you know what I mean? Like, if you can just start poking holes in the defenses. But yeah, we hemorrhage org fast. But we don't have to take both of them simultaneously, we just have to take one. Alright, there's the light battery, now the medium. Dual purpose. Do we have a nuke? We don't have a nuke yet. Eventually, maybe, but not yet. I hope Hearts of Iron 5 has a larger scale map so these island battles aren't such an annoyance and are fun. A larger scale map would be cool. I wouldn't say it's absolutely mandatory, but I think that's an interesting idea at the least. Alright, just Hulk, I guess. I'd have to get bombers. Like, really the only thing I think I could do is bomb their infrastructure. But I don't have bombers, so I'd have to make them from scratch. Which, you know, isn't impossible. It's going to take a long time. Okay, we got actually a lot of fighters. Another group of lookouts. 2 close air support. We have 400 naval bombers ready to go. Damn, dude, where are these guys coming from? We're going to deploy all those dudes and start some training exercises. The Littorio-class battleships are fast and powerful examples of the capital. Building more of these vessels and refining our doctrine to use them effectively will substantially improve our battle line. Add 2 production of Littorio-class battleships, bonuses for your doctrine, research bonus for battleships, and 2 dockyards. Yo, look at this one. This is crazy. 2 random admirals will be given the trait Bold. Create a Costanzo Ciano? Screen variant, I don't care about that. And then you get like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 dockyard building slots. Certain states in North Africa, western coast of Iberia, and western coast of France will also receive 1 naval dockyard as long as they are fully controlled by the Papal State or an Italian subject. That's crazy. Like, that one's actually kind of insane. Can close air support do tactical bombing? I think it depends on the close air support. My close air support can technically do logistic strikes. So maybe we try logistic strikes. Trains and trucks. So let's actually take a look around here because we have a bunch of planes that need to be reorganized. Let's just get everybody back. I don't know where you guys go. Okay, just shifted a whole bunch of people around. So we got 700 fighters, 400 active support planes. Our air detection 26%, our mission efficiency 36%. It's probably because it's like very far away. Tox, you like to play any war board games? I haven't played any war board games in a while. The ones that I enjoy though, I like Memoir 44. If you don't mind dice rolling, I like the dice rolling. It's a little RNG heavy, but it's really fun. Nice, simple, turn-based miniatures game with hexes for movement. It's kind of old, but I think it was a lot of fun when I played it. As far as other war games, I'm trying to think if there were any that stand out. I didn't really play a lot of war games, I guess. I own Risk Legacy, but I never got to play it. Risk Legacy is the one that I've always wanted to play. I feel like Sim would enjoy that. He played a bunch of Risk. I don't know if he's played Risk Legacy, though. How's Belgium alive? Bro, I don't know. The short answer is the Germans are losing their own wars. And the Soviets are kind of dominating. I don't know how, but they are. (1944) cruiser hull, ever so slightly faster, but the 500 kilometers max range and the HP and the reliability are probably the main bonuses with the engines. Let's start researching the ability to do stronger naval invasions. Snorkels? Basic submarine snorkels. Let's do the advanced ones. And we've got 24 combat ready divisions. 24 combat ready divisions, sir. Half of them grunts, half of them crusaders.
Pronto, Pronto, signore.
Realistically, what we want to do is a new
Sì, signore.
theater on the Eastern Front.
signore.
I only have one general unless I promote somebody, which I think I'd rather promote somebody at this point. That guy's got 845 officer XP. You're promoted, sir. Oh, wait, I have... Okay, sorry, two things. I only have one field marshal. I could promote another guy to field marshal. Or we're stuck with this max entrenchment nerd. This is, I think, is this the Ascari officer? Cavalry and camelry bonuses? Actually, I have just the place for you, dude. You work with these guys. I think there's actually camels and cav in there. You'll benefit from that. You have 4 attack, 2 defense. It's not bad.
Sì, signore.
Giovanni Duca. I like the hill fighter, infantry officer. The militia officers is neither here nor there.
Pronto.
And for the field marshal, I can either promote Sebastiano or just take Emilio de Bono. He kind of sucks.
Pronto, signore.
Maybe we trade you out with Pietro. Because at least he's got, like, planning.
Pronto, signore.
Yeah, let's swap those guys.
Pronto, signore.
Put the crappy general in charge of home defense front.
Pronto, signore.
Now, in Hearts of Iron 5, I also want a feature where you can create a front line that is not specific to each region. I know that sounds crazy. What I mean is, if I want to make one front line that goes all the way from Switzerland to the Soviet territory, I should be able to do that without having to make a separate front line for every single different nation, okay? I want country-independent front lines. That's what I wanted at Hearts of Iron 5 for quality of life. Because what you gotta do now is create a custom front line as far as you think you can. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Like there. That way 2 units are on each tile. It's kind of my goal.
Pronto, signore.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I actually don't even have enough units to have 2 divisions on every tile like this. We got some friendly units over here that can kind of pick up the slack, but we do have some holes in our defenses there. So the real question is, do I really want to train another 24 divisions simultaneously? Or are we struggling in supplies anywhere? We will be struggling in supplies if we go to full-blown war. Though I've been building some more military factories behind the scenes. So we have 5 factories on transport planes. We got 4 back on trains. I got 8 on trucks because we have a lot of transport units now. We minded even more, like 10 on trucks with all the motorized that we've got. We got 10 on naval bombers. I'm going to slow down on that. Because we're going to need 5 more on guns, easily. 2 more on armored cars. 1 more on tanks. Two more on Hand of God. Yeah. Lots and lots and lots and lots of goodies. Okay, we got max level medium batteries, and what's next? Catching up on airplanes. Let's go 1944 airplanes. We can make some new planes. I think the multi-country front line is not possible. I don't know if it's AI or a technical limitation of the engine. Hello, CyberSade. Thanks for 39 months.
Pronto, signore.
Appreciate it, CyberSade. Thanks for the sub. I figure I'll try my luck on these dudes again. Don't really notice anything different happening here. At least not yet. I haven't seen any change in their logistics. They seem well supplied. The problem is I can't field a navy that can stop them from getting well supplied. In fact, because they move their capital, this is an infinite supply hub. I'm pretty sure that they just get infinite supplies out of Samos, which is crazy, right? Like, if your capital's Athens and you lose your capital, you can't just move your capital and be like, well, I have infinite supplies here. I've always had infinite supplies in the Aegean. What are you talking about? And you're like, well, you just made that up. Your infinite supply hub was over here. You can't just move it because you lost the first one. Yes, I can. That's the actual issue at hand here, is that they have unlimited supplies in their little Aegean base because they cheated and moved their capital over. Calvin Ball rules.
Pronto, signore.
But unironically. Not sure if I am just throwing lives away unnecessarily or if we're actually going to make some progress here. Because every time they make a new push, sometimes it turns green for a minute.
Formazione.
It doesn't look good to me. No ciphers being decrypted. Well, let's start here. All right, the French commune was annexed. That's good for us because it means France just finished their civil war. They have not even made it to the borders with us. Well, this is such a bastard of a move that I'm about to do. I don't even know if I have enough troops on the border with them to do this, is the issue.
Formazione.
But they're still trying to scramble. Do we want to just bite off more than we can chew here? And assume that they are very weak now? Do we have any spies in France? We still have spies in France, and we've already completed collaboration government twice. Secretly, over the years. And it looks like it was successful for 30% increased collab. Twice, I think. So we got 65% intel. We think that they're down to under 1 million troops now. We've got 3.4 million in the field. I've got 2 full army groups in the south, 48 divisions down here, including my new best, strongest 16 Crusaders with 8 of the armored car divisions. Stockpile-wise, we look pretty good. Manpower-wise, we look pretty good. Now, here's the trick. None of my planes are in position because I didn't know when they were going to actually win. So clearly we don't need 700 fighters and 400... I think we just move... We're kind of stuck in Greece. I don't know what to do with them. We're just going to hold for now. I'm going to leave 100 fighters. Maybe even 200 fighters here. and 100 close air support and take the rest. I just realized we don't really have a big airfield on the border with Spain. I'm also not really seeing any evidence. I don't know if the British ships are just permadocked in Samos or if they left before we closed the Suez. I'm not sure. But there's 200 close air support. We got a bunch of... Yeah, because our naval bombers have not been getting anything done. Maybe we send them on port strikes. That might be a good idea. These guys' units are kind of just like dying over time. Okay, the organization here is tough. Give me a minute. We have like 500 fighters here just standing by. And these guys are almost done doing pilot exercises. Okay, am I missing... anybody? Maybe I sent too many fighters one way or the other. Send in the hand of God. Could retreating? Nope, because Turkey is not going to retreat. So Turkey will still be here even if I retreat. So I wouldn't be able to lead them out. Even if I wanted to. We're close to getting better puppet for Italian Yugoslavia. We still have 1,000. Maybe, dude, is the convoy thing cheesy? Yes. Does it work? Also, yes. It feels a little too cheesy, but I have to imagine if they wanted to change it, they could have already changed it, right? The fun part is you get your convoys back when you annex them. That's true. These guys aren't getting annexed. They're gonna get, like, super puppeted. But yeah. I get the point. I don't know why I unpaused there. Alright. It's wartime. Declare war to annex France. Call allies. The Papal State has called in Italian Yugoslavia as our ally in the Italian-French War. They're like, how could you? And I'll be like, yes, remember like 2 years ago when I picked whichever one of these gave me a war goal against all neighbors, and also this one. It's time.
Formazione.
So Team Pink, I would say let's start off super aggressive. Pink, aggressive. These guys will wait initially until, well, actually, I'll just start you off balanced.
Formazione.
Chad, these guys are still, some of them are exercising, but it's really nobody. So we're good. And then you guys don't even have an offensive line because we were waiting until you couldn't create one until the Civil War was over. So you don't even have, you don't need a plan though, because you're about to like face these dudes, and we're going to give you a separate line that goes like out to here. Like that. Okay. Let's see what France does. France is called the Soviet Socialist Republic as our enemy. What? Were they guaranteeing them? I guess I should have looked at whether or not they were being guaranteed, huh? They have non-aggression pact. I never look. The independence of France is guaranteed by the SSSR. Hey chat, remember when I put a bunch of dudes on the eastern border just in case? Yeah, so the fun part is they got to get the Soviets on their side and they joined the British Communist faction simultaneously. So Britain is in there, but they have less than 1 million manpower. We have destroyed them. Like, we're responsible for 600,000 British casualties. Okay, well, here's the thing. See, now we need more people on the eastern border now that there's actually a threat over there. I'm glad that I had some people. But we're just casually at war with the Soviet Socialist Republic also. May as well be World War, you know? Why not?
Sì, signore.
Oh yeah, we have all these down here too. Okay. Okay, hold the phone.
Pronto, signore.
So we need to move everyone on the Austria-Hungary border down to this. Super reinforced. Because I think we still have a non-aggression pact. I'm just going to improve relations for fun. I'm pretty sure, yeah, we have non-aggression pacts with... We're sort of like enemy of our enemy in this place, right? Confederate, European, and us are like on the same team. And then Britain, France, and the SSSR are on the other team. Just a three-front war. No big deal. Don't make it into such a big deal, dude.
Pronto, signore. Sì, signore.
Okay,
Pronto, signore.
now what? You know, the usual. The usual. Step one is realize that when you get through France here, you also have to get through Soviet Turkey. And then remember, huh,
Pronto, signore.
maybe we need more troops down here. Perhaps. But let's start by taking this if possible. Good luck to Field Marshal Giuseppe. He's got 2222 and offensive doctrine, expert delegator. I like expert delegator a lot.
Pronto.
And then don't forget about the North African Casablanca French area,
Sì, signore.
which I did forget to make an offensive line at. However, we do have probably way more divisions than they currently have. Therefore, keyword should steamroll, and I've got divisions on their eastern front here that they forgot
Pronto,
about.
signore.
And we're gonna set these dudes to aggressive, send
Pronto,
it.
signore.
These dudes to aggressive because they've only got 2 divisions guarding it. Send that.
Pronto, signore.
Aggressive, send here as well. Yeah, they're not ready. Who's got Cyprus? That's France. So we got to cross over to Cyprus, but I'm going to be surprised if they even have anybody there. We got Coast Guard. All right, am I forgetting anywhere? Yep. Uh-oh. Well, guess what? You guys have a job to do.
Sì, signore.
Whose army group is this?
Pronto.
58 divisions down here, and nobody's on the French border in Djibouti? Isn't mainland France about to get double teamed? Correct. They made the mistake of joining the French faction. Well, they could just choose not to go to war with Germany. But yeah, this is going to be
Si, signore.
slightly awkward. The best way to do this is put these guys in a different army group. Real quick. Do that. Strategic redeploy on.
Formazione.
Then go back. That way it doesn't scramble every single unit. We take the area defense here off until we've secured the Djibouti area. Okay. That way it doesn't like scramble all the other defenders. Next things that we have to do is I think it's time to just throw the Navy into the deep end here. They've been doing naval exercises to make sure that our brand new cruisers are ready. They're almost past being fresh. Just a little bit longer. I need to get the Air Force going too, but I don't think that they've arrived yet. Chaos! Chaos! All right, let's do 1 time speed just so we can see what happens here. Dude, this is insanity. The scale of this push. First of all, we are just rolling in from the east. They're trying to figure out where the hell to go. They're probably going to get people to go to the ports.
Pronto.
We got air wings with no mission assigned. We're gonna try to get air superiority over southern France first. Okay. A lot of these dudes are still on the way. Did France have nobody on the border? They literally just ended a civil war. So the second they won their civil war, I declared war. They didn't have time. This was the Civil War held territory, so we just took the opportunity
Si, signore.
to march on in. I had to wait until the Civil War was over to properly declare war there.
Pronto.
So we timed it just so. All right, planes are starting to arrive. We got 100 too many here. There's our close air support. Get those guys up in the sky. We got lots of planes standing by. We definitely need to make sure that we keep air superiority over the Alpine region, since it is going to be a proper battlefield here. So let's say 300 over the Alpine. Oh yeah. 1,100 fighters, 500 support planes. We got railway gun bombardments. This is revenge for King Philip.
Formazione.
We're starting to move in toward Damascus and Beirut. Moving in from Tripoli.
Pronto, signore. Pronto.
This is going to be kind of an opening that we need to cover here, and then I don't want to lose any ground. Did we already lose ground, or are we gaining ground on the Soviets?
Si, signore.
Chad, did the Soviets like not have any troops on our border?
Pronto. Pronto, signore. Avanzate.
Okay. Now,
Continuate l'attacco.
Team Pink and Team Red are doing some work. Who's this? They got there real late. What about the Navy? How you guys doing? I say go get repaired. Am I forgetting any important fronts? I thought you were allied with the Soviets. I am unfortunately not allied with the Soviets. RIP 3 convoys. The French fleet is out and about, chat. And we're gonna have to test our mettle for control of the Mediterranean. Let's regain some org, and then we set off to intercept. The Papal States have called Belgium as our ally. I don't think Belgium's very pleased about this. I forgot that these submarines have been training this entire time, and they need to repair. Giuseppe Giri Saletta shot down Twitch! Oh no! A streaming casualty! Our latest mission over southern France was a great success for the Italian Air Force. Reports have come in highlighting that Giri managed to outwit the French pilot known as Twitch. Giri used himself as bait and lured Twitch into a trap where the Italian pilot was able to dive on Twitch's squadron, outmaneuvering the aircraft with a single burst, sending them spiraling into the skies of France. RIP Twitch. Okay, who's waiting on orders? Is it all these guys? Why does it, who's standing by? Air wing with no mission or region assigned. I guess it's these dudes? Didn't I say I was going to try port striking? Well, now there's no reason to port strike because we got... Oh, dude, yeah, we could set up against... Yeah, the naval bombers. All right, boys. Pilot exercises are over. We need to try and hit... We need to try and hit the French Navy, dude. All right, let those planes move first. That way I know who's gone and who's not. There are enemy fighters over Italy right now. Hold up. And these are like lookouts. They do aerial recon. India has called France as our... Wait, are we at war with India now? Uh-oh. We also lost 2 submarines. Oh yeah, we've been at war with India. That's right. Moving in toward Beirut.
Pronto, signore.
Everybody over here's doing good. Pushing in through the north. We're going into Bordeaux and Toulouse. Toulouse. I think that's how the locals pronounce it, if I'm not mistaken. Heading toward the city of Nice and Toulon. And then Marseille. Classic French places. That everyone knows and loves.
L'attacco. Pronto. Sì, signore.
Okay, yeah, this place got a little more spicy. I say if you've got it, like here's the thing, I would like to get some air power here to kind of help out. Dude, managing the air power is definitely the hardest part, man. I don't think we need this many planes. Guarding the Eastern Mediterranean. I'm gonna take these dudes up toward Ukraine. We already sunk a French sub, a second French sub, 2 more French subs, another French sub. Lost 5 planes. Sunk a French destroyer. I can't believe we're down to 20 ships from the original fleet. I started watching Masters of the Air. It's kind of good like Band of Brothers of the Pacific. I don't like that you said kind of good. I haven't seen it yet. I've been watching the Pacific again. And realizing the horrors of war. And in preparation for watching Masters of the Air. And I'm worried that Masters... I mean, here's the thing. Band of Brothers is the best. The Pacific to me is like... probably 2 rungs down from Band of Brothers. If Masters of the Air is 2 rungs down from the Pacific... yeah, I don't really attach air wings to armies. I like to micromanage it better. Yeah, don't get me wrong. The Pacific is a beautiful, like, scenery and sets and props and extras. It's visually very nice. It's just, like, very disjointed by comparison to Band of Brothers. I agree, it's gritty. My problem isn't even that it's really dark. It's just, like, they don't let you spend enough time with each of the characters. It doesn't do a good job of balancing multiple stories, in my opinion. They really needed, like, if they wanted to focus on 3 separate groups of people, they need to do like Game of Thrones style. I hate that I'm saying that, and kind of check in with all 3 groups every episode. Instead, it's like 3 episodes are about freaking Eugene Sledge. And then by the time you get back to whoever else, it's like John Basilone playing golf. And I'm just like, what are you doing, John? And then it switches back and it's like, okay, I don't understand. And they don't let you spend as much time with the characters because they don't have full stories. So you spend like 3 episodes with one and then you switch back to a different dude. It's like, who is this again? I don't remember this guy. France should just kept their civil war going forever. Kind of, though.
Sì, signore. Pronto, signore.
I don't disagree with that. Then they would never have gotten invaded. Speaking of getting invaded. Oh my god. What's up, Logan Olio? Huge raid, though. Thanks for the raid, guys. Raiders are blotting out the chat. Bangarang Beast, what's up? Studying Raptors. Chantel. Golden Dog. That is 3 out of 4 chatters with an animal name. Did you coordinate this? Your Connor, leaky pancakes. All right, we got food. I don't like that they're leaky, though. Put the syrup back in, please. Answer to a prayer. Welcome. Puddlefoot, how's it going? Chat, are you just going to let these people just walk all over you like this? Hey, Tal, I made them change their names into categories. Just kidding. My chat loves when people walk on them. Isn't that right, chat? They're very submissive. I'm just kidding. All right, what's up, everybody? Hello, Raiders. Fun introduction there. We're playing a war simulation game. Oh, that woke you up, see? Oh, where are you during the raid? I don't know, but you got the, like, huhs ready to go. Yeah, see? I know how to get you to interact with the chat. Now you snap, too. But I'm playing Hearts of Iron, a game that I have a lot of hours in. Too many hours. An embarrassing number of hours, actually. And it's my favorite Paradox grand strategy game. I like playing strategy games, simulation games, war games. I may have a predictable quality in that way. I hope you guys had a fantastic stream. Thanks for raiding, Logan Olio. How did it go? Shout out for Logan Olio, who's doing some just chatting. Were you guys watching some tube? If you're in my chat and you haven't followed us before on one of our raids, over to Logan Olio, hit that follow button at the top of your chat, and he's going live again tomorrow at 10:30 p.m. Pacific. That's now. Hey, that's basically now, but tomorrow. It's 10:39 Pacific here. Very good. We finally made the Tavern. Ooh, Tavern Manager Simulator. Have I played that one? Let me see. I have played Tavern Master, which is different. But it is also a tavern simulation game where you make and decorate your own tavern and run the inventory and all that. I don't know if it's similar. It sounds similar. But I'm glad it was fun. Are you winning? We kind of are winning. I'm going to give you guys a little backstory on what we're doing here. Kind of broad strokes. You don't even have to know how to play the game to appreciate the zaniness of this. While this game does take place from 1936 to roughly 1950, and it sort of repeats that era in human history, I play with historical mode turned off. So it's an unpredictable and wild and crazy series of events that usually occur. In this timeline of World War II, the Axis never formed. There was a civil war in Germany, and Wilhelm III returned as the Kaiser of Confederate European nations, not the Axis, by the way, the Confederate European nations, German Empire. And instead of invading Poland, they said, hey, Poland, will you give us Danzig? And Poland was like, hey, yeah, I'll give you Danzig. That sounds cool. And then they joined an alliance. So the German Empire and Poland joined up with Latvia and Finland, who formed the Estonia-Finland League, and together conquered Sweden and Norway. To make matters a little more complicated, I don't know if there was an Anschluss in this campaign. I think there wasn't. Instead, peacefully, Austria-Hungary formed out of Austria, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia into a super country to also join up with the Germans. Yes, Estonia took over Finland, and then they combined to make a Super Estonia-Finland League. In this timeline, Stalin is gone. He's been deposed and replaced with Lev Kamenev of the SSSR, the new communist Soviets. We're playing as Italy, and we deposed Mussolini and replaced him with the Pope. So we have a Pope-led Italy trying to restore the super Holy Roman Empire, basically, under Papa Pio the 12th. There's a secret, the reason it's called Secret Pope in the title is because there's actually a path that you can take as Italy. This is not a defined path that you have to do just so. And if you do everything right, then a secret path reveals itself and allows you to put the Pope in power. So that was the whole complicated thing. There is massive war in South America going between the Omega Empire of Brazil and the British Communist Alternative, headed up by Rajani Palmdutt of the Union of Britain and British Communists, who we are at war with. After I asked Spain and Portugal to join an alliance with me, Spain said, yeah, sure, that sounds great. And Portugal was like, absolutely not, I despise you. And then they declared war on Spain. So I had to go to war with them to protect my new ally and puppet Spain. And as a result of that, I started winning the war against Portugal, and Portugal got scared, and they joined the faction with Britain and said, please, please, Britain, come save me. I have bitten off more than I can chew. And so we got locked in an eternal struggle against Britain. They are finally being whittled down. They got under 1 million manpower left. Their navy is still hella strong, but we have to have a good enough navy to naval invade them. Otherwise, they're untouchable right now. So we're actually in the process of invading France. What did France do to deserve that? Well, they're our neighbors, and, you know, all roads lead to Rome, right? We get an annexation war goal against non-friendly neighbor European countries. And also, Deus Vult and the Catholic Dominion, of course, gives us the rights to many such places. In fact, we asked Palestine if they wanted to join us, and they were like, yeah, sure, that sounds great. And then maybe we did a little invasion of Egypt in order to seal the Suez Canal to stop the British Navy from entering the Mediterranean. And maybe we did a little naval invasion of Spanish Morocco, which Spain gave up after the Union of Britain, our enemy, sent them an angry email that said, hey, please decolonize. And they were like, okay, sounds good. So they released Morocco, and then the British Navy started to come in and pummel us inside of the Mediterranean. So that's where we're at. We're at war with a lot of people. We're the spots in green, and we're at war with the people in red. So we just got into a war with the new Soviets because I attacked France, and because they're communist and the SSSR is communist, they were guaranteeing the independence of each other. So now I'm at war with both. And I'm at war with Britain, and I'm at war with what's left of Greece, who is hiding out in Samos, and I can't seem to finish them off. So that's kind of where we're at. We just declared war on France, and we have big combat lines. We strategically waited. France just had a civil war, and the second the civil war ended, I declared war on them. So I was patiently biding my time, waiting until they were most vulnerable. So they lost a bunch of people in the civil war, fighting against other communists in an uprising, and now we are invading from the mountains near Savoy and also over the Catalonia mountain range. Chat, what's this range called? The name that I should know, but I'm stupid, and names are hard. The Pyrenees, right? Pyrenees? I think it just came to me in a vision. Are you a Civ gamer? Yeah, I like Civ 6 a lot. I know that that's a controversial take. Civ 5 is like the super popular one. I happen to like Civ 6 because that's the one that I learned how to play, and I think it's really fun, so I'm looking forward to 7. Civ 6 is a really fun game, and anybody who says otherwise is a doo-doo head. That's what I say. But yeah, I'm excited about the new Civ for sure. So if you haven't seen Hearts of Iron before, what I'm doing is going to look complicated because we are at what I would call the end game of Hearts of Iron campaign. You don't normally have this many generals. We've organized all of our troops. Each one of these guys represents a different front line. This is the front line with what's left of Greece. This is the front line. These are the two front lines with France. But what's nice is you can kind of delegate. So I can set up my front line, set up a goal, like an offensive line, and then have the generals in question kind of activate and then, you know, go through that plan, which is exactly what I've done. So I've told them to go ahead and just start advancing. What was I doing right when you guys came in here? I was about to get the Navy operational again, I believe. Because the Navy is currently docked, and I've been waiting for them to regain organization. We've also had to organize all of our Air Force. This is a very deep strategy simulation game, and if you haven't seen it, then it's going to look completely overwhelming to you right now. I apologize, but I try to explain what I'm doing and why, so you'll at least understand broad strokes. If nothing else, we have a lot of separate offensives going on simultaneously right now. We're invading Damascus and moving up to the Soviet border of Turkey because they've been invading. We need some more troops down there, I believe. Though I don't know. I guess I might take some of these tanks over there to that border because they're about to pop out. I'm a Civ 6 gamer as well. Yeah, Civ 6 with all the DLCs is a really fabulous game.
Pronto, signore.
All right, I'm gonna trust these
Sì,
bros
signore.
to do their thing. What I need to do is win the air war over France. They have put in 2,100 fighters. I'm hoping that most of them are old. These guys, I'm sending in 1940s era fighters, my Pesto Prowlers. In the brief couple days we've been fighting, we've lost 18 fighters to their 83. So that's a really good ratio. It means that we're winning the air war for now. However, begs the question, do we have good radar coverage? We do. We actually have level 6 radar over France. So we should have pretty good detection. That being said, I wouldn't mind getting some more fighters locked in here if we have that as a possibility. All right, I say we just go ahead and grab these guys. I think they've been training. These are actually close air support. We'll just send them over. I don't think we need 300 fighters over the Alpine region. I'm going to redirect 200 of them. And that'll give us about 1,800 fighters, hopefully, over southern France to their 2,500. But yeah, there's kind of a lot going on right now. It is busy over here.
Pronto. Avanzate.
All right, lots and lots of stuff going on. So we've got some submarines that actually just almost got blown up. Is what that notification was about. Let me make sure my submarines are set to high repair priority. So that they will go repair if possible. All right, we got 48 ships in the fleet here. I think it's go time, chat. The inaugural test of our new Navy. We got 3 1940 era heavy cruisers. We got 8 1940 era light cruisers. We got 37 1940 era destroyers. I'm going to say patrol, only engage at low risk, here. That's where they're primarily going to be concentrated. Meanwhile, lots of pop-ups on the ground. We sunk a French destroyer with our own naval bombers, sunk another French destroyer with naval bombers. I like the fact that we're able to pick them off like this. We lost 11 naval bombers here. Their anti-air is doing some work. Okay.
Formazione.
We got 4 tank divisions. I'm going to send 2 of those to this front.
Pronto, signore.
And then 2 of those.
Vi respingiamo, signore. Pronto.
I could just send all 4 of them to that front.
Pronto, signore.
Though perhaps I should send them to the front with the Soviets instead, just in case.
Pronto. Formazione.
That's not a bad idea.
Formazione.
I'm also pushing in the Soviet territory just because we have the opportunity before they really get there. And I'm gonna have to, like, change... I don't really have any support planes available for that. Arguably, we don't need... as many as we've got over here. We're taking some new airfields, so I'm gonna keep moving the fighters up to those airfields that we have, like, maximum coverage. And then if we can unite the front line here, that's when it gets real crazy for us. Oh, you know what I just remembered, chat? We have armored cars that go like 13 kilometers an hour.
Formazione. Avanzate.
I don't care about the ace pilots, dude.
Sì, signore. Pronto, signore.
Armored cars and tanks go burr.
Avanzate. Pronto, signore. Avanzate.
I almost feel bad for the French. Quickly, to Paris! And then when the front lines connect, boom, now it's a game changer.
Sì, signore.
Because all these dudes can have one united front.
Pronto.
I can do Field Marshal, front line, shift left click for a group front. And then we can create a united attack order to Paris. I'm gonna have to cross this side of the river. Guess what, chat? We're gonna group up with Belgium. And still not fight the Germans. Because, dude, if we fight France, Germany, the Soviets... I don't know, dude.
Formazione. Pronto. Pronto.
Keep driving, boys.
Ripiegate.
Keep cruising, dude. They don't know. I don't even think my own troops know what to do. The spaghetti is intensifying, man.
Vi respingiamo, signore. Avanzate.
Okay, the armored car meme divisions are ridiculous.
Continuate l'attacco.
Let me check my logistics. We get about 6,000 anti-air, 6K tanks, 8.8K armored cars, 14K artillery, 110K infantry equipment. So really the only thing we're like 110K infantry equipment for 3.5 million people is not that much. So it sounds like a lot, but it's really not. So I would say, let's go to 30 infantry equipment. To get started. The AI doesn't really handle speed well. Well, what are they gonna do? You know, what are they gonna do? They just joined a war against all of Europe. because they joined the British communists against us, but the British communists are at war with the German Empire, so they de facto joined the war with the German Empire too. Real France didn't handle it well either. Yeah. Now, this is fun. I can take my armored cars and just go doot doot.
Sì, signore. Pronto, signore.
I have the game
Avanzate.
paused right now, so I can just do some Omega orders here.
Avanzate.
In fact, we can create a nice little pocket for them. Like, my troops can't even catch up to the front line because my armored cars, you don't understand how fast this division is. This is a division of only motorized trucks and armored cars with motorized anti-tanks. That's anti-tank guns being towed by other trucks. And there's they have a speed of 13, almost 14 kilometers per hour. The average infantryman is about 5.2 kilometers per hour, and that's with all the buffs. So it's a 4 kilometer an hour base. So they're almost 3 times faster than default infantry, but they're at least 2.5 times as fast as any of their infantry. So they just don't have anybody there. We took the ports. I've created a decent encirclement here of 5, 9, 10, 11 divisions.
Pronto, signore. Formazione.
We're crossing the river and basically heading directly toward Paris.
Pronto, signore.
And with that encirclement, like 8 divisions are insta-dead.
Forza, forza.
We got light tanks also, so we are the definition of speed, bro. So much so that my planes can't even keep up. I think I sent too many planes to this airfield. Meanwhile, how about the boats? Naval bombers have taken down 2 French destroyers and 2 submarines. Excellent. Naval bombers have taken down 1 French destroyer and a submarine. Excellent. Well, there's your battle right there. 5 light cruisers and 11 French destroyers in a fairly decisive battle. These are all early or 1936 destroyer hulls. We lost 18 naval bombers. This was the first test of our modern navy. You've outrun your planes. I think so. I gotta check on the other areas. Crown yourself the King of France! I have my 3 heavy cruisers getting to test themselves out here. My 1940s destroyer hulls. The Pompeo Magno. 2 killing blows. 1 killing blow. This 1940 cruiser got 3 killing blows. Dude, cruisers are just shredding destroyers. See, it's this is the other side, right? One battle, we took out every one of their destroyers in one battle. This is on the other side, now that we're just fielding a semi-modern navy. It's more modern than theirs. And I think I want to have, like, repair priority high. And then these dudes over here, I'm gonna patrol with my submarines also. Let's say repair now for these dudes. And then these guys are convoy raiding. We lost 22 naval bombers, but sunk 2 destroyers. That's probably a good trade every single time. Sunk an enemy sub. Yeah, we got a fair amount of naval bombers over here, but we might be hemorrhaging an unsustainable quantity of them. We'll see. Dude. A tragic air crash while en route to inspect the French border. Chief of the Air Force Aldo Pellegrini and General Pietro Pinto's airplane encountered engine problems. They died. I've never... Wait, is this an Italian historical event? This happened in real history? I've never seen this event before. That's crazy. So the chief of the Air Force died. I guess the bad weather penalty guy? Italo Balbo. You can counter it with a focus in the aviations. Oh, interesting. Well, we're doing the Navy stuff so far since we have to defeat the British Union. Oh yeah, I forgot that we had these 2 ship holes. 1936. Outdated, it says. Well, make them anyways. We're probably making too many convoys. Realistically, we probably just want another heavy cruiser. And then move the convoys down. Trade Estonia, Finland for some more steel. We got a ton of factories. We should be ready to possibly start building stuff to get Yugoslavia hooked up. Like, start improving their infrastructure to at least a 3 out of 5. We're gonna need some radar on the border. They only have level 1? Why do they only have, like, 1 space? Oh, you know what I just remembered? The Soviets can naval invade us. And they will do it, too. But also just building forts, especially naval, is a decent way to get puppets to lose independence. But yeah, we're gonna have to like actually send some people. Okay. Move some dudes over. Let's check on all the armies. These guys are still chilling here. France is getting blitzed. Okay. How goes Africa? It seems like Africa is going well.
Pronto, signore. Formazione.
And then I guess the border up here with the Soviets is where we're going to start to run into problems, yeah?
Pronto, signore. Pronto, signore.
Found a random heavy cruiser, deleted it.
Formazione.
What about here?
Sì, signore.
take over Djibouti.
Sì, signore.
You gotta take over Djibouti. And then if you have free military factories, what do you gotta do? $18 to support equipment. Goodbye, France. Yeah.
Pronto.
We're driving to Paris, and I don't know if there's anything you can do about it, bro.
Sì, signore.
Rip Jiri, the guy who shot down Twitch, has been himself shot down. That's very sad. The last pockets of French resistance in Paris were mopped up today, and the city is now firmly under Italian control. Papa Pio XII was hurriedly flown in to participate in the victory parade on the Champs... Dude, I can't. I'll never be able to pronounce this. The Champs-Élysées. That's my guess. Riding in front of the marching troops on a white stallion. During the celebrations, he compared the current campaign in France with Caesar's conquest of Gaul and promised it was only the beginning of Italy's ascent to greatness. Time will tell if he's right. Yeah, we just vroom-vroomed into Paris.
Formazione. Avanzate. Pronto.
And even though Paris has fallen, they haven't capitulated yet. Hey, look, I found, I don't know where these British destroyers have been hiding out all this time, but we found... Now our naval bombers are starting to get, I think it's the Mark IIIs. The Mark IIIs with like extra good torpedoes are finally getting kills. These are actually good kills. Heavy cruiser and 4 destroyers. And then we had a naval fleet battle. Look at how we did the same thing to them they did to us. These are the guys who probably got away, and we sunk all their ships. So, oh, how the turntables. We're also getting all of France's factories, and we can repurpose them however we see fit. You know what? Why shouldn't we have 15 factories making the hand of God? We're gonna need more factories making trucks at this rate, I think. Sax, what is this blog? Did you say this was your first? It's not my first time using armored cars, Illard. I just don't get to use them very often. But they're extremely good in specific circumstances like this, where if you can catch the enemy unawares, there's just nothing they can do. You're just flying in, taking territory. We have 8 divisions of them as well over here on the same front line. Of all, motorized is a lot of fun. Sax, I'm sorry that your PC, okay, my dream PC of 10 plus years was delivered yesterday. I had to refuse the delivery because the AIO cooler leaked out and the package was destroyed. Well, on the one hand, I'm sorry that happened to you. On the other,
Sì, signore.
at least you'll get another one,
Sì, signore.
presumably. France is 97% to capitulation. It's over, dude. Look at these beautiful green blobs moving across the French landscape. Free France has capitulated, giving us access to 50% of their stockpiled equipment. Yes, that's a lot of guns. They just casually had 200,000 guns stockpiled. You know how many people we could arm? Papa Pio has announced the cowardly French nation could no longer withstand the pressure from the overwhelming presence of Italian forces throughout the country. The French government has fled and gone into exile. They have capitulated. Well, well, well. Look who's in control of France.
Pronto. Vi respingiamo, signore. Pronto.
There are a couple pockets of resistance
Pronto.
that will need to be taken out.
Pronto.
Hi, Belgium. Yeah, don't worry, Belgium. I got you, bro. I think maybe I got you. I don't know. I'm gonna eventually got you. It's just so much work, dude, to try to go to war with everybody. It's literally everyone except the U.S. Which, by the way, congratulations to new president of the United States, Douglas MacArthur. I don't know why you're even the president, because you haven't even done anything. The U.S. has not been at war with anybody this whole time, so I don't know what's going on there. We have found a massive formation of French forces here. I feel like I need to watch a tutorial on this. What am I supposed to glean from this page? I look at this and my eyes glaze over. Okay, I understand the general strengths, where we have like 103 heavy guns and they have like 400 heavy guns. So maybe we're in trouble. I don't know. But we have like twice as much torpedoes, which almost never matters. And they have only 29 anti-air, and we have 300 naval bombers. So hopefully that's doing something. We've already sunk a light cruiser and 3 destroyers. Now, you can see that our ships are disengaging. And then their green bar is their organization, their orange bar is their like hard HP. So one of our heavies is getting beat up. And it looks like we are moving back. But we're probably not losing outright. They just have a large fleet there. How do I have more factories free? I guess, you know, France has a lot of factories. How about 15 on fighters? Seven on close air support. 10 on naval bombers. Then what? Then what? Is there anything we should be making but are not? By the way, how are our resources? Oh, we've got an extra 100 steel. Because of France, presumably. So that's going to free up a ton of factories. We need a little bit of rubber. Could just produce our own. Resistance to occupation, I'll work on that later. We got 2 extra free dockyards. I'll put those on convoys for now. We got another huge problem, which is defending against naval invasions in France. So, we're just going to take the group that's guarding Spain. There's no way they can naval invade the underbelly of Spain. There's just not. We control the Mediterranean. So we take that away. This is a pretty big coast. But I think if we spread our divisions out over that,
Formazione.
then we're probably good. Okay, so now that we've got that done, what about in Africa?
Continuate l'attacco. Pronto.
Definitely want to take the port and then maybe just go all the way to Algiers.
Sì, signore.
Meet these guys.
Sì, signore. Avanzate. Pronto.
Got some tanks over there, which is nice. All right, where else? Djibouti?
Sì, signore.
Okay. I think that's every front except this one.
Preparatevi.
Which we probably want some more air support over.
Continuate ad avanzare.
Should I halt these guys?
Forza, muovetevi.
Or just move planes? I don't know if we have what it takes. This is getting very disorganized. This is getting very disorganized, huh, chat? What would you do at this point? Should I even bother pushing into the Soviet territory or just try and hold the ground and regroup? Taking over France is a huge step forward, though. I'm a little worried about this engagement. Just lost three 1940s destroyers. At least we're giving as good as we're getting this time. Most of our fleet has retreated. Okay, I'm gonna count that as a win. We just lost, what, 3 1940 era destroyers, sunk 12 destroyers on the French and British side, and then 4 light cruisers. That's good. They still have 7 more light cruisers. We got 9 total, so we've been building more. It's probably not the worst idea in the world to just tell this fleet, yeah, they're already... Wait. Did they all detach? I do have automatic split. Oh no. Merge. 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 Okay, you guys just all go repair simultaneous. How about that? All right, get yourselves fixed up. Those are some big battles. Safely in port. I would simply make a nuke and nuke everyone. Push Soviets from Turkey so they can't naval invade and then invade Britain. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. We're using 90 out of 101 dockyards. Well, I think we're using 11 for repairs. We haven't... Where did we get another 30 military factories? What am I supposed to do with all these? It's a good problem to have. I've randomly got 25,000 spare support equipment and 300,000 spare guns. How about this? How about we worry about... Chat, I forgot that there's a colonial management button here, dude. But I kind of can't do any of it because I actually need to save the political power in order to annex Italian Yugoslavia, right? There's too many, there are too many buttons. There's too many buttons, man. Next delivery in 2 days. Belgium. No! Belgium's dead! I will avenge you! They held out for so long, dude. Belgium, I'm coming for you, bro. Okay. Belgium, how freaking could you? I even took out France for you. I wouldn't mind having some more troops.
Pronto, signore.
For like Iberia and up.
Pronto. Pronto, signore.
Okay, so let's go back to holding all of this on the coast. Do I just need another Coast Guard group? Is that the answer? Maybe. Can always disband them later. 36 Colonial Guard divisions.
Sì, signore.
So, obvious question. Do I just be happy with the Coast Guard that we have? I feel like these guys are vulnerable. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at...
Formazione.
I guess there's still other dudes moving into locations. We could just have the dudes who just fought in France reinforce
Formazione.
temporarily. Or they could take up a border with Germany. Both seem necessary.
Sì, signore. Fuoco nemico.
How are we losing against one dude?
Continuate ad avanzare. Fuoco nemico.
In this case, there's one division here, bro. We can now lower the autonomy of a subject. All right, Italian Yugoslavia will become an integrated puppet. I didn't realize the game was unpaused. Subject manpower requirement plus 100%. Extra trade to Overlord. It's 90% cheaper. They have to give me 75% of their military factories. I can build on their land. Yeah, those are all good things. All right, Italian Yugoslavia is now an integrated puppet. We have more factories than we know what to do with now. I got 30 factories to deal. Is he chilling in the Maginot Fort? Oh, maybe. Yeah, it's a level 10 land fort.
Pronto.
That makes sense. $10 on transport planes, 5 on armored trains, 5 on lookout planes. Ding, 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 ding. About 20 on fighters, 6 on anti-tank, 10 on artillery. 10 octane. We're not gonna have enough steel for all this. 15 on armored cars, I guess. I don't know, man. I'm struggling to spend it all.
Sì, signore.
Si, signore.
Pronto, signore.
All right, with these other 24 dudes, I'm gonna do like an area defense in case Britain gets any funny ideas and tries to naval invade us here. Okay, then
Avanzate.
this dude has got an upgrade. I like max entrenchment plus 5. It's cool, but we need plus 10% attack right now.
Vi respingiamo,
And he knows
signore.
it.
Continuate l'attacco.
All right. Morocco is a done deal, bro. Yes, the papal bombers, the Pope's naval bombers just sunk a whole battleship that they found floating around out here. That's crazy. The French fleet is still... We lost 33 naval bombers, but we sunk 2 heavy cruisers, British cruisers, 2 British battleships, dude. These guys are in... The Mark IIIs are insane. Look at this. The Mark III naval bombers versus the Mark Is. Killing blow, killing blow, killing blow, killing blow, killing blow. The Tier 3 torpedoes are crazy. The heavy torps are actually insane. The Tier 1 torps do nothing. If this doesn't show you what's up, you know what I mean? Like the air-launched torps. Sure, we lost 33 of them, and that stings. But man, 2 battleships and 2 heavies is crazy. That's so useful. Where do we get another 20 factories from? I guess Yugoslavia? Yeah, I still have more torp research. It's not even their final form. I wish there was an easier way to calculate how many nice versus crappy guns you have. I think I was gonna like send them 250 convoys. Send them all of our spare tanks. And they can just, they can have all the French tanks that they want. I don't want. Okay, but like 1,400 tanks is a lot of tanks. They can have all my captured equipment. So tedious. Quality of life. Where are you, bro? Look at this screen. No organization, man. You can't even organize it by type. What? I know it's worse than what they currently have, but it's not giving me anything. I'm just trying to get rid of this stuff. Now, armored trains are not worse than what they have. They're just going to give it back when we annex. Yeah, I know, but it's like they're pretty far away from annexing. We just moved them down, you know? So they're 1,000 away. And I'm building up some infrastructure there. Dude, we have so much micro to do. I'm trying to do it all, but my brain hurts. This is some late game. This is like, for 1945, this is like the furthest that we've been. I guess this is the major power experience, you know? Major powers, it just hits different. What you're saying is start making so much super heavy artillery that every division gets one. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Maybe. We only have tier 2 arty. We have some like old stuff. I just wish there was a way to tell, like if you look at this, I wish it would round and say how many tier 1 arty, how many tier 2 arty, how many tier 3 arty do you have, right? I don't care if one tier 2 has 8 breakthrough and the other tier 2 has 8.8. You know what I mean? They're both tier 2. There should be an easier way to group this information than me having to do this. What is all this? I don't freaking know. Some of it's 10, some of it's 15, some of it's 18. Some of it's 15.4. I don't know. What kind of artillery do I have? Well, who knows? Yeah, major power hits late game in 45 for sure. Also, I don't like this. Why? Second question. Why can't they have a reinforcement icon and a how much you have stockpiled icon? Why does it have to be one or the other? Or how many you need for upgrades versus how many you have in the stockpile? I mean, of all fighters. I don't know. Sorry. Brain is trying to compute this massive amount of information. Where should I put my factories? What I'm trying to solve right now. Because I can't make boasts with them. I say, let's get 20 on trucks, 20 on armored cars, 20 on super heavy tanks, and then another 5 on infantry equipment because I just don't trust the 276 that we have long term. Ditto for anti-air and anti-tanks. Okay. Next, micromanage spies. We have a spy in London. This is a good time to try preparing a collaboration government with the 2 spies that are currently just home. Commence when ready. Lock that in. Okay, perfect. We have a bunch of spies. We have too many spies in Greece. Now we need to move some of them over into like Moscow. Maybe down here just to help out. Next, airplanes. Jesus, there's so much stuff. Why are there fighters dropping bombs over southern France? Carriers? Okay, this is going to be a fun one. We're going to get 100 planes running interception over every important area. So, southern Iberia, intercept. Intercept means they'll only leave when they see bombers. So they won't just be flying around the rest of the time. Interception over northwestern Iberia. We'll put them on the northwestern edge. And then northeastern Iberia. We got to intercept all these dumb bombers. Okay, southern France. We'll do it from here. And these 2 are support planes. We're going to send them here over the skies of Ukraine. Okay. Now from this locale, we're gonna get 200 fighters on intercept over Western France. 200 fighters intercepting over Northern France. 200 fighters air superiority over the English actually, we're gonna need more than 200 fighters for air superiority over the Channel. 600 seems reasonable. Okay. Then more ground support, probably over here near Turkey. All right, now we got the Alpine boys. I don't think the Alpine is at risk anymore. I'm going to send these fighters over to Turkey. Against the Soviets. And we got Cannoli Chargers and Presto Prowlers defending the skies of mainland Italy. I think we just need maybe 100 above Italy. Because there's really nobody here that should be able to touch us except carriers. So I'm going to send the good fighters to the Turkish front. Okay, and then once we purge the Mediterranean, I'm going to move all my fighters, I mean my naval bombers up. I'm going to move all of them up to the Channel and the Bay of Biscay and all that. All right, North Africa is consolidated. France is gone, and we have a whole bunch of troops who are ready to go.
Sì, signore. Pronto, signore.
Now I'm going to take a few of them and just temporarily guard the coast here. And then the rest, I haven't decided yet. This is where it's getting like really hairy and confusing and in need of massive reorganization that is getting progressively more difficult. We probably need a separate field marshal just for Turkey. To be honest, it could just be this guy.
Pronto.
Okay, so you go with you.
Pronto. Pronto.
Who did I give the
Pronto.
Okay, this guy's got
Formazione.
the area denial orders.
Formazione.
What the hell am I doing?
Formazione.
Okay,
Sì, signore.
this guy's going to be in his own little field marshal group, or we could just get rid of this field marshal entirely. MacArthur is, yes, the president of the United States somehow. I'm not really sure how. These guys are still repairing. I say give them some time to repair. Because we got a lot of repairs. That was I can't believe we escaped as nicely as we did.
Pronto, signore.
Okay, we're gonna wait for reinforcements here. Britain has decrypted our ciphers. Thanks for reminding me, Britain. I need to be decrypting somebody's ciphers. I think it should be the Soviets.
Forza, muovetevi.
Okay, we're gonna say hold
Preparatevi.
on this attack.
Pronto. ad avanzare.
And we're just gonna chill here until we can get organized. 19 naval bombers dead, but we got a cruiser and 2 destroyers. As long as we keep making those trades, it's a good trade. They're trapped in here. I don't even think they have, I guess they do still have one port. They have like a single port. But I don't know if you noticed, the Soviets are running out of supplies. I think the Britain's running out of supplies. They're running out of manpower. Okay, we got a ton of reinforcements moving to Turkey. For too long, Italy has been content to limit its naval ambitions to the Mediterranean and the Red Sea. By committing to a breakout fleet and building ships designed for the Atlantic and Indian Oceans, we can exert our influence across oceans of the world. 2 random admirals get the trait Bold. And then we get 2 Costanzo class ships, and we also get a host. Chat, look how many dockyards that is. Certain states in North Africa, west coast of Iberia, and the west coast of France get a naval dockyard if you're fully controlled them. So the fact that we capitulated France just before researching this and finishing it is crazy, right? Because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 building slots and dockyards from a single 70-day focus. That's crazy. Actually huge. Has researched deck conversions. I don't really love those. I already missed out on the research bonus here. Cannot have both of these. Okay. Well, I'll just take this one because it seems like more factories, more dockyards. Rip that British battleship all alone. Okay, this micromanage is also obnoxious. How many dockyards did we just get? Oh my god, we have like 15. I don't have enough natural resources for all this, dude. Plus we got these Costanzo classes. There you go. Build the Costanzos. We actually do have enough resources. We actually have 56 extra steel. Or do we? Or do we? We're 42 rubber in the hole. I don't know if we'll be able, I guess we're gonna have to depend on convoys. Not getting interrupted, but if they don't get interrupted, then we make a ton of plans. You can assign mortar repairs. It doesn't work unless they're in different fleets. So, since I have all my ships in one fleet, you can't have more than 10, because you can't have a higher than level 10 naval base. If I had multiple fleets simultaneously repairing, then I could. But unfortunately with this, I can't. Chat, I never played Major Powers, so why are they all in one fleet? Because it's the only way to win right now. I have only 3 heavy cruisers, 10 light cruisers, and the rest are destroyers. So if I split them up, we die. This is look at the last battle. Look at all my orange bars. See how close all these ships got to death? If I don't doom stack those guys get squished because the fleet that we're chasing around is a massive fleet. And we've been picking it apart, actually. Naval bomb. It's trapped in the... It's a giant British fleet trapped in the Mediterranean. And we just took out like 17 destroyers, and we've been naval bombing the battleships and the heavy cruisers, so it's finally starting to get wrecked. We have other older fleets, but every time that I've taken them out, we lose 20 destroyers in a single battle. So I just haven't been using them. We're down to 20 of our original fleet's ships out of like 80, 85, 90. They just get wrecked. And that's after I upgraded every single ship except the battleships to level 2 or level 3 hardware. And they're still getting slaughtered. So I decided, screw you. My early ship hulls die, their early ship hulls live until I get 1940s era ships. And once I have a 1940 era fleet, then I suddenly win. Just like now. I told you guys earlier when I was complaining about the Navy, that's exactly what happened. Suddenly, I have 3 1940 era heavy cruisers and 8 to 10 light cruisers, and suddenly we win every fight, lose like 2-3 destroyers, they lose like 20, and it's GG's. So at this point, you should just win every battle, but you do have nasty repairs sometimes too. But it's like not even worth fighting until you have like 1940s era ships, at least in my opinion. Dude, I've got actually too many factories. I guess you can go back to making railway guns. Between this and the Greek campaign, yeah, it's pretty much the same song, different verse, huh? Except we're just faster off the cuff with the Italian Navy because we have more factory power. Okay. I think the table is mostly set for assuming we continue this tomorrow, which I think we will. I think it's set, so we're sort of in between. We just conquered France and French Africa and Romania, and now we're at war with the SSSR, so we have a whole new can of worms. I've been trying to move all of my planes around and micromanage that, and getting some like reinforcements on the fronts to kind of hold the line down. And I believe that's where we'll pick up, okay? Next goal, I guess, is world domination, because it's like we gotta defeat the SSSR and Britain, and then maybe if we feel really plucky, the German Empire. Or we can just say, I mean, we have to avenge Belgium. But yeah, it's definitely getting where everything's going slower because we have 15, 30 generals. But if we did quit right now, we would be what? 4th in total score, 2nd in army score. These scores don't matter, but we're building a navy, working on it. We've got a pretty good air force. We got really good. We have the best industry in the game right now. 2nd best land scores. So our industry is insane. And there's more room. But yeah, we'll continue this probably tomorrow. I don't know if we'll finish it tomorrow because this campaign seems like it's longer. I don't think I ever realized each fleet repairs were capped to 10. Yes, it's capped by the size of the naval base. So annoyingly, your fleet will go repair in a naval base that's size 3, and they'll only be able to use 3 repair yards. And you have to manually click them, find them, tell them to go to a level 10 naval base, and then they'll use all 10. So that gets a bit obnoxious. I wish you could just tell them only go to level 10 or bust. But alas. Anyway, thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out tonight, chat. I'll be back tomorrow. I will catch you guys for another one, and we will try and get close to wrapping up this campaign. We got some more research to do. It'd be fun to make some battleships. We got a lot of ground. We need to have the peace conferences, though. And to get the peace conferences, we need to naval invade the UK. So that's going to be its own challenge. And probably we'll send a bunch of naval bombers on some ship hunting missions tomorrow. But appreciate you guys hanging out. Thanks again, CyberSade for the 39 months earlier, and Lashley gifted us up to Tay-Tay. Just naval invade the UK, it's easy. I've actually been happy with how well we've been doing in this campaign. Last time we played Italy, it didn't go nearly this well. So, been having fun with that. All right, I'm gonna send you guys off on an end of stream raid. Let me queue it up. Let me see who is live right now. Okay, I'm gonna send you guys off to a lovely place. You guys can go check out Core Keeper 1.0. Rule Storage is playing right now. Let's go say what's up. Give them some love. Check them out. Maybe toss a new streamer a follow if you haven't been there before. Sim, that's a new streamer. How you doing, Sim? Sim, I think you should check out a game called, we were talking about earlier, called Memoir 44. It's a board game. World War II themed. And I think they have a video game version, though I don't know if the video game version is fun. And I'm not sure what the name of the website is that you play board games on. What's the name of that? Is BGA Board Game Arena by chance? Yeah, you should play that. It's a cool game. It's got some RNG, it's got some dice, but I had a blast with it. I've played it a bunch. I haven't played it recently, but it's originally from 2004, and it's a lot of fun. Very, very like push your luck kind of. It's tactical, but since there's dice involved, you know, best laid plans and all that. But you played Risk, so you're not unfamiliar with war game dice. But definitely check it out. I think you'd like it. All right, good night, guys. I'll see you over there on Rule Storage's channel. Have a great one, everyone. And catch you for the next one. Come back tomorrow around the same time. Bye.